Chapter 627. Kill. There are all kinds of demons. Of course, the majority are still sky dragons. The reason why the demon clan nurtures these void god beasts is to see if they can create a new race that is comparable to the sky dragon. Lan Xan continued. Let's not talk about this anymore. What do you want to do? Yi Xian asked directly. This formation needs someone to maintain it. If we break it, then the formation will be broken and all the void god beast will run away. What do you think we should do? Lan Xan looked at Yi Xian. Since that's the case, let me go in first and kill all these void god beast. Yi Xian could not wait any longer. Unexpectedly, Lan Xian was not prepared to enter. You can go in by yourself. I'll keep watch for you outside. Lan Xian took out the small silver sword. Yi Xian paused for a moment, a little worried about this little girl. However, he thought about how Lan Xian had comprehended the wings of the wind. Even a 70% void transformation stage demon clan expert would not be able to catch up to her. Then be careful. Yi Xian reminded him and then quickly descended. Although this formation is big, if it is broken slowly, it will definitely attract the attention of the demon clan experts. It's better to break it in an instant. He landed on the ground and slashed his sword at the pitch-black formation in front of him. 90% mastery of the Wind Dragon Slash. Bam! The green true energy condensed into a dragon head and collided with the array, instantly creating a hole. Then, Yi Xian quickly drilled in. He had just passed through the array when he smelled a stench. He finally understood why Lan Xian did not come in. To put it nicely, this place was a farm to cultivate a new race. To put it bluntly, it was a pigsty. The void god beast's intelligence was not inferior to that of humans, but they still could not speak. Moreover, with the deterrence of the demon clan experts, they did not dare to act rashly. After Yi Xian entered, he looked around and saw several void god beasts. Kill! At that moment, he charged out. This was a treasure trove for leveling up. Although the strength of these void god beast was not comparable to the double-headed flying dragon he had encountered before, they were superior in numbers. Moreover, on land, he would probably be able to exchange blows with an expert at the 80% void transformation stage. He hadn't caused much of a ruckus just now, and the demons guarding the plantation might have gone on a stroll, so his operation this time was very smooth. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 53 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 54 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 55 points. Yi Xian's realm began to rise continuously. At the same time, the number of void god beasts in the Yao clan's farm was rapidly decreasing. Although Yi Xian did not calculate, he estimated that there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them. However, such a large number of deaths directly attracted the attention of the monstrous clan's experts. What? A human actually came in. The demon race experts who were chatting in the air suddenly trembled. Then, they turned around and flew down. According to Lan Xian's information, there was a 70% void transformation stage expert in this breeding ground, but that did not mean that he was the only one. These three demon clan experts were all around 50% of the void transformation stage, and the strongest was only 55%. You've finally discovered me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and continued to kill the void god beast. After the three demon clan experts landed on the ground, he suddenly turned around and charged over. On land, his fighting strength had increased by at least half. Great collapsing heaven killing slash. Great earth pulse. Whoosh. Although the demon clan's physique was strong, Yi Xian's physique was not weak either. Furthermore, he had comprehended the profound mysteries of strength, and coupled with the advancement of the beast god's bloodline, the speed of his slash was extremely fast. Swish! By the time the three demon clans reacted, the slash had already arrived in front of them. This slash was horizontally slashed out. If the three of them were not on guard, they would have been instantly killed. Bam! The three of them worked together and instantly dispersed the slash. However, in the next moment, there was an even stronger attack coming from behind. 8 Desolations Sword Technique, Sword Break 8 Desolations. Just as the 3 Demon Clan S dispersed the great collapsing heaven-killing slash, the 8 sword beams converged, condensing into an even more powerful slash. Slash! This gigantic sword gleam swept through the bodies of the 3 demon race beings, killing them in a single strike. The sword slashing 8 desolations required all of the genuine chi in one's body. However, Yi Xian had the Tree of Life, so he would be able to recover to his peak in a few seconds. TSK. Yi Xian grinned and walked over. These 3 demon clan experts had died too miserably. No, it should be said that Yi Xian's current strength was too strong. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 58 points. His realm had soared up another level. After killing the 3 demon clan experts, Yi Xian did not stay any longer and continued to kill the void god beast. This was a treasure trove for leveling up. The demon clan had spent a lot of effort to catch so many nihility beast, and now it was all his fault. If he killed all the nihility beast here, he might be able to level up to 60% void transformation. Very quickly, there were only 10% of the void god beast left. Just as Yi Xian was about to kill them all, the formation that enveloped him was suddenly broken. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It would not be easy to break through such a large formation unless one found the base of the formation. Rumble. A loud sound came from the distance. Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that it was that girl, Lan Xian, who did it? At that moment, he quickly rushed over. When he got closer, he saw that it was indeed a young girl wearing light blue clothes fighting with a golden dragon. If the golden dragon was from the demon clan, then it would be a metal attribute void god's soul that was perfectly countered by Yi Xian. Lan Xian held onto the sword in her hand and did not attack. When she saw Yi Xian, she immediately shouted, "Yi Xian, I'll leave this guy to you." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. How lazy was this girl? However, he also understood that this golden dragon should be that 60% void transformation level expert. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian took out his 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword and then fiercely slashed down. After comprehending the profound mysteries of power, whether it was his attack speed or the speed of his slash, it had greatly increased. This slash instantly swept to the side of the golden sky dragon. At first, the golden dragon was played with by Lan Xian and was very angry. Now, there was another Yi Xian, so it chose to ignore him. However, his disregard caused him to suffer a huge loss. Bam! The dragon's judgment directly entered the golden dragon's body. The wound was instantly shaken by the 8-layer earth pulse, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Yi Xian had the sword god's bloodline in his body, which increased the power of his sword skills by 50%. The beast god's bloodline also had the beast king's deterrence by 20%. In addition to the dragon's judgment and the 8-layer earth pulse, his attack power against dragons was simply explosive. Chapter 628. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Deep in the Wasteland? If that slash had landed on the golden dragon's head, it would have been killed instantly. However, that was not the end. The dragon's judgment was not a sword that could pierce through everything. How could Yi Xian only use one slash? Bang! 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 Slash after slash of dragon's judgment landed on the golden dragon's body. In an instant, the golden dragon was on the verge of death. Go to hell. At that moment, Lan Xian suddenly appeared in the air above the golden dragon and took the opportunity to slash out a green slash. Swish! The golden dragon's head was chopped off and it died on the spot. Yi Xian was helpless. Why was this little girl like this? She even stole his kill. Fortunately, he did not rely on killing to level up. Instead, he relied on devouring to level up. Thus, it did not matter who killed him. The corpse is yours. Lan Xian kept the corpse in her hand. Yi Xian did not hold back and caught the dragon's head and body in the air. Then, he took out the universe ring and devoured it. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. It is currently at 60 points. As for the dragon's corpse, there was no need to keep it. Alright, we've cleared this breeding ground. Shall we go to the next one? Lan Xian said to Yi Xian. Alright. Yi Xian nodded. Now, his cultivation level was finally higher than Lan Xian's. He had already reached 60% of the void transformation level. After a while, he might be able to challenge experts at the peak of the void god realm. At that time, he should be able to do whatever he wanted in the inner region. The wasteland was divided into 3 parts. The outer region, the inner region, and the inner region. At that moment, they were in the inner region. The young master of the Warlord Hall, Lan Yu, and the 2 siblings were in the inner region. I have to break through quickly and enter the inner region. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. Then, he continued to follow Lan Xian to the next breeding ground. However, this time, he realized that Lan Xian's flying speed was faster. It seemed that she was hiding her strength. There were many breeding grounds in the goblin race. Although Lan Xian only knew a few, it was enough for Yi Xian to break through. Moreover, there was a protective formation around the breeding ground. Even if they walked around, they would be able to find it. After 2 days of travel, the 2 of them arrived at another demon clan breeding ground. This breeding ground was the same as before, guarded by a 60% void transformation stage demon clan. Yi Xian took over the entire breeding ground in no time. Then, they continued on their way. Lan Xian only knew of 4 breeding grounds. By the time Yi Xian destroyed all 4 breeding grounds, his realm had already increased to 65%. Alright, all 4 breeding grounds have been destroyed, Lan Xian said as she looked at Yi Xian flying towards her. Is that it? Yi Xian frowned. He thought there were more, but he didn't expect there to only be 4. Yes, I do know one more, but that breeding ground is very big, and it is said that there are experts at 80% void transformation stage, or even 90%. Can you handle it? Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian. 80% void transformation. Yi Xian repeated in his heart. Now that he had reached 65% void transformation, with the addition of various profound mysteries, he could solve it. However, he was not confident that he could reach 90% void transformation. Furthermore, Lan Xian's cultivation was too low. If he were to go out and fight, he wouldn't be able to take care of Lan Xian. Lan Xian seemed to have seen through Yi Xian, and said, "Don't worry about me, do you really think that I'm only at 50% void transformation?" Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, this Lan Xian was hiding her strength. No wonder she was able to accelerate without limit. Then your specific realm? Yi Xian could not help but ask. Feel it for yourself. Lan Xian did not answer directly. Instead, she released her aura. After Yi Xian felt it, his entire body trembled. This aura was at least 80% void transformation. Good heavens! Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Lan Xian was not at 50% void transformation, but 80% void transformation. It turned out that Lan Xian was just casually spouting nonsense that day. What half of the Nihility God Stage King? In the next moment, Yi Xian smelled a dangerous scent. This little girl was not simple at all. At least 80% void transformation. With the wings of the wind, she can already traverse the inner region. Her goal is probably not the inner region, but the depths. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian and laughed, "You guessed right, my goal is the depths. However, it's very boring for me to go in alone, so I came to find you." Damn, this girl is too scheming. She won't even know if she gets caught. Yi Xian thought in his heart. A 16 or 17-year-old girl actually had such a scheming mind. It was simply heaven-defying. However, Yi Xian really wanted to enter the depths because Song Suijing and Song Jieyu were inside. However, his current cultivation was not high enough. If he were to enter, he had to have the strength to protect himself. I can go with you into the depths of the Great Wasteland, but there's a condition. Yi Xian said. What? Lan Xian was somewhat curious. I need some time to improve my meteor movement technique and wind dragon slash. I need to have the ability to protect myself. Yi Xian replied. When Lan Xian heard this, she snapped her fingers and said, Isn't that simple? My two martial arts have already been trained to 100% mastery. Later, when we find a place, I'll show it to you. However, whether or not you can learn it will depend on your own aptitude. Alright. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Right now, he already possessed the wind attribute void spirit. If he were to comprehend the wings of the wind, then his fighting strength would greatly increase. Even the wind blade was not bad, it could also increase his attack strength explosively. Although Lan Xian was only 16 or 17 years old, the one who reached the top was the teacher. Even if she was an 8-year-old child, as long as there was a place for Yi Xian to learn, Yi Xian would not mind. What integrity! Could it be used in battle? Then do you want to learn first, or go to that big breeding ground first? Lan Xian continued to ask. Learn first. Yi Xian solemnly replied. Although the big breeding ground could increase his void transformation level by 10%, if he were to comprehend the profound, his fighting strength would increase even more. Then let's find a place. Since you were able to improve your wind dragon slash and meteor movement technique to 90% mastery in such a short time, your aptitude is not low. Who knows, you might be able to comprehend the profound. After Lan Xian finished speaking, she spread her wings and left. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. Lan Xian's cultivation level was already the same as Elder Li's, but her strength was stronger than Elder Li's. If Yi Xian comprehended the profound of wind, then the two of them would be fine as long as they did not encounter any void god realm kings. Soon, the two of them found a remote place. Yi Xian was undergoing his second special training. Continuously learning martial arts was a very boring thing, but if the two of them were to train together, it would be much easier. Chapter 629. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Underground Movement Technique. Lan Xian's cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's, and she had the wings of the wind. If she unleashed her full speed, Yi Xian would not be able to catch up with her. Therefore, she could only use the meteor movement technique instead of the wings of the wind. Yi Xian was observing Lan Xian's movement technique as he fought with her. Even if he did not comprehend the profound this time, it was not bad that he had improved the two martial arts to 100%. Lan Xian had comprehended the wings of the wind when she had improved the meteor movement technique to 100%. When a martial arts technique was improved to 100%, it would comprehend the profound in many cases. Therefore, Yi Xian was wondering if he could use this opportunity to comprehend the profound. Their training lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Yi Xian kept fighting with Lan Xian and improved the meteor movement technique to 100%. However, the wind dragon slash did not improve at all. This was rare. After all, he had the bloodline of the sword god, which gave him a 50% increase in comprehension. What was even more frustrating was that Yi Xian did not comprehend the wind acceleration profound after he had improved the meteor movement technique to 100%. Therefore, Yi Xian did not use the meteor movement technique anymore. Instead, he used the martial dragon movement technique to fight with Lan Xian on land. However, not long after the meteor movement technique had a breakthrough. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Lan Xian had casually slashed out a slash. However, this slash was several times more powerful than the previous one. It should be known that this was just a sword chi that she had casually slashed out. Oh no! Dodge! Yi Xian was stunned. By the time he reacted, the sword chi was already in front of him. This is the wind blade profound? Yi Xian widened his eyes as he watched the slash coming closer and closer. Lan Xian had comprehended the wind blade profound at this time. However, he did not have time to care about this. This sword chi was extremely powerful. If he did not dodge it, he might be cut in half. If his heart and head were injured, even the bloodline of the divine tree of life would be useless. This slash was extremely fast. He could only dodge it because he did not have enough time to use the Okang shield. Bang! Yi Xian took a step forward and used the martial dragon movement technique to dash to the left. Ding! Host has comprehended the profound meaning of the earth traversing technique. A notification suddenly sounded. In the next moment, a clear and loud sound was heard. Hiss! The sword chi attack, which contained the wind blade profound, swept past Yi Xian's shoulder and directly cut off his right shoulder. In that instant, Yi Xian smelled the scent of death, but at this critical moment, he actually comprehended the profound meaning of the earth-walking technique, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically. Plop! The severed arm fell to the ground. Yi Xian and Lan Xian were stupefied. The two of them had comprehended profound meanings one after another. Lan Xian had comprehended the wind blade profound while Yi Xian had comprehended the earth-walking profound. Are you okay? Lan Xian came to her senses and quickly landed in front of Yi Xian. At their level, it was common for experts to lose their arms and legs. However, the stronger they were, the more difficult it was to recover from their injuries. Therefore, they needed high-grade healing medicine. Fortunately, Lan Xian was the daughter of the Deputy Hall Master of Warlord Palace. She had many good things. However, Yi Xian did not need them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian grew a new arm, but his clothes could not be restored. This, Lan Xian instinctively stepped back. She had seen Yi Xian grow an arm with her own eyes. At this moment, she glanced at the arm on the ground. It had turned into mud. When she saw this, Lan Xian's first thought was that Yi Xian had a third type of void spirit, the wood elemental void spirit. Rapid healing? No, this is rejuvenation. Lan Xian exclaimed. Rejuvenation? Hearing this, Yi Xian shook his head and said, I don't have a wood elemental spirit. This is just my physique. The wood elemental void spirit had a rapid healing profound that could heal injuries quickly. At the same time, it had a second-level profound, which was rejuvenation. Although it did not have the effect of rejuvenation, it could regrow flesh and bones. In other words, it could regrow a broken arm. Nonsense. If this isn't rejuvenation, then what is? Lan Xian did not believe him. The twin fruits are so rare. Do you think I ate two at once? Yi Xian shook his head and said. Lan Xian was stunned. Even she had never heard of the twin fruits. They only existed in legends. It was impossible for Yi Xian to eat two at once. Then why can't you use up all your true qi? The earth elemental void spirit and wind elemental void spirit won't help you recover your true qi faster. Lan Xian asked. I told you it's my physique. Anyway, I don't have a wood elemental spirit. If I lie to you, I will never be able to break through to the void god realm. Yi Xian did not want to talk too much about this topic. TCH, there are many people who can't break through to the void god realm. Lan Xian rolled her eyes and asked again, you really don't have three types of spirits? Yi Xian shook his head and said, no. If I ate two twin fruits, I would definitely condense a metal spirit instead of a wood elemental void spirit. Hearing this, Lan Xian felt that it made sense. Yi Xian had already comprehended the 8th level of the Earth Pulse. If he also comprehended the metal defense, his chances of survival would increase greatly. Now that he also had the Earth Movement technique, as long as he did not run into a Void God Realm King, he would definitely be fine. If Lan Xian had to choose, she would indeed choose the earth elemental spirit and the metal elemental spirit. Alright, I'll believe you for now. Lan Xian pursed her lips and said, I just comprehended the wind blade profound. I need to comprehend it myself. Alright. Yi Xian nodded his head. Not only did Lan Xian want to comprehend it, but he also wanted to try the earth movement technique. Just now, at the critical moment, he had comprehended the underground movement technique. Otherwise, he might really have been killed by that attack that contained the profound meaning of the wind blade. Fortunately, the heavens were looking out for him. After Lan Xian left, his figure flashed. His speed was twice as fast as before. I've advanced my agility 3 times. Now that I have the earth movement technique, I won't be in any danger on land, Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he had not comprehended the wind wings, which was the wind acceleration technique, he had comprehended the earth movement technique. The earth movement technique had a second level of earth movement technique, which was called earth shrinking. This profound was very powerful and allowed one to travel through the ground. If one used the wind wings to travel, they might be discovered. But, who would drill into the ground? Yi Xian tried the earth movement technique again. He found that the earth movement technique was too awesome. His speed on the ground was almost comparable to Lan Xian's flying speed in the sky. Should I find this little girl to fight later, he thought to himself. However, in the end, he decided against it. There was no point in fighting like this. The two of them would definitely go easy on each other. After all, this was not a battle to the death. It was better to find a demon. Chapter 630. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Great increase in strength. A day later, Lan Xian had finished comprehending the wind blade ultimacy and could use it proficiently. Her current attack power was at least twice as strong as before. The wind acceleration and wind wings gave Lan Xian the strength of an invincible void god. I never thought that I would comprehend the wind blade ultimacy at this time. I have to thank you for this. After seeing Yi Xian again, Lan Xian thanked him. Of course, there was also a trace of shame because she had almost killed Yi Xian by accident. Let's not practice anymore. Let's go to the farm. I have also comprehended the earth movement technique. It is enough to protect myself. Yi Xian said. Pulse of the earth, pulse of protection, ultimacy of power and earth movement technique. In total, he had comprehended 3 earth ultimacies and 1 level 2 ultimacy. Even if he was at the peak of the nihility god stage, Yi Xian still had the guts to provoke him. Since that is the case, let's go. Lan Xian formed a pair of green wings and turned to leave. As for Yi Xian, he was running wildly on the ground. His speed was not slower than Lan Xian's. Lan Xian, 80% void transformation level. Yi Xian, 65% void transformation level. Although there was a difference of more than 10 levels between them, Yi Xian had the enhancement of his bloodline. When he ran at full speed, his speed was slightly faster than Lan Xian's. This guy, how many secrets does he have? He is even faster than me. Lan Xian did not understand. In her heart, Yi Xian was an extremely mysterious person. Dual attributes, rejuvenating body constitution, rapid breakthrough, emptying of universe ring in an instant, etc. These were not things that ordinary people could do. This time, they had only traveled for half a day before they saw the large farm. There were not many such large farms in the wasteland. The void god beasts there were very powerful and there were more than 100,000 of them. Originally, with so many void god beasts gathered together, there would be frequent riots. However, surprisingly, these void god beasts were very well behaved. After all, there was once a void god realm king from the demon clan who had arrived and severely intimidated them. If there were any troublemakers, they would be killed on the spot. Therefore, these void god beasts could only obediently stay in their own territories. At this moment, Yi Xian and Lan Xian had already arrived in front of the pitch-black array formation. Just like before, you settle it yourself. I'll watch. After Lan Exine finished saying those words, she rose into the sky. This girl is really lazy to the extreme. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. However, this was also good. He could do it himself, and perhaps he could comprehend the profound meaning along the way. Kill. His eyes flashed, and he immediately unleashed a full-power wind dragon slash on the formation. Boom. A large hole appeared in the formation, and Yi Xian charged in. In this large breeding ground, the number of void god beasts was large, and their cultivation was also high. Yi Xian had been impatient for a long time. Against these low-level void god beasts, using the 8 desolate wind slaughter array was the best method. 8 sharp blades that contained the 8 great waves of the earth could instantly pierce into the head of a void god beast and kill it. This was very efficient and could save a lot of time. Yi Xian killed while collecting the corpses. His realm continued to rise. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 66 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 67 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 68 points. Due to the large number of void god beasts, Yi Xian's killing speed did not attract the attention of the demon clan. Over time, it was difficult for the demon clan not to discover him. Is it someone from the 3 great imperial halls again? You're courting death. A few demon clan members discovered Yi Xian and immediately rushed down. However, Yi Xian had already discovered them. He immediately retracted his 8 sharp blades and slashed out with his sword. 8 Desolate Sword Technique's third move, first move, 8 Desolate Sword Technique. After being enhanced by the profound meaning of power, the speed of the slash was at least twice as fast. This slash instantly split into 8 and then merged back into 1, killing 3 demon clan members who had reached 60 to 70% void transformation on the spot. Universe Ring. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. The void god beast had a lot of experience, but how could it compare to these demon clan? These demon clan members lived in the great wasteland all year round. There were countless heavenly and earthly treasures in their universe rings, so their value was much higher than the void god beast. A single universe ring was probably worth tens of thousands of void god beast. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 69 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 70 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 71 points. The 3 universe rings caused Yi Xian's void transformation level to soar by 3 levels. He wondered if the void transformation level would increase to 75% after devouring the void transformation level of the demon clan. Hua! At this moment, the array formation was suddenly broken. Obviously, this was Lan Xian's doing again. Rumble. The roar of a heavenly dragon came from the horizon. It must be Lan Xian fighting with that demon clan expert. Immediately, Yi Xian hurriedly ran in that direction. When he got closer, he saw 2 figures, one big and one small, fighting in the air. No, Lan Xian was still the same as before. She only held the small silver sword and did not attack. Roar. This sky dragon was actually a rare blue sky dragon, so it was of the water attribute. However, it didn't matter. After all, as long as it was a dragon, it was fine. He's at 80% void transformation level. Kill him and we'll enter the depths of the great wasteland. Lan Xian dodged while shouting at Yi Xian. 80% void transformation level. Yi Xian had already reached 70% void transformation level, so there was no suspense in this battle. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. One attack after another landed on the blue sky dragon's body, instantly dealing a large amount of damage to it. Although its speed was fast, its body was too big. Furthermore, Yi Xian still had the profound meaning of strength, so he couldn't dodge at all. In order to make it easier for Yi Xian to deal with him, Lan Xian deliberately lured him to transform. This way, it would save more time. Roar! When the blue sky dragon saw that it couldn't defeat both of them, it hurriedly turned around and ran for its life. I'll use this move to deal with you. 8 Baron Sword. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The true qi in his body was instantly sucked dry. He directly slashed at the blue sky dragon's back. Rip! A loud and clear sound rang out. The blue sky dragon's head was cut off like tofu in an instant. Then, he quickly rushed over and took the yin and yang ring that was hidden in the dragon's mouth. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 75%. His cultivation level soared, 75%. Another 25%, and I might be able to break through to the void god realm. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 631. In the depths of the desolate land, let's go to the depths of the desolate land. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. Even if he encountered a peak void god realm expert, he might be able to kill him. Lan Xian frowned and said, "Why do I feel like I'm not the one pulling you along? Do you want to go to the depths of the desolate land as well?" "That's right." Yi Xian nodded. Lan Xian did not ask any more questions. She thought that Yi Xian had entered the desolate land to increase his level. Since that's the case, let's go. I wonder if we'll be able to meet my sister. Lan Xian led the way in the sky after speaking. Lan Xian's sister, Lan Yu, had already broken through to the void god realm. However, there were many void god realm experts in the depths of the desolate land. Hence, Yi Xian was very worried. I hope nothing bad happens to her. Yi Xian thought for a moment before following Lan Xian. The inner area of the desolate land was very big. Although Lan Xian knew the route, she and Yi Xian had to travel for 7 days before they finally entered the depths of the desolate land. The desolate land was a mysterious place. There were countless dangers in the depths. Even void god realm experts would be in danger of dying even if they did not encounter any void god realm experts. Most importantly, it was extremely easy to get lost in the depths of the desolate land. There seemed to be a huge illusion array here. You have to follow me closely. I heard from the palace master that there is a huge illusion array in the depths of the desolate land. If you accidentally fall behind, you might not be able to encounter it. Lan Xian could not help but remind him as they entered the depths of the desolate land. She then took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian. This is the map. If we get separated, you can go out by yourself. Of course, if you comprehend the shrinking ground, you will be able to go out easily. Yi Xian silently glanced at the map and recorded it into the devouring system. The small team that had entered the depths of the desolate land was almost all peak void god realm experts. The weakest one was at the void transformation stage. Furthermore, the 3 palace masters had entered together. There were many void god realm kings. This time, there were only 2 of them and they were not void god realm kings. They were indeed bold to enter the desolate land. Little girl, do you have a way to find them? Yi Xian suddenly asked. No. I'm here to try my luck. Void god realm kings do not dare to enter the desolate land. Lan Xian shook her head. F***ck, he's really bold. Yi Xian raised his brows. He might have to pay the price of blood. The 2 of them blindly scurried around the depths of the wasteland. In this place, they didn't dare to fly at a low altitude. They could only fly in the clouds and occasionally come down to take a look. After flying for half a day, they didn't find anything. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "Do you know him?" Then they must be from the demon clan. I wonder if they are void god realm kings. Yi Xian was hesitant to reveal himself. Don't worry. There aren't that many void god realm kings in the demon clan. These two should be advanced Void God Realm Kings. Let's go. We'll kill them one by one. Lan Xian hid in the clouds and flew while Yi Xian followed closely behind her. Two demons flew below them. The two demons stood in the air above them, waiting for the right time to strike. Wind Dragon Slash. 8 Desolation Sword. The two of them used their most powerful attacks. If they could kill their opponents in one hit, they would be able to save a lot of effort. Lan Xian had already comprehended the Wind Blade ultimacy. Her full power attack could threaten Void God Realm Kings. In terms of attack speed, Lan Xian's Wind Dragon Slash was slightly faster than Yi Xian's 8 Desolation Sword. Whoosh whoosh. The two demons heard the sound of two slashes tearing through the air. By the time they reacted, the attacks were already in front of them. Bam! Bam! The two demons were advanced Void God Realm Kings and had reached 90% of their Void transformation stage. They were extremely powerful. Therefore, the two attacks did not kill them. They were only injured. Go! Lan Xian shouted in a low voice and quickly flew over. In the air, Yi Xian was slower and followed closely behind her. They are humans. Kill them. One of the demons shouted. Lan Xian's Wind Dragon Slash had cut off one of his arms. In an instant, the two of them came into contact and started to fight. We were too far away. If we were closer, we could have killed them instantly. It's a pity, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he had reached 75% of his Void transformation stage. With the help of various ultimacies and bloodlines, he was not worried at all. The 8 Desolation Sword had drained all the true qi in his body. However, he had recovered quite a bit. He looked at his opponent and slashed out again. Collapsing Sky Kill Slash. 8 Layers of Earth Pulse. This attack was extremely powerful. Although Yi Xian's opponent had blocked the 8 Desolation Sword, the bones in his hands had been shattered. Even the Void God weapon in his hands had cracked. Faced with this attack, he could only dodge. However, as soon as he dodged the slash, he heard a whooshing sound coming from 8 directions. 8 Desolation Wind Kill Array. Bam! 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 8 muffled booms rang out in succession. The already heavily injured Fei was unable to withstand these 8 attacks that contained the power of the 8-fold throbbing pulse of the world, and his head instantly exploded. His body trembled weakly. Yi Xian quickly flew over and took his interspatial ring. Ding! The host's Void transformation stage has increased. It is currently at 80 points. One interspatial ring had increased Yi Xian's Void transformation stage by 5 levels. You are too slow. A clear and beautiful voice drifted over. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that Lan Xian had already killed her opponent. There are many things in this ring. I will not give it to you. We will split the spoils equally. Lan Xian said. All right. Yi Xian nodded. He had collected many things earlier but Lan Xian did not take any of them. He felt embarrassed. Now that we are in a team, as long as we do not encounter any Void God Realm Kings, we will kill them all. Lan Xian kept the interspatial ring. In the next moment, she suddenly thought of something and threw the spoils of war and her interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Help me. Lan Xian smiled as she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned. He immediately understood. He caught the 2 interspatial rings helplessly. Then, he used the devouring space to pour all the spoils of war into Lan Xian's interspatial ring. Finally, he threw the interspatial ring back. He did not check what was in Lan Xian's interspatial ring. After all, it was Lan Xian's possession. He was not that kind of person. Chapter 632. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Domain, I really don't know how you did it. If you have the gold domain, you'll be in luck. Lan Xian put on her Qian Kun ring. Gold domain? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the battle between Lan Yao, the vice palace master of Warlord Palace, and Jiang Tianjin of the Jiang family of Tool King Palace. Lan Yao was of the gold attribute and had the gold domain. He could control all the metal weapons in his domain. It was said that Lan Hai had more than 10 specially made void god weapons. If he was in a life or death battle, he would definitely use them to attack his enemy. Do you know what the earth domain and wind domain are? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Domain? After Yi Xian's reminder, Lan Xian suddenly thought of something and said in shock, "Oh my god, the wind domain is the overlord of the sky, and the earth domain is the overlord of the ground. No matter where you go, you won't be at a disadvantage." Yi Xian's eyes brightened. This seemed to be a good sign. The earth domain allows you to control the earth. It can be used to attack and defend. Of course, you can also use the earth element in the air, but it will be weaker than on the ground. As for the wind domain, you can use it at any time. You can form wind blades in your domain, which is similar to the fire element. In addition, the wind domain can form wind walls to defend against attacks. An expert can even create 6 strong gales in the domain to obstruct the enemy's movement. Lan Xan explained to Yi Xian. Since she was of the wind element, she knew more about the wind element. The wind domain is so powerful. Yi Xian was shocked. The earth domain could only be used on the ground, but the wind domain could be used at any time. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You can control anything with your element. Of course, the domain is only one of the strengths. The most important thing is the profound. If you comprehend the wind blade profound, the wind blades in your wind domain will be very powerful. Lan Xan added. If you become a void god realm king, wouldn't that mean? Yi Xian frowned slightly. That's right. If I break through to the void god realm, my strength will be stronger than ordinary people. After all, I have comprehended the wings of the wind and the wind blades. Lan Xan nodded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian asked more questions about profound meanings and domains. They chatted as they flew. The difference between peak Nihility God Realm and Nihility God Realm Kings was too great. Even 10 peak Nihility gods would not be able to defeat one Nihility God Realm King. Of course, geniuses were an exception. If geniuses like Yi Xian and Lan Xian reached the peak of the Nihility God Realm, they might be able to fight Nihility God Realm Kings. Lan Xian might, but Yi Xian definitely could. However, on the first night that Yi Xian and Lan Xian entered the depths of the great wilderness, they finally encountered a human. Rumble. What they saw now was a battle between a human and 4 demons. Is that someone from the Warlord Palace? Yi Xian could not help but ask. After Lan Xian saw clearly, she nodded and said, "That's my cousin. He is from the first team to enter the great wilderness." Cousin? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Since that was the case, there should not be any problems. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them rapidly flew over. Lan Xian took the lead and prepared to go and help. When the human youth saw Lan Xian, his despairing eyes suddenly lit up. He saw hope. He was also at the peak of the Nihility God Realm. It was already very good for him to fight 1 against 4. If Lan Xian could help him share some of the pressure, he might be able to fight. There are more people. The youth saw Yi Xian behind Lan Xian and his eyes lit up. Oh no, reinforcements are here. Transform. The 2 peak Nihility God Realm experts' faces darkened as they transformed into their true forms. When Lan Xian arrived, they had already transformed into 2 sky dragons. Both of them were of the fire attribute. Lan Xian, hold one of them back. The youth shouted. All right. Lan Xian immediately attacked one of the sky dragons. Although the demon tribe could cultivate, they could only use their ultimacy when they were in their human form. After they transformed into their true forms, they relied on their physique to fight. Their speed and attacks were greatly enhanced. Lan Xian had transformed into 85% of the Nihility God realm. Although she was very powerful, she still felt some pressure when facing a peak Nihility God realm sky dragon. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had also arrived. Dragon-slaying sword of the Eight Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian immediately attacked the other sky dragon. This sky dragon relied on its strong physique and was not afraid of Yi Xian's attack. It immediately charged forward. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian showed him why the flowers were so red. The Beast God Bloodline, Sword God Bloodline, Ultimacy, and Dragon-slaying Sword of the Eight Desolation gave Yi Xian the ability to break through his opponent's defense. Not only that, he could also severely injure his opponent. Bang! The red sky dragon overestimated itself and used its claws to block Yi Xian's judgment. However, its claws were broken. Roar! The red sky dragon roared to the sky and spat out a scorching dragon breath at Yi Xian. This demon was at the peak Nihility God realm. Even a Void God realm king would be burned to ashes if he was hit by the dragon breath. I was waiting for this move of yours. Sword of the Eight Desolation. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he slashed with his sword with all his might. Swoosh! This slash was very fast. In an instant, it split into 8 parts and then merged back into one. Its power was multiplied. This slash directly split the dragon breath into 2 and entered the dragon's head. Swish! A series of crisp sounds rang out. Half of the red sky dragon's head and a part of its body were chopped off. Dead! What? Seeing this, the young man and the other 3 demons were shocked. What kind of attack was this? After the demons transformed, they relied on their physique to fight. How could such a strong physique be killed in an instant? Was this person a Void God realm king? Under the shocked gazes of these people, Yi Xian rushed to the side of the dragon corpse and found the universe ring. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 85 points. Although Yi Xian had only recovered a little of his true qi when he heard the notification, he was filled with endless fighting spirit. As long as he killed these people, he might be able to reach 90% void transformation. Girl, go and help. I will deal with him. Yi Xian shouted to Lan Xian. Although Lan Xian was very angry to be called a girl, she did as she was told. She rushed towards the young man. Dragon-slaying sword of the Eight Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. Dragon-slaying sword of the Eight Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. Dragon-slaying sword of the Eight Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. After a series of dragon's rulings, the red heavenly dragon was instantly heavily injured. Chapter 633. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Empty God Realm Sovereign. Although the physique of the monster race would be greatly enhanced if they transformed into their original form, it was useless against Yi Xian. In less than 2 seconds, the Sky Dragon, who was at the peak of the Empty God Realm, was killed by Yi Xian. Ding! The host's Empty God Realm level has increased to 88 points. The system notification rang in Lin Fan's head. 2 sky dragons had been killed by Yi Xian in an instant. His strength had shocked everyone present. When the last 2 monster race members saw the corpse of their companion, they immediately wanted to retreat. However, they couldn't leave just because they wanted to. The 2 Empty God Realm monsters were unable to transform into their original form. Once they transformed, they would be killed by Yi Xian in an instant without the protection of their companions. In a 3 versus 2 situation, the 2 monster race members were surrounded and killed in less than 5 rounds. The universe ring fell into Lan Xian's hands. After all, Yi Xian had agreed to split the spoils equally with her. Cousin, are you okay? After the 4 Empty God Realm monsters died, Lan Xian could not help but ask. I'm fine. I just used too much of my vital energy. The young man took a deep breath and shook his head. He was from the Lan family of the Warlord Hall. His name was Blue Pool. Although he was at the peak of the Empty God Realm, he was more than 35 years old. Hence, he was not considered a genius. Cousin, didn't you enter the vast wilderness with my sister? Why are you here? Did you get separated? Lan Xan asked anxiously. Yes. The three Warlord Hall's teams entered together and started to fight their way through. However, we were ambushed by the monster race experts 2 days ago. We were separated. Bluepool shook his head. What? Ambush? When Yi Xian and Lan Xian heard this, they were in awe. The team formed by the three Warlord Halls had been ambushed. Before Lan Xian could speak, Yi Xian asked, "Where are Ice Lady and Flame Emperor?" Although Bluepool didn't know who Yi Xian was or why Yi Xian would suddenly ask about the two of them, he still replied, "After we were ambushed, we split up and fled. However, I did see Lan Yu bring the two of them out of the encirclement. However, I also saw 2 Void God Realm Kings chasing after them. Moreover, the Flame Emperor seemed to be severely injured. 2 kings of the Void God Realm. The Flame Emperor was heavily injured." These 2 pieces of news were bad news for Yi Xian and bad news for Lan Xian. "Cousin, what should we do now?" Lan Xian was worried about Lan Yu and asked anxiously. "After I escaped, I was chased all the way here by a few demon clan members. Right now, the other demon clan members should be chasing after the geniuses of the 3 king palaces as well. If we were to look around, we might be able to meet some of them." Bluepool said. "Then let's start searching in groups of 3. We're not weak. Even if we encounter a Void God Realm King, we'll be able to put up a fight." Lan Xian said. "All right." Bluepool nodded. He knew Lan Xian's strength. Now that he had seen Yi Xian's strength, the 3 of them were indeed able to fight against a Void God Realm King. "Oh right, these 2 are for you. They're not of much use to me now." Lan Xian tossed the 2 yin and yang rings over. Yi Xian didn't hesitate. He caught the yin and yang rings and devoured everything inside. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. Currently at 90 points. His cultivation level had increased once again. Even though Yi Xian tried his best to suppress it, Bluepool still noticed it. Bluepool couldn't understand why Yi Xian's cultivation level had suddenly increased. "Cousin, don't worry about it. Let's go." Lan Xian dragged Bluepool away while Yi Xian followed behind. Before Yi Xian had broken through, he was already able to kill a peak Void God Realm Demon Clan expert. Now that he had broken through, he was unrivaled in the Void God Realm. The 3 of them had a much higher chance of survival. Bluepool left half-heartedly. However, they hadn't even taken 2 steps when 2 people flew towards them. Are they demons or humans? Bluepool widened his eyes. Yi Xian was also on high alert. Even if there was only one of them, they couldn't be careless because they could be Void God Realm Kings. When Bluepool saw the faces of the 2 figures, his body trembled violently. When Yi Xian and Lan Xian saw them, they instantly understood. Demons. These 2 were from the Demon Clan. "Be careful, they're Void God Realm Kings," Bluepool exclaimed. "What?" Yi Xian and Lan Xian were both stunned. Were there really Void God Realm Kings? It was 1. 2 of them. Both of them. "Be careful," Bluepool added. When they were ambushed previously, Bluepool had seen these 2 Void God Realm Kings from the Demon Clan. Hence, he recognized them on the spot. Both of them. Yi Xian's and Lan Xian's expressions had already sunk to the bottom. It was fine if there was only 1 Void God Realm King, but now there were 2 of them. They were in trouble. "Cousin, hurry up and give me your yin and yang rings." Lan Xian hurriedly rushed to Bluepool's side. As she spoke, she wanted to snatch his yin and yang rings. "What?" Bluepool obviously didn't react in time. However, Lan Xian was his family, so he didn't stop her. Right now, perhaps Lan Xian would have a solution. However, What Blue Pool didn't expect was that after Lan Xian took his yin and yang rings, she directly threw them to Yi Xian. At the same time, she threw her own yin and yang rings. This little girl's reaction is quite fast. Yi Xian also understood. He hurriedly caught the two yin and yang rings and scanned them. F***ck, what kind of wealth is this? Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 95 points. His realm instantly soared by 5 levels. Yi Xian's aura surged. In the next moment, his eyes turned pitch black. Be careful! Yi Xian shouted. 8 Desolation Spirit, appear. He summoned the 8 Desolation Spirit and quickly flew away. This time, he wanted to fight one Void God Realm King alone. As for the other Void God Realm King, he could only leave it to Lan Xian and Blue Pool. Although he was the king on the ground, if he flew down, what if the Void God Realm Kings of the 2 demon clans killed Lan Xian and Blue Pool first? Therefore, he couldn't go too far. He had to attract the attention of one of them. TSK, TSK, TSK. We've met 3 more human geniuses. One of them even has the rare wind attribute. Die! A blue-clothed demon clan expert sneered. He directly activated his domain and used his true chi to manipulate the water element in the heaven and earth yuan chi. He condensed a water dragon and charged towards Lan Xian and Blue Pool. Ordinary Void God Realm experts could expand their domains to 10,000 meters. Lan Xian and Blue Pool happened to be within 10,000 meters. As for the other red-clothed Void God Realm King, he condensed a fire dragon and charged towards Yi Xian. Chapter 634. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Crisis, just in time. Yi Xian's expression was solemn as he slashed at the fire dragon. Although the heavens-shattering slash was stronger than the wind dragon slash due to the combination of the 8 layers of the earth pulse, his opponent's fire element happened to counter his earth element. Therefore, he could only use the wind element to fight. Wind dragon slash. Yi Xian wielded the azure light sword and slashed out. Bang! The wind dragon slash and the fire dragon collided. In that instant, there were 8 violent vibrations. 8 layers of the earth pulse. This is... The Void God Realm King raised his eyebrows as he suddenly thought of something. He exclaimed, the earth pulse. The earth pulse was an earth element ultimacy. Yi Xian could use green chi. Didn't this mean that Yi Xian had 2 Void God spirits? The twin fruit. The Void God Realm King instantly thought of this and exclaimed in surprise. What? The twin fruit? The other demon race expert was also shocked. A twin fruit had appeared in the vast wilderness hundreds of years ago. However, this twin fruit was damaged in the battle between the humans and the demon clan. No, the interspatial ring that contained the twin fruit had been damaged, so no one knew where it had gone. However, now, a human genius had appeared who had consumed the twin fruit. Therefore, Yi Xian had become a thorn in their side. They had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Good boy, you're a dual cultivator of wind and earth. You must die. The red-robed demon race expert roared and attacked with all his might. He instantly formed 2 fire dragons. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He could barely resist 1 fire dragon. Now that there were 2 more, it would be difficult. However, he still had the 8 Desolation Sword. Boom! The 8 Desolation Giant Spirit was swallowed by the fire dragons. However, in the next moment, there was a huge tremor inside the fire dragons. 8 sharp blades shot out of the fire dragons and destroyed one of them. You're not bad. The red-robed demon race expert squinted his eyes and formed another fire dragon. However, this time, Yi Xian wasn't so relaxed. After the fire dragons appeared, the red-robed demon race expert began to ignite the inextinguishable flames around Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly dodged. Inextinguishable raging flames were extremely difficult to deal with. If one was not careful and was ignited, it would be very difficult to extinguish them. The water attribute was fine, but Yi Xian had the earth and wind attributes. If he was lit up, he could only cut off the entire body. Yi Xian was inextinguishable realm expert. And Lan Lan was the demon race expert translations. Was Lan Lan. Lan Lan Lan. However, the Void God Realm King on their side was of the water attribute. The attack power of the water dragon was not strong, so it was easier to deal with it. Damn it, I actually met two Nihility God Realm Kings at the same time. Damn it. Yi Xian's expression was extremely ugly. If it was only a Void God Realm King, the three of them might be able to kill him if they worked together. However, the two Void God Realm Kings were forced to separate. The pressure was immense. Although Lan Xian and Blue Pool seemed to be able to handle it, that Void God Realm King clearly hadn't used his full strength yet. Moreover, Blue Pool had been pursued all this while and didn't have much true chi left. Therefore, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly rushed towards the land. He had consumed the twin fruits and possessed two attributes. His threat to the demons was far greater than Lan Xian and Blue Pool's. If he were to go down, then this monster would definitely follow him. Sure enough, when he flew towards the ground, the demon clan expert decisively followed him. Ha, kid, you have comprehended the profound of Earth's pulse and profound of strength, and now you want to go to the continent? Could it be that you also have the profound of Earth traversing art? The red-robed Yao laughed loudly. Comprehending one ultimacy would allow one to break through to the empty god realm. However, many people could not comprehend a second ultimacy. Yi Xian already had the throbbing pulse of the world, the pulsating guard, and the profound truths of strength. Therefore, this demon race expert did not believe that Yi Xian could use world walking. However, he guessed wrong. Yi Xian did know the world walking art. If he went to the continent, his speed would increase explosively. However, this was his trump card. If he revealed it now, his opponent would definitely be on guard. I have to be a coward. I have to find the right opportunity to suddenly explode and kill him in one strike. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he had already landed on the ground. His speed had indeed increased significantly. After all, he still had 3 agility advancements. Bang! 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 The sound of vital energies colliding was deafening. Although Yi Xian wanted to quickly finish off this demon clan expert, his opponent was an empty god realm expert after all. It was not that easy to deal with him. If he wanted to win, he had to endure. Ha ha ha, kid, if this is all you have, then you should just die. The red-robed demon clan expert suddenly laughed after exchanging 30 blows with Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed. His opponent was about to make a move. From the start, his opponent had been using his domain to attack while his original body stood there quietly. Now that his original body was about to make a move, the pressure on Yi Xian instantly doubled. Wind Dragon Slash. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He was already prepared to escape. If he used the world walking art, his speed would be faster than this red-robed demon clan expert. When the time came, as long as he called Lan Xian and Blue Pool down, he would be able to drag them along and escape. Perhaps he would still have a chance of survival. However, at this moment. Ding! Host has comprehended the wings of the wind profound. What? Just as Yi Xian was about to escape, the system suddenly flashed a notification. Wings of the wind. Profound? Immediately, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Only now did he remember that he had been using the meteor movement technique and not the martial dragon movement technique since he had landed. Ha, you're dead meat. Yi Xian's aura surged. In an instant, he used the wings of the wind he had just comprehended, which was the wind profound acceleration profound, on his 8 sharp blades. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the wind rang out. After the wind profound acceleration was added, the speed of the 8 sharp blades at least doubled. Wind profound acceleration profound. Earth pulse 8 layers. The combination of these two profound intents made the 8 sharp blades look like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. In the blink of an eye, they destroyed the 3 fire dragons and swept towards the red-robed elder. What? The red-robed demon clan expert didn't expect Yi Xian to comprehend the wind profound acceleration at this critical moment. Was he a freaking monster? This is my protagonist aura. Go to hell. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He controlled the 8 sharp blades and stabbed towards the red-robed demon clan expert from 8 different angles. The first layer of the 8 barren wind formation relied on cutting, while the second layer relied on stabbing. At the same time, the second layer's speed was much faster than the first. Chapter 635. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Void God Realm King? / Bang! 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 The red-robed demon's expression finally changed. He continued to gather inextinguishable flames to block the 8 sharp blades while attacking and dodging at the same time. Now, he had stopped attacking and was on the defensive. Attack? What a joke. The 8 sharp blades were enough for him. How could he attack? However, just because he did not attack did not mean that Yi Xian would not attack. Wind Dragon Slash. An attack that contained the wings of the wind and the 8-layered earth pulse swept towards the red-robed demon. The wings of the wind was very useful as it could increase one's attack speed. Yi Xian was already very strong. Now that he had the wings of the wind, his speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Wind Dragon Slash was already in front of the red-robed demon. Not good. The red-robed demon's expression changed drastically. This was the most unique expression he had ever shown since he appeared. The wrinkles on his face seemed to be twisting together. The 8 sharp blades were already difficult enough to deal with. Now, Yi Xian's attack was going to kill him. The red-robed Yao raised his sword in front of him and took the blow head-on. Bang! He was sent flying. His hands were numb and trembling from the impact. At the same time, the 8 sharp blades attacked mercilessly. Bang! There was a muffled sound as one of the sharp blades pierced the red-robed demon's shoulder. Before he could react, his shoulder was petrified and shattered by the 8-layered earth pulse. He was finally injured. However, this was not the end. There were still 7 sharp blades. Clang! 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 The red-robed demon used all his strength to deflect 3 of the sharp blades. However, he was still stabbed by the remaining 4 blades. 3 more holes appeared on his body. This time, I'll take your life. Yi Xian widened his eyes and sent another Wind Dragon Slash at the red-robed demon. If I die, you will die too. The red-robed demon knew that he was going to die. Therefore, he expended a large amount of true qi and used the fire elemental Yuan qi. Then, an inextinguishable flame lit up under Yi Xian's feet. Die! The last Wind Dragon Slash was sent out. At the same time, Yi Xian's feet started burning as well. The red-robed Yao revealed a faint smile because his profound was the inextinguishable raging flame, which could burn all things into ashes. Yi Xian's legs were lit on fire, making it extremely difficult to extinguish. Even if his legs were chopped off, they would be burned to ashes by the inextinguishable flames and could not be reattached. Although they could fly now, their legs would come in handy at times. Swish! Under the cover of the 8 sharp blades, the Wind Dragon Slash directly hit the red-robed demon, cutting him in half in an instant. At this moment, the inextinguishable flames on Yi Xian's body had already spread to his knees. The undying inferno of a Void God Realm King was no joke. Not good. Yi Xian's face was ashen. He hurriedly swung his sword and cut through the thigh, cutting off both legs. Huff huff. By the time Yi Xian flew away with his qi, his 2 thighs had already been burned to ashes. That was close. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This was the effect of the protagonist's halo. Fortunately, his opponent didn't set fire to his crotch. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Hiss hiss. The sacred tree of life took effect. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's legs were restored. When the blue-robed demon and Blue Pool saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Their first reaction was that Yi Xian had 3 void god spirits. Wood, wind, and earth attributes. They had never even heard of a dual attribute genius. But now, a triple attribute genius had appeared. If Yi Xian was allowed to grow, he would definitely be a great threat. Even if we die, we must kill him. The blue-robed demon widened his eyes. He ignored Lan Xian and Blue Pool, who were retreating, and dashed towards Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian had already obtained the red-robed demon's universe ring. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased to 100. Ding! The host has reached the limit and is unable to continue devouring. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment when 2 notifications sounded out in a row. There was actually a requirement to break through from the Void God realm to the Void God realm. The corpse of a Void God level Void God beast. Degree of completeness, 90%. I don't care anymore. I'll kill you first. Yi Xian widened his eyes and controlled the 8 sharp blades to charge at the blue-robed Yao. So fast. Earlier, when he was fighting with Lan Xian and Blue Pool, the blue-clothed demon had actually also been paying attention to Yi Xian. However, the 2 parties were very far apart at that time, so he felt that Yi Xian's attack wasn't very fast. But now, after experiencing it for himself, he knew that it was going to explode soon. Xiao! 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 Streaks of light swept over. The blue-robed demon quickly defended himself, but at this moment, Yi Xian had already used the wind wing's profound meaning and swept over. Wind Dragon Slash. Yi Xian, who had a pair of green wings on his back, swept over rapidly. At the same time, he slashed down with the green light sword in his hand. Before the blue-robed demon could attack, he was already on the defensive. Now that he was facing Yi Xian's slash, he hurriedly formed walls of water. However, the defense of the water element was the weakest among the 5 elements. It couldn't block this slash at all. Bang! The blue-robed demon was sent flying. In the next moment, he was punished by the 8 sharp blades. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Several bloody holes appeared on the blue-robed demon's body. Then, he was chopped into 2 by Yi Xian's Wind Dragon Slash. The second Void God Realm King was dead. Yi Xian and the other 2 had successfully killed the demon. No, it should be said that Yi Xian had single-handedly turned the situation around. This, Blue Pool and Lan Xian were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This time, they were already prepared to die. However, the situation had taken a turn for the better. Yi Xian had single-handedly killed 2 Void God Realm Kings. This was shocking news. One had to know that even the number 1 genius of Battle King Palace, Lan Yu, couldn't kill Void God Realm Kings when she was at peak Void God Realm. She only had the ability to fight. However, Yi Xian was able to kill Void God Realm Kings. Moreover, they were Void God Realm Kings of the demon race. This was enough to prove that his talent was even more terrifying than Lan Yu's. Yi Xian hurriedly took the blue-robed demon's yin and yang ring and checked it. However, he didn't find any Void God Realm Kings' corpses. It was a pity that these 2 Void God Realm Kings hadn't died in their original form. Otherwise, their corpses could be used for other Void God Realm Kings to study, just like the Sky Dragon's corpse from before. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the Sky Dragon's corpse in the 9th Branch Palace. However, although the Sky Dragon's corpse was at Void God Realm King level, it wasn't complete. Not to mention that it was missing a Saint Beast's soul, it was also missing a Sky Dragon's heart. It was definitely less than 90% complete. Therefore, he had to get the corpse himself. Chapter 636. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Beast King Palace. I'll return these items to you. Yi Xian suddenly poured some of the items back into Lan Xian and Blupul's Qian Kun rings. In the beginning, he had devoured Lan Xian and Blupul's Qian Kun rings in order to survive. Now, he was returning the items to them. Lan Xian and Blupul took the Qian Kun rings in a daze. Yi Xian, you, Lan Xian was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She knew that Yi Xian was very talented, but she didn't expect him to be so talented. He had just comprehended the ground travel skill and now he had comprehended the wind acceleration skill. He had even killed 2 empty God Realm Kings. In fact, Yi Xian didn't expect himself to be able to do it either. He had wanted to escape with the 2 of them. With his body constitution, he might be able to escape from the 2 empty God Realm Kings. However, after he comprehended the wind acceleration skill, he didn't need to escape anymore. I didn't expect to meet a genius who's even more talented than Lan Yu. It seems that our trip isn't in vain. Blupul said enviously. He and Yi Xian were both peak empty God Realm Kings. If he were to face the empty God Realm Kings alone, he would probably die a horrible death. However, Yi Xian could kill empty God Realm Kings. This was the difference between them. After a while, Lan Xian finally calmed down. Yi Xian had already given her quite a shock. She didn't mind another one. Luckily, these 2 empty God Realm Kings were only level 1 kings. If they were level 2 kings or had 2 ultimacies, we would be dead meat. Lan Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Level 2 kings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this. Lan Xian explained, empty God Realm Kings rely on their territories and ultimacies. A level 1 king's territory can cover 10,000 meters. A level 9 king's territory can cover 90,000 meters. The bigger the territory, the greater the increase. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. If that red-clothed demon had been a level 2 dominator, his domain of 20,000 meters wouldn't have been a big deal, but his inextinguishable inferno would have been much stronger. Fortunately, the other party was only a level 1 king. Even so, he had almost burned Yi Xian's lower body to ashes. If the other party had been a level 2 king at that time, it was unknown if Yi Xian would have survived. Perhaps he would have been burned to ashes by now. My father is a peak-tier king, which is equivalent to a 9th grade king. His domain can reach up to 90,000 meters. It's too frightening. Yi Xian shuddered inwardly. A 9th grade king and an 8th grade king had a difference of 10,000 meters. This was a huge gap. Even if a grade 8 king's domain had multiple profound meanings, if the distance between the domains was not enough, they would be exhausted to death by a grade 9 king. Of course, if he had the wings of the wind or the earth traversing technique, he would be able to catch up with them easily. I have 2 void god spirits now. If I break through to the void god realm, can the 2 territories be stacked? Yi Xian suddenly asked. This, Lan Xian and Blupul looked at each other and shook their heads. The twin fruit is a legend. The last twin fruit appeared in the wasteland, but no one got it in the end. Therefore, I don't know if your wind and earth territories can be stacked. I hope it can be stacked. If that's the case, it will be extremely powerful. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The earth territory was nothing, but the wind territory was not bad. Even if he had not comprehended the wind blade profound, he could still form wind blades within his territory to attack his enemies. It was just that the power would not be as strong. However, with the wind acceleration profound, the wind blades would be fast and would be a huge problem for his enemies. Alright, since Brother Yi Xian has the ability to kill Void God Realm Kings, we will be much safer. Let's continue to search. It would be best if we can find our own people. Blupul said. Alright. Yi Xian nodded. In the depths of the wasteland, other than the beast race, there were also some void god realm void god beasts. If he could obtain one, he would be able to break through to the void god realm king realm. The three of them began to fly through the clouds again. Although they did not see any void god realm kings, they did see many peak void god realm beasts. Of course, these beasts were all killed by Yi Xian. It was a pity that Yi Xian was currently stuck at the peak void god realm. Without the corpse of a void god realm void god beast, he would not be able to advance any further. Therefore, while looking for other humans, he also had to look for void god beasts. At dawn the next day, the three of them finally found a second human. The sounds of battle from afar attracted the attention of Yi Xian and the other two. They descended and saw two void god realm kings of the beast race besieging a man. They are from the Beast King Palace. They are level 1 kings. Bluepool recognized them. Immediately, they rushed over. Boom! 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 The three of them caused quite a commotion, and there were occasional explosions in the air. The man from the Beast King Palace was of the fire attribute. What he had comprehended was not the inextinguishable flames but the flame clone. At this moment, the flame clone was wielding a flame longsword and slashing continuously. However, the two void god realm kings of the beast race were of the fire attribute and the other was of the water attribute. Both of them countered the man's fire attribute. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage. Humans? The man glanced around and saw Yi Xian and the other two charging towards him. He started to see hope, but when he saw that the three of them did not have a domain and were only ordinary void god realm kings, he felt helpless. However, this would help him share some of the pressure. Yi Xian had comprehended the wind acceleration ultimacy and was much faster than Lan Xian. He instantly flew over and raised his hand to slash at one of the beast race members. 8 Desolation Sword Technique, Sword Breaking 8 Desolation. Swish! The wind acceleration ultimacy and the strength ultimacy made this attack faster than the beast race member could react. See Law. This beast race member who was a threat to the man was directly killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body fell from the sky, shocking the remaining beast race member and the man from the Beast King Palace. What? The two of them were shocked. A peak void god realm king without a domain had killed a void god realm king in one hit? So powerful. Is this another secret weapon of the Battle King Palace? The man widened his eyes. However, he did not think much and directly used his trump card. Roar! Suddenly, the shadow of a golden lion appeared behind the man. Following which, the man's aura instantly increased as he charged towards the remaining beast race member. The Beast King Palace was similar to the beast race, but they were fundamentally different. The Beast King Palace cultivated martial arts similar to the demonic god chapter and could increase their strength. Moreover, different animals could increase their strength in different ways. Chapter 637. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Elder Shinto. It was different for the monster race. Most of the monster race were heavenly dragons. However, they needed time to transform. The monster race elder's face darkened when he saw the man who had suddenly attacked. He hurriedly gathered his inextinguishable flames to block the man's path. However, he had forgotten that the man had reinforcements now. Swoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The monster race elder turned around and saw 8 sharp blades flying towards him. Boom! 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 Although the monster race elder blocked a few of the blades, he could not block all of them. He writhed in pain as if he had been shot. Blood splattered everywhere. Just as the old man from the demon clan was captivated by the 8 layers of the earth pulse, Yi Xian had already arrived by his side. Wind Dragon Slash. Rip! A head flew into the air. Then, Yi Xian quickly kept the universe ring. The battle was over. The man looked at Yi Xian in shock. At the same time, Blue Pool and Lan Xian arrived. We are from the Warlord Palace. Brother, have you seen anyone else? Blue Pool asked. The man had some influence on Blue Pool. After Blue Pool's reminder, he raised his eyebrows and said, yes. When I was running for my life, I saw some monsters chasing after others. However, they were too far away and I couldn't see who they were. There's no time to lose. Let's go and help them, Yi Xian said hurriedly. All right. The man did not ask any more questions. Saving people was more important. Their team was made up of the elites of the 3 warlord palaces. If they were all killed, the 3 warlord palaces would not be able to recover for decades. The man led the way based on his memory. Yi Xian and the other 2 followed closely behind him. They started to search. After an hour, they really found the human who was being attacked by the 3 Void God Realm Kings. It's Elder Shintu. The man finally recognized him. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, those 3 monsters seem to be Grade 2 sovereigns, Grade 2 sovereigns. And there were 3 of them. This meant that Lan Xian and Blue Pool could not join the battle. The only people who could help were Yi Xian and this man. Don't worry about me. Go! Elder Shintu, shouted when he saw the 4 of them. If not for the fact that his cultivation level was higher than the other parties, he would have been killed by the 3 demon clan experts. The Elder Shintu, Elder Shintu, translations. Shintu, little brother, are you confident? The man's face darkened. Yi Xian directly shattered the Bahuang sword and formed a Bahuang spirit. He said, Big brother Cui, you have a fire clone. If the 4 of us join hands, it shouldn't be a problem to hold back one person. Shintu, it. If he could hold one of them back, then the pressure on Elder Shintu would lessen. He might even be able to turn the tables. But don't forget, demons can transform into their true forms. Alright, since that's the case, let's join hands and attack. The man didn't hesitate at all and directly used his trump card. Another phantom of a golden lion appeared and rushed forward. As for Yi Xian, he immediately put away the 8 Wastelands giant spirit. His current innate chi was full, so if he used the sword slashing 8 Wastelands, its power would be extremely strong. However, his opponent was a level 2 dominator, so his attack wouldn't be so easy to hit. Yi Xian and the man dashed over, while Lan Xian and Blue Pool hid in the clouds tens of thousands of meters away. Damn it, why aren't they leaving? Elder Shintu's face darkened. He was already a few decades old, but he was still only a Grade 3 king. On the other hand, the man was already a Grade 1 king before he was even 40 years old. If the man was given a few more decades, he could definitely break through to become a Grade 4 or 5 king. Therefore, he felt that there was no need to risk his life for him. But in the next moment, he realized that he was wrong. Yi Xian and the man joined hands and actually managed to hold back a Grade 2 dominator. Good lad, are you a genius from the 3 royal palaces? Forget it, I'll kill you first before dealing with that old fellow. A red-clothed demon gave up on chasing Elder Shintu and turned to attack Yi Xian and the man. Previously, the man had seen Yi Xian's attack, so he knew that Yi Xian was looking for an opportunity to use it. Therefore, he and his clone kept attracting the red-clothed demon's attention. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was moving quickly, finally made his move. Swish! A wind dragon slash swept out. However, this wind dragon slash wasn't very powerful and was easily blocked by the red-clothed demon's inextinguishable inferno. Although you're of the wind attribute, you don't even have a domain. How dare you come here? The red-clothed demon chose to ignore the attack and focused his attention on the man. The man retreated and defended at the same time. It was very strenuous for him. You're underestimating me. Good. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed as he directly used his strongest attack. Sword slashing 8 wastelands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed of this attack was like a flash of lightning as it rapidly attacked the red-clothed demon. What? The red-clothed demon was stunned for a moment. Yi Xian's attack was actually constantly increasing as he continued to nurture the Bahuang sword. His 1 month was equivalent to several years of others. In addition, the Bahuang sword was an upper-grade ethereal divine weapon, so the increase was even greater. Bam! The red-clothed demon couldn't react in time and could only defend himself. The Bahuang sword slashed heavily on his ethereal divine weapon. The powerful impact actually shook the weapon out of his hand. So powerful. The red-clothed demon was scared to death. If this attack landed on him, he would definitely be split into two. Careless, he was too careless. Most importantly, he didn't have a metal domain. After the ethereal divine weapon left his hand, the man took the opportunity to attack and prevent him from catching the ethereal divine weapon. Helpless, he could only take out another ethereal divine weapon that had not been nurtured. Bahuang spirit, go. Yi Xian's Bahuang sword instantly shattered and reformed into a Bahuang spirit that was a few meters tall. It flew towards the red-clothed demon. The wind acceleration ultimacy could accelerate everything Yi Xian did. The Bahuang sword could accelerate, so could the Bahuang sword. Even the Bahuang spirit could accelerate. So fast. The red-clothed demon finally realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. At the same time, he shouted a few times to inform his other two companions. The other two demons who were battling Elder Shinto turned their heads and realized that their companion had been suppressed. Immediately, their expressions changed. They looked at each other. One of them quickly retreated and transformed. Chapter 638. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Shinto Lai. Although Elder Shinto's opponent was a level lower than him, it was not a problem for him to delay him for a second. Hence, he could only watch as a heavenly dragon emerged from the demon expert's body. Go! The red-robed demon shouted. It turned out that they did not transform to fight, but to retreat. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian had recovered a third of his qi. He used the 8 desolation slash on the heavenly dragon that had just transformed. Whoosh! Boom! He had successfully knocked the red-robed demon's weapon away because of his sneak attack. Now that the demon was on guard, it was impossible to hit him. Stop chasing! Elder Shinto suddenly shouted. Yi Xian and the man paused for a moment as they watched the 3 demon clan members leave. I don't have much qi left. I'm at the end of my rope. If we continue chasing, we'll all die. Let's go. Elder Shinto hurriedly flew towards Yi Xian and the man, then quickly left the area. The 5 of them hurried on without stopping for a while, and then hid in a white cloud. Elder Shinto's complexion was much better after this period of recovery. He looked at Yi Xian and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help." "This old man thanks you." "You're too kind, Elder Shinto," Yi Xian said with a smile. Although the 3 demons had escaped, it was already good enough that they had managed to save a level 3 overlord. There were dangers everywhere in the vast wilderness. With a level 3 overlord in the team, their chances of survival were many times higher. At this moment, Elder Shinto's gaze suddenly locked onto Yi Xian's face. After a pause, he suddenly asked, "What's your name, little brother?" "My name is Yi Xian." Yi Xian replied casually. However, this answer greatly shocked Elder Shinto. "Little brother, can I have a word with you?" Elder Shinto suddenly flew away from the team. Yi Xian followed him in surprise. Elder Shinto flew 1,000 meters away with Yi Xian. Then, he asked in shock, "Yi Xian, may I know who Yi Chong is to you?" Boom! This question caused Yi Xian to be stunned on the spot. Elder Shinto actually knew Yi Chong. His eyes widened as he looked at this Elder Shinto. A name suddenly flashed through his mind. Shinto Lai. Shinto Lai was the city lord of the #1 main city in the Heavenly Water continent. No, it should be said that he was once the city lord. He was the one who gave the position of city lord to Lin Wenyue and left the heavenly water continent with Yi Chong. Could it be that elder Shintu? Yi Chong is my father. Yi Xian replied honestly. As expected. Shintu Lai revealed an expression of sudden realization and said, I am called Shintu Lai. I was originally the city lord of Heavenly Water Continent's #1 main city. Later on, I followed your father to Blood Cliff Continent. I thought you looked familiar just now. So you really are his son. After hearing the name Shintu Lai, Yi Xian revealed a strange expression. When Shintu Lai left the Heavenly Water Continent, he was only in the physical strength realm. He probably did not even have the strength of 10 dragons. Now, he had already broken through to the rank 3 Void God realm. However, this could not be helped. There were probably many geniuses in the Heavenly Water Continent. However, there was a lack of yuan qi and poor cultivation resources, so they were buried. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Shintu Lai continued, back then, your father brought me to the Imperial Hall. After the Imperial Hall split, I joined the Beast King Hall. I never thought that you would grow to this extent in a dozen years. Elder Shintu, is my father doing well? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. He knew too little about Yi Chong. He only knew that Yi Chong was constantly trying to break through the Sword God Palace. Shintu Lai shook his head, not very well. Every time he tried to break through the Sword God Palace, he would end up in failure. Furthermore, he would be seriously injured every time. If not for the Palace Master of the Sword God Palace using rejuvenation to heal him, he would have died long ago. Yi Xian understood that the Palace Master of the Sword God Palace that Shintu Lai mentioned should be the Hall Master of the Battle King Hall. He never thought that the Hall Master would have the rare wood attribute physique and had comprehended the second level of the rejuvenation. Yi Xian was very grateful to this person. However, it was not the time to worry about this. It was still unknown whether they would be able to leave the vast wilderness. By the way, Elder Shintu, do you have the corpse of a Void God beast? I want the corpse of a Void God realm king. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. What do you want it for? Shintu Lai asked in surprise. He added, I don't have it on me. However, when I was escaping, I saw a Void God realm king level Void God beast. My breakthrough is different from others. As long as I can obtain a Void God Realm King level Void God Beast corpse, I will be able to break through to the Void God Realm King level. Yi Xian said solemnly. Although he did not understand what Yi Xian meant, Shintu Lai nodded his head, all right, follow me. Yi Xian already possessed such strength before reaching the Void God Realm King level. If he was allowed to break through, his battle prowess would increase greatly. Shintu Lai immediately led Yi Xian and the other 3 to search for the beast according to their memories. The Void God Realm King level Void God beast he was talking about was nearby. Very soon, they found it. It was a sky dragon, but it was not from the demon clan. Most of the demon clan were sky dragons. Therefore, they would be merciful to their own clan and would not capture or kill them. Now, it was Yi Xian who was benefiting from this. Elder Shintu, I will do it myself. Yi Xian said to Shintu Lai as he dove down. The wind acceleration allowed him to move as fast as lightning. 8 Desolation Swordsmanship, 8 Desolation Swordsmanship. The sky dragon, who had just discovered Yi Xian, suddenly turned its head and saw a dazzling cold light shooting towards it. Just as it was about to dodge, its head was instantly chopped off. Dead. One strike to kill a Void God Realm King level Void God Beast. Such strength could only be called monstrous. A corpse. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide as he quickly flew over and kept the corpse. In the next moment, a pleasant notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has broken through to the Void God Realm King level. Host is currently a level 1 king. Finally, he had broken through to the Void God Realm King level. Whoosh! His domain instantly expanded to a radius of 10,000 meters. Is this the Earth domain? Yi Xian squinted his eyes as he glanced to the side. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground suddenly began to tremble. Following that, a stone tablet rose up. This stone tablet was actually formed from ordinary soil. However, after being refined by the earth qi, it was indestructible and could be used to block attacks. Among the 5 elements, the earth qi had the strongest defense. It could block many attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly mobilized the yuan qi of heaven and earth. He gathered the earth qi in the air and formed an earth shield in front of him. Chapter 639. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Dual Territory. This shield was formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Hence, its defensive power was weaker than the stone tablet. However, the earth territory was most effective on land. If he was in the air, he could only use it to defend himself. Within the earth territory, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted. With just a thought, he could create a cave abode. With just a thought, he could create countless spikes on the ground. It was impossible to defend against. Of course, he could also create spikes in the air. However, the earth attribute was the most scarce in the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Only on land, the earth attribute was abundant. Hence, the power of the spikes was naturally not as strong as the wind blades. Since he had just used the earth territory, it was time to use the wind territory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew around Yi Xian. Wind blades formed one after another, causing the surrounding trees and earth to be scraped to pieces. Overall, the wind territory was much more useful than the earth territory. I heard that the wind ultimacy also has the wind shackles. If I can comprehend this ultimacy, I can restrict the movements of my enemies within the territory and increase my strength. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he was most concerned about whether the territories could be stacked. Immediately, he tried to use the wind territory and earth territory at the same time. To his joy, the 2 territories could be stacked. Simply put, he could use the wind wall and earth wall to defend himself. He could also use the earth spikes and wind blades to attack. Awesome! However, what was even more satisfying was still to come. Previously, he had killed 4 void god realm kings of the demon clan. Yi Xian still kept the things in their universe rings. However, what scared Yi Xian was that the 4 interspatial rings could not help him break through. His territory had only expanded to 14,000 meters. Only a territory of 20,000 meters could be considered a grade 2 dominator. Hence, he still had some way to go. Breaking through to the next realm gave me a lot of experience. What a scam! Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Ding! Host has learned the second move of the 3rd level of the 8 Baron swordplay, Sword Shattering the Stars. The 3rd level of the 8 Desolation sword technique had a total of 3 moves. The first move was the 8 Desolation sword technique, and the second move was the Star Shattering sword. He just didn't know how powerful this move, Sword Shattering Stars, was. At this moment, Shen Tu Lai also descended with Lan Xin and the others. You actually broke through. Shen Tu Lai said in disbelief. Yes. Yi Xian nodded silently. If he had been a void god realm king at that time, those 3 demonic beasts would have been left behind. Unfortunately, he was only at the peak of the void god realm at that time. Lan Xin and the other 2 also looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Lan Xin was even more shocked. One had to know that when she and Yi Xian had just entered the Great Wasteland, Yi Xian was only at 20% virtual transformation. Even the number 1 genius of the Warlord Palace, Lan Yu, took several years to break through from the 20% void transformation stage to the Nihility God Realm King. Monster, what a monster! Good, this is really good. Dual domain, you are even more powerful than Lan Yu. Shen Tu Lai praised repeatedly. At the same time, he said to himself in his heart, in time, this child will definitely surpass his father. Yi Xian was the son of the undying sword god, Yi Chong. This matter could not be revealed. Otherwise, it would definitely attract trouble. And this trouble would definitely come from the Jiang family. Now, Yi Xian had already broken through to the Void God Realm King. If he joined forces with Shen Tu Lai, they could even kill those 3 demonic beasts from before. However, what they wanted really came to them. Before they could move, 5 figures flew over from the horizon. 3 of them were the 3 demonic beasts that had escaped earlier. They actually found people to come. They are really courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. I have more or less recovered now. Although my battle strength is weak, I can still hold back the 3 of them. Shen Tu Lai's expression became serious. Although he had the metal attribute Void God Spirit, he had comprehended the Midas touch. Previously, when he was surrounded by the 3 demonic beasts, he had relied on the 2nd level of the Midas touch to defend himself. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Kill. Yi Xian did not waste any more words. He gripped his Bahuang sword tightly and charged forward. Of the 5 demonic beasts that came this time, other than the 3 demonic beasts from before, there was another demonic beast king and a level 1 demonic beast king. Coincidentally, the man from the Beast King Hall also had an opponent. Go! Shen Tu Lai shouted and followed after him. It's that brat. You too, go and kill him first. The demonic beast in red shouted. Following which, Sky Dragon, who had transformed into his original form, joined forces with the other level 2 demonic beast king and charged towards Yi Xian. To their knowledge, Yi Xian was only at the peak of the Void God realm. He had to be killed in the cradle. However, they did not know that Yi Xian had already broken through to the Void God realm king. The 2 parties instantly clashed. Yi Xian was facing 2 level 2 demonic beast kings. One of them had already transformed into his original form. The man with the surname Chui was facing the level 1 demonic beast king alone. As for Shen Tu Lai, he was facing 2 level 2 demonic beast kings like Yi Xian. Die, brat! The red sky dragon looked at Yi Xian who was charging towards it. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a scorching dragon breath. Even Shen Tu Lai, who had comprehended the metal defense, would be severely injured by this attack. However, Yi Xian had the wind acceleration. He looked at the scorching pillar of fire and instantly dodged it. 8 Desolation Swordsmanship, Sword Shatters the Stars. Yi Xian had just learned the 2nd move of the 8 Desolation Swordsmanship's 3rd stage. It was now time to put it to good use. A sharp cold light brushed past the dragon breath and instantly entered the red sky dragon's body. Pooh! A fist-sized hole was pierced through the red sky dragon's body. However, the cold light did not penetrate through the other side of its body. In the next moment, the red sky dragon stopped spewing out its dragon breath. Its body began to break apart. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered into countless pieces. Dragon blood rained down like a heavy downpour. Sword shatters the stars. Shatter the stars. Yi Xian finally understood the meaning behind the name of this move. His instant kill of the red sky dragon caused the expressions of the other 4 goblins to change drastically. Wasn't he only at the peak of the Void God realm? How could he instantly kill a level 2 demonic beast king who had already transformed into its true form? The goblin who had come to help kill Yi Xian in his cradle was scared silly. At this moment, a strange energy suddenly enveloped him. Domain. This goblin immediately reacted. He turned around and saw that the center of this domain was actually Yi Xian. Yi Xian was already a Void God Realm demonic beast king. Retreat. This goblin had just heard about Yi Xian. Now that he had seen Yi Xian's strength with his own eyes, he had no intention of continuing the fight. He immediately turned around. Chapter 640. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Killing a Grade 2 Dominator. You think you can escape from my domain? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately formed wind blades to attack the demon. At the same time, the Bahuang sword shattered. The 8 blades were enhanced by the wind acceleration and flew towards the demon. Damn it! Disperse! This demon was also of the metal attribute. His mastery was the same as Shin Tu Lai's, which was the golden touch and metal defense. Yi Xian's wind blades could not break through his defense unless Yi Xian's domain was enhanced by the wind blade abstruse. Boom! Poof! Poof! This demon was already covered by the golden armor. The wind blades could not break through his defense. However, the Bahuang sword could. The Bahuang sword contained the 8 waves of the earth. Bang! Kacha! A sharp blade pierced the golden armor, causing it to explode in an instant. Although the demon clan expert was constantly repairing his armor, he could not withstand the simultaneous attack of 8 sharp blades. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed over with the help of the wind acceleration. Collapsing heavenly execution. 8 waves of the earth. Boom! This demon was too slow in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian slashed at the demon's armor and broke through half of the defense. If not for the fact that he was not using the Bahuang sword, this demon's metal defense would have been broken. I thought your defense was very strong. So it's just this. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Yi Xian suddenly retracted his 8 blades and reassembled the Bahuang sword. Oh no! The face of the demon clan expert who was protected by the golden armor darkened. If Yi Xian were to use that move again, he would be dead for sure. He turned serious and transformed into his original form without hesitation. However, transforming into his original form required time. Bahuang sword technique, sword shatters the stars. Yi Xian's recovered vital energy was drained again. As he stabbed with his sword, a cold light broke through the metal defense and entered the demon's body. Bang! Kacha! After a muffled sound, a series of crisp sounds rang out. This was the sound of the golden armor shattering, and the demon clan expert inside had been broken into dozens of pieces. Death! The 2 Class 2 demon kings who wanted to kill Yi Xian in the cradle were both dead. Yi Xian immediately collected their interspatial rings. When one reached the Void God realm, there wouldn't be a notification unless they had a breakthrough. However, Yi Xian could feel his domain expanding. As long as I kill the other 3, I might be able to become a grade 2 dominator. Yi Xian's eyes involuntarily shot out 2 beams of light. He had just broken through to the rank 1 king level not long ago, and now, he was about to break through again. However, it was better to kill the other 3 first. Too terrifying, retreat. The expression of the red-clothed demon that was fighting Shin Tu Lai changed greatly. This time, he was going to transform into his original form. However, Yi Xian was faster than him and joined the battle in the blink of an eye. 8 Baron Wind Formation, go! Yi Xian did not have much true qi in his body at the moment, so he could only use the 8 sharp blades and wind blades to attack and temporarily recover his true qi. However, this was enough to pose a threat to his opponent. The red-clothed demon was transforming, and his body was constantly growing. However, he was also enduring various attacks. Crushing heavenly slash. Yi Xian held a mid-grade void god weapon and slashed at the red sky dragon. Bam! The red sky dragon's body trembled as its abdomen was hit, and a large hole was blasted open. Shen Tu Lai raised his eyebrows and added a beam of golden sword qi. Boom! This beam of sword qi passed through the large hole and penetrated the red sky dragon's body. However, this was not enough to kill it. It's about time. Yi Xian estimated the true qi in his body, reassembled the 8 Baron sword, and stabbed out fiercely. Sword shattering stars. Poof! The sword qi entered the red sky dragon's body. In the next moment, the red sky dragon roared at the sky and broke into pieces. Another rain of blood fell from the sky. The 3rd grade dominator was dead. The remaining grade 2 dominator and grade 1 dominator had extremely ugly expressions. Out of the 4 grade 2 dominators, 3 had already died, while the opponent was unharmed. How could they continue fighting? Although he wanted to transform into his original form, the speed of transformation was extremely slow due to the curse. Before he could transform, he would be killed by Yi Xian and Shen Tulai. Therefore, he was doomed. Indeed, under the joint efforts of Yi Xian and Shen Tulai, the last grade 2 dominator followed in the footsteps of the previous 3 in less than 3 rounds. At the same time, the last grade 1 dominator was also killed by the man due to his heart palpitations and flaws. All 5 demons were annihilated. Yi Xian did not hesitate to put away the 2 yin and yang rings and devour them. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a grade 2 dominator. Shen Tulai's expression changed drastically as his aura surged. Yi Xian had just broken through not long ago, and now he had broken through again. Monster! No, he must be the reincarnation of a god. Shen Tulai's eyes widened. In less than 2 minutes, Yi Xian had gone from peak void god level to grade 2 dominator. Was he still human? Great, this is great. If your father knew about this, he would definitely be overjoyed, Shen Tulai said in surprise. Yi Xian's father, Yi Chong, had already attempted the sword god pagoda 1,000 times, but he had always been defeated by his brother-in-law. His heart was already filled with demonic roots, and he could go berserk at any time. Yi Xian's appearance might be able to fulfill Yi Chong's wish. This way, Yi Chong's inner demon would disappear. It was unknown whether Yi Xian could pass the sword god pagoda and enter the sword god palace. Yi Xian, you're so powerful now. It won't be long before you surpass Jiang Tianjin. Lan Xian came over. Jiang Tianjin. Hearing this name, Yi Xian became angry. Jiang Tianjin's talent was actually about the same as Battle Emperor Hall's young master, Lan Yu. However, his father was the Sword God Palace Master, which was why his improvement was so fast. Originally, Lan Yu wanted to nurture Ice Lady and Flame Emperor to fight against Jiang Tianjin. Now that Yi Xian had appeared, it would not be a problem for him to surpass Jiang Tianjin if he was given more time. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's continue searching. Shen Tulai was still worried about the others. Then, he went with Yi Xian and the others to search for the others. However, this time, they were very unlucky. They did not encounter any humans, nor did they encounter any demons. After 3 days, they found nothing. This is where we were ambushed. We have been searching for so long, but we still haven't found them. Perhaps they have already left the depths of the wasteland, Shen Tulai said as he looked at the craters on the ground. Yi Xian also looked down with a gloomy expression. After searching for so long, they still could not find the others. That meant that the others were either dead, hiding, or had left the depths of the wasteland. Chapter 641. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Important News, Elder Shen Tu, what should we do? Blue Pool asked. Let's leave the vast wilderness. We had already planned that if anything happened, we would return to our respective places and discuss countermeasures, Shen Tulai said. Shen Tulai said, perhaps, everyone has already left the great wilderness and returned to the 3 great halls. Then sister and the others. Lan Xian frowned. Previously, Blue Pool had said that the last time he saw Lan Yu, she was leaving with Ice Lady and Flame Emperor. However, there were 2 Void God Realm Kings chasing after them. Most importantly, Flame Emperor seemed to be heavily injured. He didn't know if they would be in danger. Elder Shen Tu, you all can return first. I want to search for another 2 days, Yi Xian suddenly said. What? His words made the others feel a little baffled. He had only recently joined the Battle King Palace. Why would he stay behind to search when everyone else had already left? Could it be that he knew someone from the 3 great halls? Could it be that you? Lan Xian suddenly thought of something and looked at Yi Xian in shock. Yi Xian didn't plan to hide it anymore and said, that's right. I know Ice Lady and Flame Emperor. The ice goddess you all speak of is my fiancée, Song Sui Jing. Indeed. Lan Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder Yi Xian's expression was more solemn than theirs. It turned out that this was the case. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Lan Xian asked in confusion. What's the use of saying so earlier? When I found out that they were Ice Lady and Flame Emperor, they had already entered the depths of the vast wilderness. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect Song Jeju and Song Suijing's yin-yang dual body to be so powerful. Their cultivation speed was much faster than his. This was why he didn't recognize them in a hurry. However, it was useless even if he recognized them. When he arrived at the main hall, they had already left. Since that's the case, let's search for a few more days. Shen Tulai could see that Yi Xian was very worried and suggested. 3 days. We'll search for another 3 days. If we can't find him, we'll leave, Yi Xian replied. The depths of the desolate land were extremely dangerous. Even if their team was strong, could they be stronger than the allied team of the 3 major palaces? If they continued to stay here, they would only become more and more dangerous. This would only harm Lan Xian and the others. Alright, 3 days. We'll search for her for 3 more days. If we can't find her, we'll go back. Maybe she has already returned to the Battle King Hall. Lan Xian also made her choice. She was also very anxious. After all, there was no news of her sister. Immediately, the 5 of them continued their search. However, they still did not gain anything. They did not see any humans, and the demon clan also mysteriously disappeared. They had been searching for 6 days, but they hadn't seen a single person, not even a single demon. Perhaps they had all left the depths of the desolate wasteland, so they could only leave the desolate wasteland. Yi Xian was very anxious. Although Song Suijing had the earring that he had given her, Song Suijing might have taken it off and put it in her Qian Kun ring. It could also be that she was too far away, so there was no reaction. At this moment, Yi Xian could only pray that Lan Yu had already brought the 2 of them back to the Battle King Hall. They quickly left the depths of the desolate wasteland. However, just as they were about to leave the inner area of the desolate wasteland, a few people flew towards them. It's the demon clan. Be careful. Shen Tulai hurriedly shouted. He then added, among them are the 2 grade 2 dominators who were chasing after Lan Yu and the other 2. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. They actually encountered the demon clan experts who were chasing after Lan Yu and the other 2. At this moment, the 5 demon clan experts had already flown over. TSK. Although we didn't manage to catch up with them, we encountered another group. Not bad. Old Tortoise, we meet again. The leader of the 5 demon clan experts, a bald, middle-aged man, smiled. This person had fought with Shen Tulai before. However, because Shen Tulai's defense was strong, he went to deal with the others. How many people did you kill? Shen Tulai couldn't help but ask. How many? I can't count. Although many escaped, most of them were killed by us. This time, it should be enough to severely injure the 3 battle kings, right? The bald, middle-aged man said. Humph. If it wasn't for the Sword God Palace, they would probably all be dead. A demon clan expert at the side shouted. The Sword God Palace was a powerful force in the desolate wasteland. Both parties had an agreement that all Void God Realm dominators were not allowed to leave the desolate wasteland and enter the eastern mainland. Therefore, this team of 5 had only chased to the outskirts of the desolate wasteland. They didn't leave the desolate wasteland. At this moment, Yi Xian stood up and couldn't help but ask, where are Ice Lady and Flame Emperor? Ice Lady and Flame Emperor. The bald, middle-aged man squinted his eyes and said, are you talking about the ice and fire attribute? That lightning-attributed girl escaped with him. Humph. That girl actually comprehended the lightning acceleration at the crucial moment. They are lucky. The demon clan expert who had spoken earlier continued. He and another demon clan expert had chased after Lan Yu and the other two. Phew! Hearing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lan Yu and the other two were safe. That fire attribute brat was hit by my ultimate move. He should have died long ago, but he managed to survive the desolate wasteland. However, I reckon that he won't be able to last long unless there is a wood attribute expert who has comprehended rejuvenation to heal him. Another demon clan expert said. This was bad news for Yi Xian. Although Song Suijing and Judge Song had good aptitudes, they were at most grade 1 dominators. However, Judge Song had actually been hit by a grade 2 dominator's ultimate move and was in imminent danger. Whether he could make it back to the Battle King Palace was still a question. Most importantly, he needed a wood attribute expert who had comprehended rejuvenation to heal him. Although the Battle King Palace's palace master was of the wood attribute and had comprehended rejuvenation, his whereabouts were uncertain. Where could they find him? However, it was better to deal with the problem in front of them first. The bald, middle-aged man's gaze suddenly landed on Lan Xian and said, "Little girl, you should be the younger sister of that lightning attribute girl. I heard that one of you is of the wind attribute and the other is of the lightning attribute. Since your elder sister ran away, it would be a pretty good harvest to capture you. Humph. Capture her first. Let's see if you have the ability." Shen Tu-Lai stepped forward and stood in front of them. The grade 1 dominator from the Beast King Palace, Cui Qinghua, also stepped forward. As for Yi Xian, he was hidden within the group. After all, the other party didn't recognize him and didn't know his strength. If he suddenly made a move, he would definitely be able to catch the other party unprepared. Chapter 642. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 3 against 5. However, among the 5 demons in front of Yi Xian and the rest, other than the bald, middle-aged leader, who was a level 3 king, the other 4 were all level 2 kings. If they really fought, Yi Xian and the rest were not afraid. They were only afraid that the demons would suddenly attack Lan Xian and Blue Pool. However, if they could kill 1 or 2 of them, the situation would be much simpler. Leave the little girl behind and kill the rest. Go! The bald, middle-aged man did not waste any more words. In an instant, the 5 demons rushed towards Yi Xian and the rest. Shen Tu-Lai did not dare to hide anymore. He threw out more than 10 mid-grade ethereal god weapons and controlled them to rush over. At the same time, he used a large amount of Yuan Qi to form golden ramparts to block in front of Lan Xian and Blue Pool. Shen Tu-Lai had comprehended the golden defense, so the golden ramparts were very strong. Although they were not indestructible, they could at least block some attacks. Then, he and Cui Qinghua rushed out. Yi Xian did not move. He was waiting for an opportunity. Attack together! The bald, middle-aged man shouted. His eyes, which were filled with confidence, were fixed on Shen Tu-Lai from beginning to end. He and Shen Tu-Lai were both level 3rd kings. As long as he killed Shen Tu-Lai, he could capture the remaining 4 alive. Therefore, he did not think that he would fail. 1 level 3 king and 4 level 2nd kings were enough to threaten a level 4 king. However, Shen Tu-Lai was famous for his defense. He would not be killed instantly. Kacha! 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 Golden ramparts appeared in front of him and Cui Qinghua. At the same time, an illusory dragon turtle appeared behind him. This could greatly increase his defense. Although Cui Qinghua was only a level 1 king, he had comprehended the flame doppelganger. He and his doppelganger hid behind the golden ramparts and slashed continuously in an attempt to weaken the enemy's attacks. At the same time, the moment the 5 demons attacked, Yi Xian finally moved. 8 Desolation Sword, sword shatters the stars. A cold light brushed past the golden barrier, and before the other party could react, it entered the body of one of the Yao clan members. In the next moment, the Yao clan expert's body shattered into pieces, and a rain of blood and flesh fell from the sky. Instant kill. Now, there were only 4 of them left. One was a level 3 beast tamer, and the other 3 were level 2 beast tamers. What? The bald middle-aged man was alarmed. He focused his gaze and realized that a young man had charged out from behind the golden wall. It was the person who had asked about Ice Maiden and Flame Emperor's safety. Wind attribute? The bald middle-aged man was shocked. Another rare wind attribute cultivator had appeared. Could it be that a human's innate talent was so strong? Even he might not be able to kill a rank 2 king in one hit. However, a rank 1 king like Yi Xian had done it. 8 Desolation Titans appear. After Yi Xian killed a level 2 dominator, he quickly rushed over. Both he and Ba Huang Jinling had wings of the wind, so their speed was no slower than the bald middle-aged man. He and Ba Huang Jinling each took down a level 2 dominator. The one that Yi Xian had killed was the one with the wood attribute. He was also the one who had severely injured Flame Emperor Song Ju. Now, Yi Xian's 2 opponents were of the metal attribute and the fire attribute. One was countered by him, while the other countered him. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to kill the one with the metal attribute first. Metal defense. One of the Yao clan experts did not dare to delay and quickly covered his entire body. However, it was of no use. Just as Ba Huang Jinling was in front of him, Ba Huang Jinling suddenly disintegrated and split into 8 blades to attack. Yi Xian and this person were both level 2 beast tamers. Both of them were at the same level, and with their element advantage, this person was a living target. Pang! 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 This level 2 beast tamer was continuously beaten up, and he could not even attack. As for the fire attribute beast tamer, he was of no threat to Yi Xian who had comprehended wind acceleration. It's about time. Ba Huang's sword, reassemble. Yi Xian felt that he had recovered 1/3 of his true qi. Although it was not much, it was enough to kill one of them. Kacha! The Ba Huang's sword was reassembled. Yi Xian gripped it tightly, then fiercely stabbed it towards the fire attribute demon. What? The fire attribute beast tamer was stunned. He thought that Yi Xian was going to kill the other beast tamer first. However, he suddenly changed his target, and this caught him off guard. The speed of Ba Huang Jinling's star-shattering sword was already fast, and with the addition of the profound strength and wind acceleration, as well as the sneak attack, the fire attribute beast tamer was hit before he could react. In an instant, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Yi Xian's true qi was depleted again. Although he had 2 void spirits and 2 attributes, the true qi in his body was still the same. When he used martial arts like heaven-shattering slash, the earth attribute true qi was released. When he used wind dragon slash, the wind attribute true qi was released. To put it simply, Yi Xian could adjust the wind and earth attributes at any time to deal with the situation. Just now, he had used the wind attribute true qi to kill the fire attribute beast tamer king. Now, 2 beast tamers had died. The 3rd grade beast tamer king was held back by Shin Tu Lai, and the other beast tamer king was held back by Cui Qinghua. As for the remaining metal attribute beast tamer, he was not far from death. Bam! 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 A series of muffled sounds were heard. The gold defense profound strength was indeed powerful. If it had been a normal person, Yi Xian would have killed him. Let me show you the technique that I almost overlooked. Yi Xian looked at the golden-armored beast tamer in front of him. His eyes suddenly flashed. The 8 sharp blades suddenly stopped attacking and formed a sharp cone shape. Ba Huang wind formation, sky break. Whoosh whoosh. A sharp gust of wind swept out and drilled into the golden armor. In an instant, the golden armor was torn apart and the blades pierced through the beast tamer's body. Sky break combined with the 8-layered earth-throbbing technique was too powerful. Even if it was the gold defense profound strength of a 3rd-grade beast tamer, Yi Xian was confident that he could penetrate it. The metal attribute beast tamer had a huge hole in his abdomen. He retreated in horror, but in the next moment, his back slammed into a hard object. What? The beast tamer's eyes widened. When he turned around, he realized that he had slammed into an earth wall. Don't forget that Yi Xian not only had the wind domain, but also the earth domain. Although the earth spike attack was useless against the beast tamer and might not even be able to penetrate his defense, some small tricks were still useful. Die. Chapter 643. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Fiancé. This attack broke through the sky and directly drilled this demon's head into mush. He couldn't be more dead than this. Yi Xian had single-handedly defeated 3 demons, shocking the entire audience. Now, it was time for him to reap the rewards. Although the 3 Grade 2 Dominator Qian Kun rings couldn't help him break through, it was good enough. His territory had expanded by another 2,000 meters, reaching 22,000 meters. Let me help you. Following that, Yi Xian quickly rushed towards Cui Qinghua, who had been suppressed to the point of retreating. Damn it, retreat. At the same time, the bald middle-aged man couldn't help but shout. They had just started the battle and 3 of them had died. They had the advantage in terms of numbers, but now they were at a disadvantage. If the battle continued, the 2 of them would die too. Go after him. Shen Tulai's eyes lit up as he shouted. His defense was amazing. The bald middle-aged man was also a grade 3 dominator, but he couldn't do anything to him. All he could do was slowly exhaust his genuine qi. The other monster was also retreating, but he wasn't as fast as Yi Xian. Suddenly, a dragon roar was heard. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the bald middle-aged man had taken the opportunity to transform into his original form. Dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. Dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. Dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian immediately turned around and attacked the bald middle-aged man. Shen Tulai no longer defended. Instead, he controlled more than 10 middle-grade ethereal god weapons and charged towards the red dragon. Boom! 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 One after another, the dragon's judgment landed on the red dragon, severely injuring him. However, Yi Xian's reaction was still too slow. After the red dragon transformed, he quickly ran away and didn't even care about his companions. So fast. After seeing his opponent's speed, Yi Xian didn't want to chase him anymore. This was a level 3 Dominator Sky Dragon. He was faster than him, so he gave up. However, this dragon took the risk of transforming into his original form. There would be repercussions and he wouldn't be able to transform back into his human form. That was the curse of the monster race. Although it was a pity that this level 3 king had escaped, there was still one more person. The last Fei took advantage of the fact that Yi Xian and Shen Tulai were in a daze to transform back into his original form. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's qi had more or less recovered. 8 Baron Swordsmanship, Sword-breaking 8 Baron. Pooh! Just as the demon finished its transformation, its head was cut off by Yi Xian and it died on the spot. Originally, Yi Xian could have killed him quickly, making it impossible for him to even transform. However, when he thought about how the dragon corpse was still useful to those at the peak of the Nihility God stage, Yi Xian allowed him to transform into his original form before killing him. This way, the corpses could be used for comprehension. After the 4th Demon King died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away his universe ring. At the same time, he also put away the corpse. The battle was over. You killed 4 rank 2 Demon Kings by yourself. I'm afraid your strength is comparable to a rank 3 Demon King. Shen Tulai flew over. Rank 3 Demon King. Yi Xian muttered to himself. That was roughly what he had expected. However, it was not enough to kill a rank 3 Demon King. Let's hurry back. Yi Xian turned to look at the others. Judge Song was heavily injured and worried. The Hall Master was nowhere to be found, so they could only rely on him. The Sacred Tree of Life bloodline might be useful. Yes, let's hurry back. After killing the 4 monster kings, Yi Xian's group of 5 quickly left the vast wilderness and flew towards Warlord Hall. After leaving the vast wilderness, they would be safe. After all, the monster kings of the vast wilderness could not leave the vast wilderness. Therefore, Yi Xian took the lead and left the group, flying towards Warlord Hall. The daughter of Warlord Hall's deputy hall master, Lan Yu, had the lightning attribute, which was as rare as the wind, ice, and fire attributes. According to the monster race experts, Lan Yu had suddenly comprehended the lightning acceleration esoteric skill, which was why she had survived. The lightning acceleration esoteric skill was said to be faster than the wind acceleration esoteric skill. Therefore, Lan Yu's group might have arrived at Warlord Hall first. However, Yi Xian's guess was wrong. After returning, he quickly found Vice Hall Master Lan Yao. You're back. Vice Hall Master Lan Yao was very surprised to see Yi Xian suddenly barging in. Is the young Hall Master back? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Young Hall Master. Lan Yao suddenly slammed the table and stood up. You lost contact with Xian, At this moment, Yi Xian realized that he'd misspoken and caused Lan Yao to misunderstand him as Lan Xian. He hurriedly explained, No, it's Lan Yu. Lan Yu? Lan Yao frowned. Yi Xian was the second team from the vast wilderness. How did he get involved with the first team? Yi Xian understood that he did not understand and quickly explained what had happened. What? Yan Di is heavily injured? Lan Yao exclaimed after hearing the story. Ice Lady, Yan Di, and Lan Yu were the three trump cards of Warlord Hall. If they were nurtured for a few years, they would become experts on the same level as Jiang Tianjin in the future. But now, something had happened to them. They haven't returned yet. Something might have happened on their way back. Lan Yao's expression was solemn. Vice Hall Master, Ice Lady Song Suijing is my fiancée. Please send people to search for her immediately. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists and said. His strength alone was very limited. If a large number of experts were sent out, he could be the first to know and then treat them. Vice Hall Master Lan Yao trembled. Fiancé. He had seen the Ice Goddess and Flame Emperor once, but he had never seen them in person because they were wearing armor at that time. Lan Yu was probably the only one who had seen them. However, Lan Yu had told him their names. Song Suijing was indeed Ice Lady's name. Only he and Lan Yu knew about this matter. Now that Yi Xian had casually said it, it was enough to prove that Yi Xian was telling the truth. Alright, I will immediately send people out to search for her. She was injured by a wood attribute expert, so it's best to find a metal attribute expert to treat her. Lan Yao nodded and quickly walked out of the palace. Even without Yi Xian's relationship, he had to find Yan Di as soon as possible. Otherwise, Judge Song's life would be in danger. Judge Song was injured by a second-grade king. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to treat her. At least a king-level expert would be needed. In the Eastern continent, only the three great halls and Sword God Palace had Void God Realm kings. The situation was urgent, so Yi Xian didn't even report his strength. At the same time, he went out alone to see if he could find anyone. However, after a few days, they still didn't find anything. Only a few of the Battle King Hall's experts had returned. At the same time, Lan Xian and the others had also returned. However, Lan Yu, Song Suijing, and Judge Song were still nowhere to be seen. This caused Yi Xian to wonder if Lan Yu and Song Suijing were injured as well, apart from Judge Song. Chapter 644. Betrothal gifts at the same time, in a small palace deep within the Champion Hall. Yi Xian and a few others were discussing anxiously. Lan Yao only found out that Yi Xian had broken through to become a Grade 2 Dominator. However, it wasn't the time to celebrate. Father, could it be that sister left with the people from the Beast King Hall or the Tool King Hall? Coincidentally, they have a Metal Element King among them. That's why they suppressed their injuries and went to the other two King Halls. Lan Xian suddenly guessed. That's right. That's possible. Based on what you saw, the 5 Beast Kings must have been obstructed. That's why they couldn't catch up to them. Maybe the three of them went to the Beast King Hall or the Tool King Hall. Lan Yao nodded. Shen Tu-Lai suddenly thought of something and said, no, metal element qi can only suppress their injuries. If they want to heal them, they need the profound art of rejuvenation. Our Beast King Hall doesn't have a wood element king, so they might have gone to the Tool King Hall. Tool King Hall. This name was special to Yi Xian because the Jiang family was in charge of the Tool King Hall. After hearing Shen Tu-Lai's words, Lan Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. The Jiang family has a wood element king and he comprehended the profound art of rejuvenation. They must have gone to the Tool King Hall. After he finished speaking, he stood up and said, then, I will go to the Tool King Hall personally. I will go too. Yi Xian also stood up. Yi Xian, your identity is special. It's better if you don't go. Don't worry, I will bring them back. Lan Yao said to Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to say something, a series of footsteps came from outside the palace. Following that, an elder walked in quickly. Deputy Palace Master, the Jiang family is here. The elder said. Everyone present was shocked by his words. Jiang family? Didn't that mean the Tool King Hall was here? Who is here? Lan Yao asked anxiously. Jiang Wenjing from the Jiang family. The elder replied. Only one person. The elder nodded. Only one person from the Jiang family came. This meant that Lan Yu was still in the Tool King Hall. Let's go. The deputy palace master frowned slightly and led the group out. Lan Yao had heard of Jiang Wenjing before. He was a rank 3 king from the Jiang family, and his strength was extraordinary. He didn't know why he was here today. Was he here to inform the Battle King Hall? Was Lan Yu with them? If it was just a notice, there was no need for a literati from the Jiang family to come. Jiang Wenjing was Jiang Tianjin's father's generation. The elder Wenjing was Jiang Tianjin's as was. Very quickly, Lan Yao brought Yi Xian and the others to the palace that received the esteemed guests, was. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, that person turned around, cupped his hands together and said, Palace Master Lan, please forgive my sudden visit. B. Jiang Wenjing, how many people from my Battle King Hall are in your Weapon King Hall? Lan Yao asked straightforwardly. Jiang Wenjing smiled and handed over a name list. He said, there are 11 people in total. This is the name list. I don't know about the rest. Lan Yao took the name list and looked at it. His heart trembled. A few people had returned a few days ago. Jiang Wenjing looked at the name list and found that there were only a few people left. Until now, there was still no news about the 2 kings and a few peak empty gods. What about the Flame Emperor? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Jiang Wenjing glanced at Yi Xian and slightly frowned. He felt that Yi Xian looked a little familiar, but after thinking for a moment, he didn't mind and said, that flame attribute brat is heavily injured. Although there are experts from my Artifact King Hall suppressing his injuries along the way, when he arrived at my Artifact King Hall, he was already on the verge of death. However, the great elder of the Tool King Hall suppressed his injuries. He is fine now. It's just that he hasn't been cured yet. Phew. Hearing this, Yi Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. What about my sister? Lan Xan asked. She's only slightly injured. Jiang Wenjing smiled and said, Temple Master Lan, your daughters are geniuses. One is of the lightning attribute and the other is of the wind attribute. Not only that, you even took in 2 people of the rare attribute. You flatter me, Lan Yao replied. At that moment, Jiang Wenjing suddenly smiled. Then, he took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Lan Yao. At the same time, he said, Palace Master Lan, please take a look. Lan Yao took the interspatial ring and looked at it in surprise. His eyes widened. The interspatial ring contained a large amount of sky treasures. It was a shocking amount. What are you doing? Lan Yao was a little confused. Jiang Wenjing smiled and said, Temple Master Lan, I'm not here to discuss the trip to the wilderness or to report your safety. I'm here to give you betrothal gifts. Betrothal gifts. When these words fell into everyone's ears, their bodies trembled. Betrothal gifts were usually given by the man's family to the woman's family. Could it be that Jiang Wenjing had taken a fancy to the people of the Warlord Hall? No. Lan Yao immediately reacted and rejected the offer. What kind of joke was this? Lan Yu was going to inherit his mantle in the future. How could she marry into the Weapon Emperor Hall? Besides, the Battle Emperor Hall and the Beast Emperor Hall were on the decline, while the Weapon Emperor Hall was improving day by day. If the Weapon Emperor Hall grew stronger, wouldn't it be able to devour the Battle Emperor Hall and the Beast Emperor Hall? Jiang Wenjing grinned. He knew that Lan Yao had misunderstood, thus he immediately explained, No, Temple Master Lan, you've misunderstood. I'm not here for Lan Yu, but for the Ice Goddess. What? The crowd was shocked. He was not here for Lan Yu, but for the Ice Goddess. What do you mean by this? As far as I know, she already has an engagement. Lan Yao glanced at Yi Xian, intentionally or unintentionally. I know that. She's already mentioned it. Your Battle Emperor Hall and my Weapon Emperor Hall have always minded our own business. Although we work together sometimes, our relationship isn't that good. When that kid came to my Weapon Emperor Hall, he was already on the verge of death, so... Jiang Wenjing smiled and did not finish his sentence. So you're taking advantage of the situation? Shen Tu Lai suddenly took a step forward and shouted. Jiang Wenjing looked at him and said, Elder Shen Tu, how can this be considered as taking advantage of the situation? That kid was on the verge of death. If we didn't save him, he would have become a corpse. Besides, the little girl promised us personally. As long as we save that kid, she'll marry Tiancheng. Jiang Tiancheng, this name was not unfamiliar to Lan Yao. Jiang Tiancheng was Jiang Tianjin's younger brother. His aptitude was also very good. He had already broken through to become a second-grade dominator and had comprehended 2 ultimacies. Chapter 645. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Snatch the Bride. However, Jiang Wenjing's words made Yi Xian tremble. Song Suijing agreed. How was that possible? He was engaged to Song Suijing, and Song Suijing was his fiancée. How could she marry someone else? Impossible. Kai Jing must have pretended to agree to save the judge. Yi Xian thought to himself. Song Suijing was his fiancée, and he knew that someone like Song Suijing would run away before the wedding, or do something terrible on the wedding day. For example, she could commit suicide. No, I can't let that happen. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The King of Weapons Hall was too despicable. They were trying to take advantage of the situation. He could not tolerate that. Even if he had to die, he would not let that happen. Lan Yao and the rest understood the relationship between Yi Xian and the Goddess of Ice. Therefore, they could not watch it happen, especially Shen Tu Lai. Palace Master Lan Yu found the Goddess of Ice when she was traveling. You don't know much about her, do you? She is engaged, but the other party must be from one of the territories under the Warlord Hall. How can such a force be compared to the King of Weapons Hall? Besides, Tiancheng is still single. He fell in love with her at first sight on this trip to the wasteland. The two of them are a perfect match. They are absolutely a match made in heaven. Jiang Wenjing said. No, you saved the Flame Emperor. I will thank you. Lan Yao refused again. Palace Master Lan, do you think we are interested in those gifts? Jiang Wenjing narrowed his eyes. Then what do you want? Lan Yao asked with a gloomy face. Jiang Wenjing smirked and said, we don't want anything. We just want her. Moreover, the girl agreed to it herself. You are not her father. What right do you have to refuse? What did you say? Lan Yao was furious when he heard that. Where was this? The Warlord Hall. This was his territory. However, Jiang Wenjing dared to say such things in his territory. Clearly, he did not respect him. Humph, you heard what I said. Whether you agree or not, we will not stop your daughter from coming back. However, we will not let those two people go. Jiang Wenjing said coldly. How dare you? Lan Yao was fuming with rage. Although there were not many people, Jiang Wenjing dared to threaten him in front of so many people. Jiang Wenjing was challenging his authority. Immediately, Lan Yao expanded his metal domain and enveloped the entire palace. His cultivation level was much higher than Jiang Wenjing's. A wave of aura gushed out from his body and pressed down on Jiang Wenjing. Jiang Wenjing immediately felt a stuffy feeling in his chest. He was a little out of breath, but he wasn't afraid in the slightest. He coldly shouted, "What? Does Temple Master Lan want to make a move on me?" He was Jiang. Was translations. The Jiang family's literary generation had a high status. If Lan Yao made a move on Jiang Wenjing, then the relationship between both parties would be awkward. Most importantly, Lan Yu was still in the Weapon King Hall. At that moment, Shen Tu-Lai could not bear to watch any longer. He said, Jiang Wenjing, aren't you going overboard? Elder Shen Tu, you are from the Beast King Hall. Why are you interfering? Jiang Wenjing retorted. Humph, you can use such shameless methods. Why can't I speak? Shen Tu-Lai said solemnly. He was able to achieve what he had today because of Yi Chong. Yi Chong could be said to be half his master. Now that Yi Xian was in trouble, how could he just stand by and watch? So what? Could it be that Elder Shen Tu wants to represent the Beast King Hall and oppose this marriage? Jiang Wenjing asked again. Although I, Shen Tu-Lai, am not a big shot, I can represent the Beast King Hall this time. I know that the palace master will oppose this marriage. Shen Tu-Lai squinted his eyes. After the division of the Beast King Hall, the Beast King Hall and the Battle King Hall had a good relationship. Now that the Weapon King Hall was suppressing them, if the Goddess of Ice were to marry into the Weapon King Hall, wouldn't the Weapon King Hall become stronger? The two King Halls would definitely not agree to it. No matter what, it doesn't matter if you agree to this marriage or not. I, Jiang Wenjing, will pass the message. The big day will be half a month later. If you can come, I will welcome you. If you don't, I will not force you. Farewell. After Jiang Wenjing said those words, he turned around and prepared to leave. My Battle King Hall is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Lan Yao shouted. In the next moment, the door of the palace slammed shut. Jiang Wenjing's expression did not change. Palace Master Lan, if you are worried, feel free to attack me. I, Jiang Wenjing, will accept it. He turned his back to Lan Yao and did not move. He believed that Lan Yao would not dare to attack him. Lan Yao's face darkened as he hesitated in his heart. Yi Xian had only gone to the Great Wasteland once, but he had already broken through from 20% of the Void transformation stage to the Void God Realm King. Such a genius was rare to come by in 100 years for the Battle King Hall. Even the Ice Girl and the Flame Emperor combined were not even half of Yi Xian's. Most importantly, the Hall Master of the Battle King Hall and Yi Xian's father were good friends, so the Battle King Hall could not help but help. However, the War King Hall's main Hall Master wasn't here right now, so the Tool King Hall targeted this point precisely. That was why they acted so arrogantly, using their power to bully others, taking advantage of the situation. After pondering for a moment, Lan Yao finally made his decision. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. The door opened. Farewell. The corners of Jiang Wenjing's mouth curled up as he left the Battle King Hall. The palace immediately fell silent. Yi Xian, don't worry. I definitely won't ignore this matter. After Jiang Wenjing left, Lan Yao said to Yi Xian. Thank you, Vice Palace Master. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. This matter was probably not something that he could solve alone. If there was a long time, he could go to the Sword God's palace and ask for his father. However, the Battle King Hall was a distance away from the Sword God's palace. By the time Yi Chong arrived, it would be too late. At that time, Song Sui-jing would probably be a corpse. Therefore, he could only rely on the Battle King Hall and the Beast King Hall. My Beast King Hall will also fully support you. This time, we can let Jiang Wenjing leave first. On the day of the wedding, our two halls will pretend to be present, and then. Shen Tu Lai did not continue. Elder Shen Tu, you mean? Lan Yao narrowed his eyes. Snatch the wedding. Lan Xian suddenly said. That's right, snatch the wedding. Chapter 646. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Pulse of the Earth 16. Lan Yao hesitated and nodded. Alright, we'll snatch the bride. However, we don't have many Void God Realm kings in the eastern mainland. They are all in the chaotic astral ocean. Do we have enough people? What about the Jiang family's great master? Don't worry, Palace Master Lan. The Palace Master values this trip to the wilderness, so he is cultivating in the Beast King Hall while waiting for news, Shen Tu Lai said. Alright, with Palace Master Situ's help, we won't have any problems this time. Lan Yao replied. Now, they were full of confidence. The main Palace Master of the Beast King Hall was the disciple of one of the Palace Masters of the Sword God Palace. Although he had yet to become a Palace Master, he was more powerful than Lan Yao. Before the King Hall was split, the Jiang family was the backbone. After the split, most of the elders followed them, which was why they were so powerful. However, the Weapon King Hall was not powerful enough to go against both the Beast King Hall and the Battle King Hall. Deputy Palace Master, Elder Shen Tu, thank you. Yi Xian took 2 steps to the side and cupped his fist respectfully. You don't have to do this. Your father has a good relationship with both of our palaces. We can't just sit and watch. Moreover, the Weapon King Hall is too arrogant. They don't even respect me here. If we don't suppress them, the world will think that the Weapon King Hall is in charge of the eastern mainland. Lan Yao said solemnly. That's right, Yi Xian. Stay here. In half a month, we'll help you get your fiancé back. Shen Tu Lai nodded. However, how could Yi Xian wait for news quietly? Deputy Palace Master, Elder Shen Tu, Kai Jing is my fiancé. I can't not go. Yi Xian said solemnly. Yi Xian knew Song Sui-jing's character very well. As long as he appeared, Song Sui-jing might give up on the idea of committing suicide. Therefore, he had to go. But Jiang Tianjin already knows your identity. You're like a sheep in a tiger's den. Shen Tu Lai reminded him. Although he was still in the Tianshui mainland when the incident happened, he had heard about it when he came. Back then, Yi Chong and Yi Xian were almost killed by the Jiang family. If it wasn't for Jiang Xinyan's death, they wouldn't have survived. Yi Xian was going to the families. If he was recognized Jiang Tianjin house, wouldn't he be what? Jiang Tianjin is Jiang Tianjin. Jiang Tianjin is Jiang Tianjin, Jiang Tianjin is weird. Jiang Tianjin is weird. Jiang Tianjin is Tianjin. As long as Yi Xian doesn't take out the Bahuang sword, the Jiang family shouldn't recognize it. But, he has the Jiang family's bloodline in his body. Shen Tu Lai continued. However, the next moment, he felt a little strange. Yi Xian did indeed have the bloodline of the Jiang family in his body. Why didn't Jiang Wenjing feel it just now? I helped Yi Xian cover up the Jiang family's aura. That's why Jiang Wenjing didn't notice it. When the time comes, we can ask Hall Master Situ for help. Even if the old Master Jiang comes out, he won't be able to sense it. Lan Yao said. The Beast King Hall Master was the same as the Battle King Hall Master. They were both Void God Realm Peak Kings. Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue, and Jiang Xinyan were the only Void God Realm Peak Kings in the Jiang family. Jiang Wenyue and Jiang Xinyan were still in the Sword God Palace. even if Jiang Wenyue's son, Jiang Tiancheng, got married, he wouldn't come back. After all, Jiang Wenyue had to guard the last level of the Sword God Pagoda. If he came back, Yi Chong would take advantage of the situation. As long as Jiang Wenyue didn't come back, the Jiang family had nothing to fear. As for Jiang Xinyan, she was Yi Xian's mother. If she came back, she would help Yi Xian. However, she was grounded in the Sword God Palace. Before she broke through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor, she couldn't leave the Sword God Palace. This interspatial ring is the betrothal gift from the Weapon King Hall. I will return it to them when the time comes. After Lan Yao finished speaking, he left with Shen Tu Lai. They had to come up with a plan to prevent chaos and bad things from happening. After the two of them left, Lan Xian couldn't help but say, Yi Xian, you don't have to worry. The Weapon King Hall won't be able to defeat the two of us. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He hoped that things would go smoothly. Otherwise, even if he had to die, he would rescue Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. There was only half a month left. According to his speed, it would take him a few days to fly from the Battle King Hall to the Weapon King Hall. Therefore, he still had a few days to cultivate and see if he could comprehend another ultimacy. When the time came, his strength would increase greatly. In fact, what he wanted to comprehend the most was the gravity ultimacy. As long as his opponent was in his territory, he would be able to make his opponent lose their balance. This was a very useful trump card. When he was fighting with the enemy, his attack trajectory would not hit the enemy. However, when the enemy thought so, he would use the profound meaning of gravity. The enemy would not be able to react in time and would fall instantly. Then, they would be hit. This was a super skill for sneaky people. There weren't many kings in the Battle King Hall. According to the Vice Palace Master, most of the kings had gone to the chaotic astral ocean. However, Yi Xian found a grade 3 king who was cultivating in seclusion and begged him to spar with him. This grade 3 king was the previous Vice Palace Master, Lan Yao's father, Lan Shao. Lan Shao had the same metal attribute as Shen Tu Lai and had also comprehended the metal defense. However, he had comprehended the metal slice ultimacy. The metal slice ultimacy was comparable to the wind blade ultimacy. Lan Zhao's defense was strong and his attack wasn't weak either. Therefore, his strength was close to that of a grade 4 king. In the following period of time, Yi Xian kept fighting with him. Only by fighting could he quickly comprehend the ultimacy. Time passed slowly. The big day of the Weapon King Hall was approaching day by day. Yi Xian's pressure was also increasing. Today was the day for the Battle King Hall's people to set off. However, Yi Xian was still fighting with Lan Shao. Boom! The door of a training ground opened. Lan Yao and the others walked in. In the training ground, two figures flashed quickly. Father, it's time, Lan Yao said respectfully to the golden-armored giant. The two people in the center stopped. The golden-armored giant's golden armor instantly shattered. Inside was a black-robed old man. Got it. Lan Shao nodded. He looked at the youth and said, Kid, your aptitude has already surpassed what I know. If little Yu is compared to you, she's not even worth mentioning. If you calm down, you might have gained more in the next few days. Yi Xian had indeed gained a lot in the past few days of continuous fighting. His earth pulse had evolved from 8 layers to 16 layers. Its power had increased by several times. Chapter 647. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin heading to the Weapon King Hall, Senior is right. Yi Xian nodded respectfully. Indeed, he hadn't been able to calm down for the past few days. However, it was still beyond his expectations that the earth pulse could reach the 16th level. You've used the ultimacy well. You have a strong grasp of it. I estimate that you're about to comprehend the second level of the ultimacy. Lan Shao evaluated. Yi Xian agreed. However, the ultimacy wasn't a martial skill. His bloodline would increase his comprehension, so he had to rely on himself. Alright, the team is gathered. Let's go. Lan Shao shook off the sweat on his body and walked out. Yi Xian calmed down and followed him. Now, he was finally going to the Weapon King Hall. Moreover, he was going to cause a huge ruckus this time. Many of the Void God Realm kings from the Battle King Hall had gone to the chaotic astral ocean. However, the leader this time wasn't Lan Shao. Instead, it was the Battle King Hall's Great Elder who had just returned from the chaotic astral ocean. With him around, the Battle King Hall and the Weapon King Hall had a higher chance of winning. The Battle King Hall was quite far from the Weapon King Hall. However, the Battle King Hall's team this time was made up of 8 Void God Realm kings, including Yi Xian. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Beast King Hall's main hall master happened to be in the Beast King Hall. He was a rank 9 king. In fact, with Hall Master Situ around, this wedding kidnapping mission was more or less guaranteed. Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue, was able to become a rank 9 king because his teacher was a palace master of the Sword God Palace. On the other hand, the Jiang family's great elder was only a rank 6 king. However, Yi Xian didn't know why, but he was still a little nervous. This time, he would either succeed or die trying. 3 days later, the group arrived at the Weapon King Hall's territory. However, they didn't go to the Weapon King Hall immediately. Instead, they waited for the Beast King Hall's team in a mountain range. Ha ha ha, Hall Master Lan, long time no see. A hearty laugh rang out. Yi Xian and the others turned around and saw a team of 10 people heading in their direction. Palace Master Situ, long time no see. Lan Yao hurriedly replied. Situ Outyen was the Beast King Hall's hall master. Before the Beast King Hall was split into 2, he was merely an elder. After taking up the position of hall master, he caught the eye of the Sword God Palace's palace master. From then on, his strength skyrocketed. The 2 groups converged. Situ Outyen flew over and glanced at the surrounding people. In the end, his gaze landed on the first elder of the Warlord Palace. He smiled and said, I didn't expect Elder Shi to also come back. How has the chaotic astral ocean been recently? The Grand Elder Shi he spoke of was the Grand Elder of the Warlord Hall, Shi Yonghao. It's not peaceful. The 3 major powers are in conflict again. The Great Elder of the Warlord Hall shook his head. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Situ Outyen then turned his attention to Yi Xian. You must be Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan's son. Although I don't know your parents, I know Duan Muyun. You can say that I know her indirectly. Now, Yi Xian also understood that Duan Muyun was the hall master of the Warlord Hall, a peak Void God Realm king. At the same time, she was also the disciple of one of the palace masters of the Sword God Palace. It was her who had healed Yi Chong every time. Otherwise, Yi Chong wouldn't have been able to hold on. This time, with Hall Master Situ here, the Jiang family won't be able to cause any trouble. Lan Yao said with a smile. Who was Situ Outyen? He was a peak Void God Realm king who was only 1 step away from the Void God Realm Great Emperor. The Jiang family indeed had many experts, but Situ Outyen alone was enough to intimidate the entire Jiang family. That might not be the case. Jiang Tiancheng is Jiang Wenyue's son. Although Jiang Wenyue is still in the Sword God Palace, he might ask his martial brothers to come over. This time, it won't be so easy. Situ Outyen shook his head and said. Jiang Wenyue's martial brothers? Everyone raised their eyebrows. Jiang Wenyue was already the palace master of the Sword God Palace, and his strength was even stronger than Situ Outyen. His martial brothers would at least be level 8 kings, level 9 kings, or even Void God Realm Great Emperors. If there was only one of them, it would be fine. However, if there were 2 of them, it would be troublesome. At that moment, Yi Xian was the most upset. His fiancée was being threatened, and he had no choice but to rely on others. This feeling was too unbearable. His aptitude was good, but he was too young. What he lacked was time. If he was given 1 or 2 more years, he was confident that he could defeat the entire King Tool Palace. Situ Outyen saw Yi Xian's expression and said, "Don't worry, Duanmu Yun has already left the Sword God Palace. He might be here later." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Duanmu Yun was Yi Chang's good friend. If he was here, he would definitely help. Alright, let's discuss the countermeasures first. Situ Outyen didn't let his guard down just because he was strong. This time, the marriage-snatching operation wasn't only for Yi Xian, but also for the sake of slapping the face of the Tool King Hall. If they failed, they would be humiliated. They couldn't afford to lose face. If Jiang Wenyue's martial brothers come, I will hold them back. However, at that time, Elder Shi and Palace Master Lan will have to hold them back. After that, Elder Feng will find an opportunity to get close to the brides and forcefully take them away with lightning speed. This was Situ Outyen's plan. The Elder Feng he mentioned was a rank 4 king from the Beast King Palace. He was of the wind attribute like Lan Xian, and he had also comprehended the wind acceleration profound. His speed was second only to Situ Outyen among those present. More than 10 kings were discussing, and Yi Xian was among them, carefully listening to the plan. He wasn't weak either, and he could be ranked in the middle among these people. Therefore, he could still be of help. After a while, both sides finished their plan. Yi Xian, you will enter with the Beast King Palace's team later. With my help, the Jiang family won't be able to sense your bloodline. Even if Jiang Wenyue's martial brothers come, they won't be able to sense it since they aren't from the Jiang family, Situ Outyen said to Yi Xian. But, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem. However, before he could finish, Shen Tu Lai continued, "Don't worry. When Jiang Wenjing came last time, I was there too. They won't know that you are from the Battle King Palace. You just have to pretend to be my disciple later." Alright. Yi Xian nodded. This plan could be considered perfect, but he didn't know if it would go so smoothly. After that, the two teams entered the King Tool Palace one after another. The Battle King Palace's team entered first, and after half a day, Yi Xian followed the Beast King Palace's team. Yi Xian, wait for instructions. Don't act on your own, Shen Tu Lai reminded him softly. I will. Chapter 648. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Action. Soon, the 11 people from the Beast King Hall entered the Weapon King Hall. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Hall Master Situ to come as well. The Jiang Wenjing from that day suddenly appeared. How can I not come for such a joyous occasion? Situ Outyen grinned. Come, this way please. Jiang Wenjing quickly received the 11 people. Elder Jiang, have Hall Master Lan and the rest arrived? Shen Tu Lai suddenly asked. Jiang Wenjing nodded. Yes. I have arranged their accommodations. By the time Yi Xian and the rest entered, it was already evening. The next day would be the big day of the Weapon King Hall. Soon, Jiang Wenjing arranged accommodations for Situ Outyen and the rest. Elder Jiang, where are the people from the Battle King Hall staying? Situ Outyen asked. Hall Master Situ, they are just opposite. Jiang Wenjing left after he finished speaking. Although Jiang Wenyue wasn't the Hall Master, he was a peak king of the Empty God realm. His position in the Jiang family was the highest. Therefore, Jiang Tiancheng's wedding was naturally grand. Apart from the Battle King Hall and the Beast King Hall, there were many other guests who were coming. Therefore, Jiang Wenjing had to attend to them. After he left, Situ Outyen and the rest knocked on the door of the opposite palace. The people from the Battle King Hall had arrived half a day earlier and had been waiting for a long time. However, there were more than 10 people in the Battle King Hall. He is Yi Xian. Lan Yao led a lady in blue over. The lady in blue was the young Hall Master of the Battle King Hall, Lan Yu. She was about 25 years old and was tall. She had a pretty face and was considered a beauty. However, there was a trace of guilt on her face as she said, I am sorry. I am the one who got them into trouble. If he had not brought Song Suijing and Judge Song into the wilderness, things would not have turned out this way. How is Suijing now? Yi Xian asked. She is fine. However, there is a grade 3 king watching over her. Even I don't know where he is. As for Judge Song, his injuries have stabilized. If he can't be cured, it will be difficult for him to cultivate in the future. Lan Yu replied. Level 3 king level, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If they knew the location of Song Suijing, they could make a move tonight. However, they did not know. This Weapon King Hall is really going too far. Ice Maiden is a member of my Battle King Hall, and even I can't see her. Tomorrow, we must teach them a good lesson. Lan Yao said angrily. Then can I see Judge? Yi Xian asked again. Sure, come with me. Lan Yu nodded. TSK. Dual yin-yang physique. I'll go take a look too. Situ Outyan's interest was piqued. Not only that, but he also followed quite a few people. After all, there hadn't been many fire attribute geniuses in the history of the Imperial Palace. Adjudicator Song's aptitude was also very good, but because he was seriously injured, even rejuvenation could only heal a little. If he wanted to fully recover, he would need some heavenly treasures. Therefore, he was not chosen by the Tool King Hall. It was also because of this that no one was guarding him. Boom! The door of a small palace opened. This was the residence of Adjudicator Song. Saijua Song, who was cultivating inside, also stopped when he saw Lan Yu enter. Young lord. Yi Xian. When Adjudicator Song saw Yi Xian behind Lan Yu, his body shook and he quickly stepped forward. Adjudicator Song quickly walked over and patted Yi Xian's shoulder as he asked in astonishment, Yi Xian, why are you here? After more than a year, the two met again, so it was inevitable that they would be a bit emotional. Yi Xian's mood was the same when he saw Song Ju. He sized him up and asked, Judge, how are your injuries? My injuries have healed, but my sister actually agreed to marry that Jiang Tiancheng for my sake. Yi Xian, I'm sorry. Adjudicator Song's eyes turned red. At this time, he only hated that he wasn't strong enough to protect Song Suijing. I already know about this matter. This time, I'm here to rescue you and Adjudicator Song. Can you see Adjudicator Song now? My sister is guarded by a third-grade king. Others can't, but I might be able to. Adjudicator Song nodded. Although the Tool King Hall didn't allow Lan Yu to enter, Adjudicator Song was still Song Suijing's brother, so the chances of success were higher. Then you go now and tell her about this matter. When she comes out tomorrow, I will quickly bring you guys away. Elder Feng of the Beast King Hall said. Alright, I'll go now. Adjudicator Song nodded. Wait. Situ Outyan suddenly stopped Adjudicator Song and said, if we know the little girl's location, we can take action tonight. Alright. Adjudicator Song's eyes lit up as he quickly left. As for Yi Xian and the others, they stayed behind and waited. Including Lan Yu and the others, they had more than 20 Void God Realm kings. As for the Tool King Hall, there were only 10 Void God Realm kings. Most of them went to the chaotic astral ocean like the Battle King Hall and Beast King Hall. Soon, Adjudicator Song returned. Yi Xian, I saw my sister. I told her everything. Her position is. Song Ju ran over with a silly smile on his face. Alright, since we know her location, let's take action now. Situ Outyan glanced at the surrounding people. Although the two King Halls wanted to slap the Tool King Hall's face this time, it would be a great slap if they could snatch the new year on the wedding day. However, there might be some changes tomorrow, so they felt that it was better to be safe and take action tonight. Kid, you lead the way and I'll quickly rescue her. Then, we'll leave. Situ Outyan said to Adjudicator Song. Alright, many thanks, Senior. Adjudicator Song's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know Situ Outyen, he knew that Situ Outyen was at least a 4th grade Void God Realm King since he dared to rescue Lan Yu alone. Since that's the case, we'll wait here. Once she arrives, we'll leave immediately. Lan Yao replied. Then, Situ Outyen patted Adjudicator Song's shoulder and left. This speed had exceeded everyone's reaction. After all, Situ Outyen was a Void God Realm King. Adjudicator Song only felt his body become weightless as his vision turned dark. This meant that his current speed had exceeded his senses. Just now, he had reported Song Suijing's location. Although there were people on the way, they were only peak Void God Realm Kings. Situ Outyen was a peak Void God Realm King. Even Lan Yao and Elder Feng couldn't react to his speed, let alone these people. Pa! Situ Outyen's figure suddenly stopped. In front of him was a heavily guarded palace. Even if Adjudicator Song didn't say it, Situ Outyen knew that this was Song Suijing's room. Chapter 649. Meet, who's there? The 2 guards at the entrance shouted. You dare to shout at me when you're merely in the Void God realm? Situ Outyen glared at them, and in the next moment, the 2 guards fainted. Situ Outyen's aura alone was enough to knock them out. Back then, Jiang Tianjin had relied on the difference in their cultivation to intimidate Yi Xian and the others. Where's the 3rd grade king? Situ Outyen asked. He's in the palace. Judge Song replied. Bang! Before Judge Song's voice could fade away, the palace's door burst open. Until now, Judge Song still didn't know what attributes Situ Outyen possessed. How dare you? An old man walked out. An old man walked out. When he saw Situ Outyen's face, he was stunned. He cried out, Hall Master Situ. Palace Master. After hearing the name, Judge Song finally realized who the person beside him was. It was actually the Palace Master of the Beast King Palace. A peak Void God Realm King. My apologies. Situ Outyen smiled coldly, and in the next moment, the old man's body went limp. Judge Song, on the other hand, didn't feel any discomfort. Situ Outyen's aura alone was enough to knock a 3rd grade king out. This was the strength of a 9th grade king. After that, Situ Outyen brought Saijua Song into the palace. The small palace was beautifully decorated, and in a small room, Song Suijing sat quietly on a bed, wearing a white robe. Sister. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Song Suijing raised her head and was startled when she saw Judge Song in front of her. Brother, why are you? Don't say anything, let's go. Situ Outyen said and grabbed Song Suijing's arm and rushed out of the palace. In less than 10 seconds, they had returned to Judge Song's residence. Judge Song. Yi Xian, who was waiting inside, immediately rushed forward when he saw the 3 of them. Yi Xian. Song Suijing finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. She threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. After more than a year, the 2 of them finally met again. During this time, Yi Xian had encountered countless life and death crises, but he had survived them all. This was his faith. It's all right now. We'll leave in a bit. Yi Xian gently stroked Song Suijing's hair and whispered into her ear. Everyone present watched silently. No one made a sound. They just watched quietly, not wanting to disturb. After a long time, Yi Xian separated from Song Suijing. The former looked around and said, Hall Master Situ, seniors, Yi Xian thanks you all. Hey, don't thank me yet. We haven't left yet. I've only just returned half a favor, Situ Ao Tian said with a smile. Half a favor? Yi Xian was stunned. I owe Duanmu Yun a favor. I'll only return it after I get all of you out of here, Situ Ao Tian replied. Yi Xian understood. Shen Tu Lai said, Alright, let's leave before the Weapon King Hall finds out. Although we can't slap them in the face, saving people is more important. At this moment, Lan Yao suddenly suggested, why don't we split into 2 groups? One group will take Yi Xian and the others away, and the other group will cause a ruckus? Good idea. The Weapon King Hall is too arrogant. They don't respect our two halls at all. They just casually dealt with the Great Wilderness team this time. Cause a ruckus. Otherwise, the world will think that there's only one Weapon King Hall in the Eastern continent. I agree. The elders of the two king palaces were yelling at the same time. Don't be hasty. Situ Ao Tian suddenly said, when I went to save people, I didn't see many people along the way. It was empty, so I feel that the Weapon King Hall should have known that we would do this. What? Everyone raised their eyebrows. The Weapon King Hall knew that they were going to rob the wedding? Could there be a traitor? However, the Weapon King Hall was not stupid. The Jiang family was the backbone of the Hall Masters. It was the biggest power in the Hall Masters. There were many capable people, so it was reasonable for them to have guessed it. Let's go. We'll know whether it's true or not. We have so many people, so we're not afraid of them. Situ Ao Tian led everyone out of the palace. Yi Xian, Song Suijing, and Adjudicator Song were in the group. Now, they had to leave. If there was really an ambush, they would have to fight to the death. Otherwise, they would be able to leave safely. The group of experts began to run wildly toward the entrance of the Weapon King Hall. After running for a while, they did not see anyone from the Weapon King Hall. It seemed that there was indeed an ambush. I'm afraid this wedding is just a cover. Their purpose is to gather us together. Situ Ao Tian suddenly stopped. Could it be that the Weapon King Hall wants to catch all of us in one fell swoop? And then take over the two Hall Masters? Lan Yao's heart skipped a beat. The Weapon King Hall, the Warlord Hall, and the Beast King Hall were the three superpowers after the Hall Masters were split up. The Weapon King Hall was the most powerful among them. Once they were defeated, the Weapon King Hall would become the overlord of the Eastern continent. They could unite and rebuild the glory of the Weapon King Hall. However, the Jiang family would be in charge of the Weapon King Hall in the future. No, their target might only be you and me. Situ Ao Tian shook his head. Lan Yao was confused. He asked, only the two of us? In the next moment, he understood. Situ Ao Tian was the main Hall Master of the Beast King Hall, and he was the Deputy Hall Master of the Warlord Hall. Both of them were Hall Masters, so there must be some secrets between them. As for the others, they were confused as well. They did not know what the two Hall Masters were talking about. Let's go and take a look. Situ Ao Tian began to run again. In the group of the two Hall Masters, the stronger one was Situ Ao Tian, who was a grade 9 king. The weaker one was only a peak empty god. However, there were a few hundred people waiting outside of the Weapon King Hall. When Situ Ao Tian ran out of the Weapon King Hall, he saw a large group of people standing in the night sky. They were the experts from the Weapon King Hall. Hall Master Situ, you are finally out. A Jiang family member walked out. It was Jiang Wenjing. When Yi Xian and the others saw the scene, they were shocked. It was indeed an ambush. How could this be? Song Suijing was shocked. Ho ho, it is indeed so. Situ Ao Tian walked out and asked, Jiang Wenjing, what do you want to do today? Jiang Wenjing smiled. We don't want to do anything. As long as Hall Master Situ and Hall Master Lan hand over something each, you can leave today. What is it? Lan Yao could not help but ask. Although he already had a rough idea of what was going on, he did not know what was going on. Chapter 650. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Heart of the Great Emperor, the map of the location of the Great Emperor's heart. Jiang Wenjing shouted. There are 3 maps in total. Each of the 3 great palaces has one. Only when the 3 maps are put together can we find the location of the great emperor's death. Hall Master Situ, don't tell me you don't know. Ha, you are indeed here for the map. Situ Outyan sneered. I have heard about the map from the Hall Master, but I don't have it. Lan Yao said indifferently. After all, he was only a deputy hall master. It doesn't matter if you have it or not. As long as you hand over your interspatial rings, you can leave, Jiang Wenjing said. Situ Outyen snorted and said loudly, you think you can do that? Although the Jiang family seemed to have a lot of people, most of them were ordinary empty gods who had not even reached the king realm. Their real combat strength was only slightly more than 10 kings. Not to mention Situ Outyen, Lan Yao, and the others were enough to defeat the king of Weapons Hall. Therefore, Situ Outyen was not needed. Hall Master Situ, you're a 9th grade king. You can kill all of us effortlessly. However, since we're able to trap you here this time, we're naturally confident. After Jiang Wenjing finished speaking, he looked up at the starry sky and shouted, Lord Feng. Indeed, the Jiang family had helpers. When Jiang Wenjing's voice entered everyone's ears, they saw a white figure slowly descending from the sky. It was a man with long hair. He looked gentle and elegant and seemed very easygoing. Feng Shizhe, it's you. Situ Outyen recognized him. Feng Shizhe was the disciple of one of the palace masters of the Sword God Palace. He had joined the Sword God Palace earlier than Jiang Wenyue, so he was Jiang Wenyue's senior. Junior is guarding the last level of the Sword God Pagoda. Even if it is nephew Tiancheng's big day, he can't leave. Therefore, I will do it for him. The man in white, Feng Shizhe, said with a smile. Do you think you can stop me? Situ Outyen looked at Feng Shizhe. He was the disciple of the Sword God Palace master and so was Feng Shizhe. Both of them were empty god realm kings. They would only know who was stronger after a fight. Situ Outyen, you should hand over that map. It's good for you, Feng Shizhe said with a smile. Let's not talk about the map first. What do you want the great emperor's heart for? Situ Outyen asked again. Feng Shizhe replied, it's very simple. Although junior brother has become the palace master, he can no longer intervene in the affairs of the eastern continent. Although the great sovereign's heart is just a legend, you and I both know that it's real. If there's a great sovereign's heart, there's a great sovereign's corpse. It's a supreme treasure for a void god realm king. So you're saying that you want the monster race great emperor's corpse? Situ Outyen understood. That's right. Although this monster race great emperor's corpse can't comprehend the will of the great emperor, it can comprehend the profound. With it, the Tool King Hall will be able to last for a long time, Feng Shizhe replied. Now, Yi Xian and the others finally understood one thing. The heart of the great emperor was real. If the Tool King Hall obtained the monster race great emperor's corpse, they would be able to suppress the Beast King Hall and Battle King Hall in less than 10 years. Even if the 2 King Halls joined forces, they might not be a match for them. Hee, if that's the case, then all the more I can't give you the map. Moreover, I've hidden the map. If you want to know where it is, you'll have to defeat me first. Situ Outyen's blood was boiling as his battle-intent soared. It doesn't matter if you have it or not. As long as all of you hand over your Qian Kun rings, Feng Shizhe replied coldly. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Situ Outyen squinted his eyes and said softly, if we fight later, I'll take care of Feng Shizhe. Great Elder and I will take care of the Jiang family's old master, Lan Yao said. He and Great Elder Shi Yonghao were both rank 5 kings. It shouldn't be a problem for them to take care of the Jiang family's old master, who was a rank 6 king. Then, I'll take care of Jiang Tianjin, Beast King Palace's Great Elder said. He was also a rank 5 king. Senior, please be careful. This kid didn't use his full strength that day, but he was able to fight evenly with me. He's not an ordinary person, Lan Yao reminded. Yes, this kid is already a rank 4 king. His talent is heaven-defying. I'm afraid he has comprehended many profounds. Beast King Palace's Great Elder nodded. Now, the high-level combatants had been assigned. Great Elder Lan, I heard that you can control a huge golden sword. You can take these kids and leave later. I'll escort you, Great Elder Feng said. He was a rank 4 king. Coupled with the wind acceleration profound, his speed was second only to Situ Outyen among the people present. Most importantly, he had a unique secret skill. It wouldn't be a problem for him to escort these people out. What about you, senior? Yi Xian asked hastily. Don't worry. Although the 3 king palaces have split up, we've worked together before. Moreover, Duanmu Yun and I are from the Sword God's palace. They won't kill us, Situ Outyen said. Just leave and don't get caught by them. We'll be fine. Senior, the 2 of us can also fight. Song Suijing suddenly stepped forward. This time, if it weren't for them, how would things have ended up like this? Oh. How's your battle strength? Situ Outyen asked curiously. It was his first time seeing the yin-yang twin physique. Great Elder Song and Song Suijing glanced at each other and said, my sister and I are both rank 1st kings. We can fight a rank 2 king. If we join forces, we can even fight a rank 3 king. It's indeed powerful. Is this the legendary twin senses? Situ Outyen asked. Yes. Great Elder Song nodded. Twin senses was one of the characteristics of the yin-yang twin physique. As long as the 2 siblings were close together, their battle strength would increase by a lot. This was something they had comprehended after coming out of the wilderness. If that's the case, then I'll only send these void god brats out. Lan Xiao nodded. He alone was not a big target. Moreover, his defense was extremely strong, even stronger than Shintu Lai's. As long as no rank 4 kings came, he would be fine. Alright, then it's settled. Don't kill anyone unless it's absolutely necessary, especially the Jiang family. Situ Outyen reminded. The Jiang family was supported by Jiang Wenyue and Jiang Xinyan. If they killed a member of the Jiang family, Jiang Wenyue would definitely be furious. After all, Jiang Wenyue was now the palace master of the Sword God's palace. At this moment, Feng Shizhe suddenly shouted, Situ Outyen, have you finished discussing? There are so many officials waiting. Other than the people from the Weapon King Palace, there were also the various factions under the Weapon King Palace. Although these factions were not strong, they had enough weight. No matter who won or lost this battle, it would immediately spread to every corner of the eastern continent. Chapter 651. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Jiang Tiancheng, whoosh whoosh. The night wind blew as the 2 sides faced off. Now, it was time to see who would make the first move. After a few seconds of silence, Situ Outyen's battle intent exploded. He looked up and roared, attack. In the next moment, Lan Yao and the rest dashed out. Situ Outyen took the lead and unleashed his true qi. His aura covered the area as he tried to knock out those who were at a lower cultivation base. However, Feng Shizhe was also an empty god realm peak king. He had expected Situ Outyen to do so. Hence, he activated his territory and blocked Situ Outyen's attack. Situ Outyen, let's fight. Feng Shizhe roared as he charged at Situ Outyen with a long sword in his hand. The 2 started to fight as they rose into the air. At the same time, Lan Xiao took out a special golden boat and sent the peak empty god realm members of Warlord Hall onto it. He then drove the boat away. Humph, Lan Xiao is the previous deputy hall master. He might have a map. Stop him. Jiang Wenjing shouted. Then, he sped up the battle. At the same time, the Jiang family great elder who was hiding in the crowd could no longer sit still. He quickly revealed himself. The appearance of a rank 6 king gave the crowd a lot of pressure. Great Elder Jiang, how have you been? Lan Yao and the Grand Elder of Warlord Hall, Shi Yonghao, had been waiting for a long time. I haven't fought for many years. I'm a little rusty. However, this isn't something the 2 of you can stop. The Jiang family great elder narrowed his eyes. We'll know after we fight. This is the betrothal gift. I'll return it to you. Lan Yao narrowed his eyes and threw Jiang Wenjing's interspatial ring over. In the next moment, the 3 of them started to fight. Situ Outyan and Feng Shizhe were the first battlefield. Lan Yao, Shi Yonghao, and the Jiang family great elder were the second. As for the experts of the third battlefield, they were still standing and watching. Is that the old master of the Jiang family, my grandfather in name? Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the old figure. His mother, Jiang Xinyan, was the Jiang family great elder's daughter. Hence, he was the old man's grandson. Of course, the other party would definitely not admit it. Yi Xian, you actually dared to come to my Jiang family. I originally wanted to let you live a little longer, but since you want to die, then don't blame me. Jiang Tianjin of the Jiang family had also appeared. He looked down at Yi Xian from high up in the sky. In the next moment, he rushed down. This Jiang Tianjin was the same as when he fought Lan Yao. He was very cold. Everyone in the Jiang family knew that Jiang Tianjin had two personalities, which were split personalities. One of them had an evil personality, and that was him. He had tortured Yi Xian twice and killed Wei Zhentian. He liked to hold a folding fan. However, his current personality was cold and merciless, showing no mercy at all. Jiang Tianjin, your opponent is me. The great elder of the Beast King Palace also flew into the sky. His realm was even higher than Jiang Tianjin's. He was a grade 5 king. Whatever. I'll deal with you first. Jiang Tianjin glanced at Yi Xian before charging towards the Beast King Hall's great elder. In the crowd. Sui Jing, Zhu Jing, why don't the three of us work together? The young master of the Battle King Hall, Lan Yu, suddenly came over. The three of them had fought together many times, and their cooperation was perfect. The three of them had also gained some benefits from this trip to the Great Wilderness. Lan Yu had broken through from grade 1 king to grade 2 king. Song Sui Jing and Song Zhijing had also broken through to grade 1 king. The three of them had rare attributes. If they worked together, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a grade 3 king. After hearing this, Song Sui Jing couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian. You guys go. I'll be fine by myself. Yi Xian nodded. Now that he knew the strength of the siblings, he was more at ease. After all, she would grow up, and he couldn't be their protection forever. Instead of protecting them, he would rather let them grow stronger. Yi Xian, now that the experts have joined the battle, you will be exposed if you get close. If you take out the Bahuang sword, you will be recognized instantly. Therefore, I think it's best if you don't make a move. Shen Tuli came over and reminded him softly. I understand. Yi Xian nodded. The bloodline was actually easier to explain. After all, the Jiang family had left many descendants outside. However, if he took out the Bahuang sword, it would only make the situation worse. At that time, there might be casualties. The others joined the battle one by one. Even Song Sui Jing and the other two had gone out. Yi Xian quietly stayed beside Shen Tuli. At this moment, a fish that had escaped the net suddenly flew over. Brat, you must be Ice Girl's fiancé. A young man holding a long sword looked coldly at Yi Xian. He is Jiang Tiancheng. Shen Tuli whispered. Jiang Tiancheng was Jiang Wenyue's youngest son and Jiang Tianjin's younger brother. He was going to marry Song Suijing tomorrow. According to others, Jiang Tiancheng had comprehended two profound meanings and had reached grade 2 king. Yi Xian, stay here and don't move. I'll take care of him. Shen Tuli did not wait for Yi Xian to speak. He was ready to rush out but was stopped by Yi Xian. Elder Shen Tuli, I'll do it myself. Yi Xian took out a mid-grade ethereal god weapon and slowly walked out. Although he could not use the Bahuang sword, he was still a grade 2 king. Even without the Bahuang sword, he was confident that he could defeat Jiang Tiancheng. Since the Jiang family wanted all their Qian Kun rings, he would give them a taste of their own medicine. Good lad, you really dare to come out. Humph, how dare you steal my woman. I'll show you what it means to be strong. Jiang Tiancheng looked at Yi Xian, who was walking out step by step, and said coldly in his heart. Although it was just an act this time, he did not mind having another concubine. Moreover, this concubine was quite pretty. She had the yin-yang dual body of the ice attribute. She was much stronger than his wife and other concubines. Come on. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Boom. 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 The other areas were already busy fighting. Hence, they did not delay and both sides unleashed their domains. Yi Xian's domain was more than 20,000 meters. However, Jiang Tiancheng's domain was more than 30,000 meters. Jiang Tiancheng was not a grade 2 king, but a grade 3 king. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the information was outdated. However, it did not matter. He was just a grade 3 king. He would still beat him. Kill. Jiang Tiancheng's eyes flashed as he swept towards Yi Xian. What surprised both parties was that the other party was also of the earth attribute. Also of the earth attribute? Great. Chapter 652. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Abuse. Boom. 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 Both Yi Xian and Jiang Tiancheng were of the earth attribute. Hence, the battle would not take place in the air but on the ground. Jiang Tiancheng had comprehended the earth-walking technique and the earth-throbbing technique. Among them, the earth-throbbing technique had been upgraded to the 8th level, which was the same as Yi Xian's. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's earth-throbbing technique had been upgraded to the 16th level. Moreover, Yi Xian had the ultimacy of power. Currently, he was at a disadvantage only in terms of the cultivation level of the virtual god weapon. On the other hand, he was strong in terms of bloodline, ultimacy, and dual territories. Kacha. 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 Both of their earth territories could control the soil and form earth spikes to attack. However, both of them had earth walls. Hence, in terms of territories, there was not much difference between them. However, now, Yi Xian's original body had made a move. Collapsing heavenly slash. Yi Xian slashed forward viciously. An attack that contained the 16th level of the earth-throbbing technique swept towards Jiang Tiancheng. Jiang Tianjin had tortured him twice and killed Wei Zhentian. Hence, this time, Yi Xian wanted to get back some interest from Jiang Tianjin's younger brother, Jiang Tiancheng. Insignificant skill. Go. Facing this attack, Jiang Tiancheng did not think much of it. He also slashed out a ray of sword energy. The two rays of sword energy broke through the air and collided with each other. Bam! 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 16 dull sounds were heard. Jiang Tiancheng's sword energy was destroyed by the collapsing heavenly slash. What? Jiang Tiancheng was stunned. Just now, he had indeed heard 16 dull sounds. However, they were definitely not the result of the collision of the 8th level of the earth-throbbing technique. This was the 16th level of the earth-throbbing technique. Before he could recover from his shock, the collapsing heavenly slash had already swept over. He was forced to form an earth wall. Bam! 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 As expected, there were 16 vibrations. It was indeed the 16th level of the earth-throbbing technique. The earth wall was easily destroyed. The collapsing heavenly slash was already in front of Jiang Tiancheng. Damn it! Jiang Tiancheng thrust the long sword in his hand forward in an attempt to block the attack. Bang! 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 The heaven-shattering slash, which contained 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth, did not lose much of its power after passing through 2 layers of barriers. This slash landed directly on Jiang Tiancheng's mid-grade ethereal god weapon. Jiang Tiancheng felt a sharp pain in his hands. He felt as if his hands were no longer his. Boom! After the last shockwave dissipated, Jiang Tiancheng was finally sent flying. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, spikes appeared on the trajectory of Jiang Tiancheng's flight. Rip! 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 Incomparably sharp earth spikes pierced through Jiang Tiancheng's body. There were dozens of them, and they all avoided his vitals, causing great mental damage to Jiang Tiancheng. Jiang Tianjin tormented me. Today, I will take some interest from you. Yi Xian's face was cold. Suddenly, sharp and slender spikes appeared from the ground and pierced through Jiang Tiancheng's body again. Ah! Jiang Tiancheng was in so much pain that he could not help but howl at the sky. He could not understand why he was defeated by Yi Xian in one strike despite being a grade 3 dominator. If Yi Xian wanted to kill him, he would have died countless times just now. They were both of the earth attribute, but why was the gap so huge? He could not accept this, he could not accept this. However, he was the second genius of the Jiang family. If he could not win, it would be too embarrassing to call for help. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and endured. Poof! 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 One by one, the spikes pierced into Jiang Tiancheng's body. The sound was extremely pleasing to Yi Xian's ears. Jiang Tiancheng's 2 arms had already been pierced by more than 10 spikes from different angles. He couldn't move at all. Elder Shen Tu. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly shouted. Shen Tu Lai immediately understood. He expanded his domain and took the interspatial ring from Jiang Tiancheng's hand. The metal domain could control all metals within the domain. Jiang Tiancheng could not move at all. He could only watch as the interspatial ring flew out of his hand. The empty God realm experts who were invited to watch were dumbfounded. Who was Jiang Tiancheng? He was Jiang Tianjin's younger brother, Jiang Wenyue's youngest son. What about Jiang Wenyue? He was the palace master of the Sword God Palace. Yi Xian actually tortured Jiang Tiancheng in front of so many Jiang family members. He even pierced a few of Jiang Tiancheng's ears and took away Jiang Tiancheng's interspatial ring. That brat is really bold. This was the thought in the hearts of the spectators. This brat has a huge grudge against the Jiang family. Shen Tu Lai swallowed his saliva and controlled the interspatial ring to pass to Yi Xian. At the same time, Jiang Tianjin, who was fighting nearby, was furious when he saw his younger brother being tortured by Yi Xian. He immediately turned around and charged toward Yi Xian. Oh no! The Beast King Palace's Grand Elder's face sank. He was a grade 5 king, while Jiang Tianjin was a grade 4 king. However, Jiang Tianjin was able to challenge him and fight him to a draw. If Jiang Tianjin was allowed to get close to Yi Xian, wouldn't Yi Xian be dead for sure? The Beast King Palace's Grand Elder immediately intercepted Jiang Tianjin and prevented him from getting close to Yi Xian. Old man, do you think you can stop me? Jiang Tianjin shouted. Suddenly, a fire doppelganger appeared 10,000 meters away. Fire attribute profound, fire clone. What? He's still holding back. The Beast King Palace's Grand Elder was shocked. After fighting with Jiang Tianjin for a while, he already knew that Jiang Tianjin had comprehended inextinguishable flames and rising from the ashes. Now, he actually had another fire clone. A grade 4 king who had comprehended 3 profound, this was simply heaven-defying. Brat, I wanted to show you your father's miserable state, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Die. The cold Jiang Tianjin's eyes flickered as he controlled the fire clone to slash at Yi Xian. Not good. Shen Tu Lai's face sank. He hurriedly formed golden ramparts around Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin's fire clones. However, Jiang Tianjin had also comprehended inextinguishable flames, and his attack power was very strong. The sword Qi directly destroyed the golden ramparts and swept towards Yi Xian. If Yi Xian was hit, he would probably die instantly. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 3 king. There were many things in Jiang Tiancheng's yin and yang ring, which directly raised Yi Xian's realm by 1 level. The current Yi Xian's battle power had at least increased by several times. Heaven-shattering slash. Yi Xian's expression was grave as he slashed out. Without using Ba Huang's sword, this was already his strongest attack. Peng! 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 Chapter 653. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. He blocked it? Shen Tulai had no other way to deal with this attack. Although he reacted, his speed was not fast enough to form the golden rampart. Yi Xian could only rely on himself now. This time, he only had one chance to make a move. In fact, he could use the underground movement technique to escape, but his resentment towards Jiang Tianjin was too great. This time, he did not want to hide. Colossal heavenly killing slash, break for me. Yi Xian roared in his heart as he fiercely slashed down with his sword. However, at this moment. Ding! The host has comprehended the profound of lifting heavy as light. The sudden notification caused the power of Yi Xian's sword to increase by at least 1-fold. After the profound of power, there was another profound of second level, which was lifting heavy as light. After that, there was another profound of third level, which was lifting light as heavy. Previously, when he was sparring with Lan Xiao in the Warlord Hall, Lan Xiao had said that Yi Xian was too impatient at that time, so his control over his strength wasn't perfect. If he were to calm down, he might be able to comprehend how to lift heavy objects as if they were light. Now, after seeing that Song Suijing and Judge Song were fine, Yi Xian's mind suddenly became clear, and he finally comprehended lifting heavy as light. Xiao! The colossal heavenly killing slash instantly destroyed the sword chi of Jiang Tianjin's flame clone, and then quickly moved towards the flame clone. The profound of power was already powerful, and lifting heavy as light was even more powerful. The power of this sword had at least doubled. Boom! The colossal heavenly killing slash landed on the flame clone, causing it to shake violently. Although its attribute was restrained, the power of this attack was enough to destroy one of Jiang Tianjin's flame clones. However, just as the flame clone was about to be destroyed, Jiang Tianjin suddenly rushed over. The flame clone re-entered Jiang Tianjin's domain, and in the next moment, Jiang Tianjin used one of his trump cards. The profound he comprehended was not only inextinguishable raging flames, rising from the ashes, and flame clone, but also a second-level profound. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Explode for me. Jiang Tianjin's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, the flame clone suddenly exploded. What? Yi Xian widened his eyes, and so did Shen Tulai. Jiang Tianjin actually had another trump card. Boom! A wave of flame instantly swept out. Shen Tulai had already put up layers of defense, but he was worried about Yi Xian. Earth wall, wind wall. This time, Yi Xian could no longer hide anything. The earthen walls were imbued with the 16 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world. The wind wall's defensive capabilities were not weak either, but in the end, it was unable to withstand the raging flames of the heavens. Yi Xian! Shen Tulai exclaimed. Boom! The shockwave had already reached Yi Xian. In the next moment, Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. The inextinguishable inferno was originally very difficult to deal with, and this move, raging flames incinerate the heavens, was the most powerful of all the profound meanings. If it had been a level 5 king tier, perhaps he would have been able to withstand it. However, Yi Xian was only a level 3 king tier. Furthermore, his attributes were countered by Yi Xian's attacks. The huge commotion had attracted many people's attention. Song Suijing, who was working together with Judge Song and Lan Yu, turned around and couldn't help but exclaim. Tears involuntarily gushed out of her eyes. As for the others, they were shocked by Jiang Tianjin's actions. This Jiang Tianjin is actually killing people from the 2 king palaces. Why is he doing this? Are they going to shed all pretense of cordiality? This is too terrifying. He actually comprehended so many profound meanings. What a genius! Although that brat is also very strong and was able to beat Jiang Tiancheng to the point that he couldn't fight back, after being hit by the raging flames incinerate the heavens, even if he isn't burned to death by the inextinguishable inferno, he will still be smashed to pieces. What a joke. Of course he will be burned to death. The inextinguishable inferno is no joke. The spectators were discussing in private. Not only them, but even the people from the Tool King Palace were confused. What is Tianjin doing? Didn't he say that he wouldn't kill anyone? Now that one of them is dead, won't Situ Outyan go crazy? Jiang Tianjin's uncle, Jiang Wenjing, thought in his heart. At this moment, Situ Outyan, who was in the first battlefield, also noticed the commotion. Damn it, this Jiang Tianjin actually killed Yi Xian. Situ Outyan roared in his heart. Yi Xian was Yi Chang's son, and Yi Chong was on good terms with Duan Muyun. He originally wanted to return a favor to Duan Muyun, but he did not take good care of Yi Xian, causing Yi Xian to be killed by Jiang Tianjin. Feng Shizhe, if you don't back off, don't blame me for killing you. Situ Outyan roared hysterically. Feng Shizhe was stunned. He could feel Situ Outyan's anger. Although he did not know who Yi Xian was, he could see that Yi Xian was very important to Situ Outyan. This is bad. Jiang Tianjin didn't know how to control his strength. This is going to be troublesome. Feng Shizhe's face darkened. However, he still could not let Situ Outyan leave. What if Situ Outyan rushed over and killed Jiang Tianjin? Jiang Tianjin was the son of the Sword God Palace Master, Jiang Wenyue. Situ Outyan, this is because you didn't hand over the map. Feng Shizhe shouted. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Situ Outyan's eyes turned red as he threw out 18 middle-grade void divine weapons from his interspatial ring. 18 gold swords array, go. Situ Outyan had already used his trump card. This move was taught by his master. Those who were not empty God Realm great emperors would not be able to withstand it. Oh no, this is the ultimate move of Lu Yang Palace Master. Feng Shizhe's face changed drastically as he quickly retreated. Feng Shizhe was the disciple of a palace master. No matter how bold Situ Outyan was, he would not dare to kill Feng Shizhe. This move was just to intimidate Feng Shizhe. The 18 gold swords flew towards Feng Shizhe, while Situ Outyan flew towards Yi Xian. However, at this moment, the atmosphere had calmed down. The shockwave from the explosion had already subsided. Shen Tulai's gold armor and gold bulwark were all shattered. However, as he was too far away, he did not suffer any serious injuries. Jiang Tiancheng was only blown away and did not suffer any serious injuries. As for Yi Xian, he was nowhere to be seen. He was instantly struck by the inextinguishable flames. That was what everyone thought. However, right at that moment, a figure appeared 10,000 meters away. Yi Xian. Everyone was shocked. He was not dead after being struck by the raging flames at such a close distance. How did he survive? The question was actually very simple. Yi Xian had taken out the 8 desolate sword and formed the 8 desolate shield. Although he wanted to conceal himself, he would have been killed by the raging flames if he continued to hide at such a crucial moment. Kacha! The 8 desolate shield reformed into the 8 desolate sword. Yi Xian held it in his hand and flew over unscathed. Elder Shentu, are you alright? Yi Xian asked immediately. I'm fine. Shentu Lai shook his head with a pale face. Chapter 654. Exposed. At this moment, Yi Xian had become the center of attention. At the same time, the Jiang family members also felt that something was amiss. Bloodline. Yi Xian actually had the Jiang family's bloodline in him. What's going on? I can sense his bloodline. Is he also a member of the Jiang family? That can't be. How can we not recognize a member of the Jiang family? Maybe he's a child left behind by someone. Then this talent is too terrifying. Just whose seed is it? The Jiang family experts were discussing softly. Even Jiang Wenjing was the same. He also sensed the bloodline in Yi Xian's body. Patriarch Jiang also noticed this. At this moment, he suddenly focused on the Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's hand. Bahuang sword. The Jiang family's grand elder exclaimed in disbelief. What? When the surrounding people heard this, they also focused on Yi Xian's hand. Indeed, it was the Bahuang sword. At this moment, they suddenly remembered the name that Shen Tu Lai had shouted. Yi Xian, Yi. He's Yi Chang's son. Jiang Wenjing exclaimed. Patriarch Jiang had a total of 3 children. His eldest son was Jiang Wenyue, his second son was Jiang Wenjing, and his third daughter was Jiang Xinyan. Strictly speaking, Jiang Wenjing was also Yi Xian's uncle. When the 2 words, Yi Chong, entered the ears of the surrounding people, many of them were confused. Yi Chong is the undying sword god. A scout shouted. At this moment, everyone understood. Yi Xian was actually the undying sword god's son. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian was also a member of the Jiang family? Have you finally recognized me? Yi Xian held the Bahuang sword and coldly looked at the group of experts who had suddenly stopped fighting. The Bahuang sword, coupled with the bloodline connection, had already exposed his identity. Next, it would depend on the Jiang family's attitude. Not good. Situ Outyan's expression was gloomy. Yi Xian's identity was exposed in the end. After all, he knew the Jiang family's attitude. So it's Yi Chang's son. Capture him. The Jiang family's old master immediately bellowed while blowing his beard. Yi Xian was Jiang Xinyan's son, which made him her grandson. However, the Jiang family's old man didn't treat Yi Xian as his family. Is that so? When Yi Xian heard this, his heart turned cold. His killing intent was obvious. The Jiang family still had the same attitude as 20 years ago. They didn't recognize him at all. In that case, there was no need for him to show mercy. Jiang Wenjing immediately rushed towards Yi Xian, preparing to capture Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already become a grade 3 king. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Wenjing, who was also a grade 3 king. 8 Baron Wind Formation, go! Yi Xian shattered the Bahuang sword once again and rushed towards Jiang Wenjing. If not for the fact that Jiang Wenjing was Jiang Xinyan's older brother, Yi Xian would have already killed him with the sword-shattering stars. Jiang Wenjing snorted coldly and began to deal with the 8 blades. Right now, Yi Xian's throbbing pulse of the earth had already transformed to the 16th level, which was extremely powerful. Just these 8 sharp blades were enough for Jiang Wenjing to drink. If Yi Xian used his wind and earth domains, Jiang Wenjing would probably die at his hands even if his true body didn't intervene. So powerful. Is that the Bahuang sword god's weapon? That's terrifying. He didn't even use his domain. His weapon alone is enough to hold Jiang Wenjing back. If he used his domain, Jiang Wenjing's life would be in danger. That's not the point. The 3 moves of the Bahuang sword art are the Bahuang sword god's ultimate moves. I wonder if that kid has mastered them. If he did, even Jiang Tianjin would be in danger. The surrounding people looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, the strength that Yi Xian displayed had already intimidated them. If Yi Xian was given a few more years, he would definitely be able to surpass the Jiang family and even be taken a fancy to by a certain palace master of the Sword God Palace. This kid must know what we did to him and his son. If we let him grow up, our Jiang family will be in big trouble. Jiang family's great elder thought to himself. Now, Yi Xian understood the Jiang family's attitude and immediately shouted, "Let's go. Jiang Tianjin, let's fight." He had been holding back this sentence for a long time. At this moment, he already had the strength to clamor with Jiang Tianjin. Today, he was going to settle the old score. However, just as Yi Xian was about to attack, everyone, stop. Suddenly, an explosive shout entered everyone's ears, and then a figure descended from the sky. As soon as he appeared, everyone present trembled and couldn't move at all. What's going on? Everyone was confused. They turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man on top of the door of the King Tool Hall. This is, Feng Shizhe and Situ Outyan opened their eyes wide. They knew the middle-aged man. Greetings, senior brother Wu Shang. Feng Shizhe and Situ Outyan cupped their fists at the same time. Although the middle-aged man in front of them was not the palace master of the Sword God Palace, he had broken through the shackles of the Empty God Realm's sovereign and reached the Empty God Realm Great Emperor. At the same time, he had another identity. He was the son of the Tai Sword God. So powerful. Is this the Great Emperor's will? The people below swallowed their saliva and couldn't move at all. They were suppressed by a strange energy. This was the Great Emperor's will. At this moment, the middle-aged man seemed to be the master of the world. No one dared to disobey him. The palace master of the Tai Sword God Palace has ordered that Feng Shizhe and Situ Outyan are not to participate in the affairs of the Eastern Continent, Wu Shang said to the two. Yes. Feng Shizhe and Situ Outyan nodded at the same time. Then, Wu Shang looked at Jiang Tianjin and said, Jiang Tianjin, the Nine Heavens Sword God has decided to accept you as his disciple. Do you agree? What? Everyone present was shocked. The Nine Heavens Sword God Palace Master was once the Palace Master of the Sword God Palace. However, he had fallen a long time ago. The current Nine Heavens Sword God Palace Master was Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue. I agree. Jiang Tianjin's eyes flashed. Although the Nine Heavens Sword God was his father was an outsider. He needed the approval of the other palace masters to accept a disciple. As long as he entered the Sword God Palace, he would be heavily nurtured. After all, his father was also a palace master. At that time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He might even become a grade 9 sovereign. Afterwards, Wu Shang intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yi Xian and locked onto the Bahuang sword. However, he didn't say anything and didn't intend to take back the Bahuang sword. This was what the Tai Sword God Palace Master, who was also his father, wanted. He still remembered his father's words, this kid has a bright future ahead of him. That was why he made a move at the critical moment. He thought that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Tianjin for the time being. The Eastern Continent hasn't been peaceful recently. Don't make a fuss. Let's forget about today's matter. Wu Shang looked around and said. In the next moment, everyone felt the pressure on their bodies disappear without a trace, and they could finally move. However, they didn't know who Wu Shang's last sentence was. Was it the Tai Sword God Palace Master or Wu Shang himself? Yes, my lord. Great-grandfather Jiang didn't dare to disobey this person's order. He hurriedly replied respectfully. However, they knew that Wu Shang had been here from the beginning. He was so skilled that even Feng Shizhe and Situ Outyan didn't notice him. Chapter 655. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Ride Astral Ocean. Hearing this, the people from Beast King Palace and Warlord Palace gathered together. Yi Xian, are you alright? Song Suijing asked worriedly. I'm fine. Yi Xian shook his head. He had blocked the raging flames with the 8 Desolation Shield. Outside the 8 Desolation Shield, there were 16 layers of Earth Pulse, so he was not injured. Alright, Jiang Tianjin, follow me. The rest of you can disperse too. Yes. The group of people responded. Humph. Before Jiang Tianjin left, he glared at Yi Xian before leaving with Wu Shang. His eyes seemed to be saying, I'll spare your life for now. One day, you'll die in my hands. At the same time, Yi Xian thought to himself, Jiang Tianjin, it seems that our final battle has yet to come. The next time we meet, I'll definitely take my revenge. Forget about Tool King Palace, let's go too. Situ Outyan rushed over and left with a group of people. The Jiang family could only watch them leave, but they could not vent the anger in their hearts. I never thought that Tai Palace Master would come out to mediate. After leaving Tool King Palace, Situ Outyan could not help but say. Tai Palace Master was the most authoritative palace master in Sword God Palace. Even the other palace masters dared not disobey his words. Now that Yi Xian has been exposed, the Jiang family will probably make a move next. Lan Yao glanced at Yi Xian. That's right. The Jiang family almost killed Yi Xian and Yi Chong 20 years ago. Now that Yi Xian is here, they will definitely not leave him alone. I'm afraid that Yi Xian can't stay in the eastern continent anymore, unless he stays in Warlord Palace. Shen Tu-Lai nodded. It was impossible for Yi Xian to stay in Warlord Palace for a long time. He did not rely on ordinary cultivation, but on devouring to increase his strength. It was better to kill him than to let him stay in Warlord Palace. Since he couldn't stay in the eastern continent, where could he go? Hiding like this isn't a solution. Right now, Yi Xian isn't weak. Why don't we send him to the chaotic astral ocean? We need more people there. Battle King Hall's Grand Elder Shi Yonghao suddenly said. That's a good idea. What do you think, Yi Xian? Lan Yao nodded and looked at Yi Xian. Chaotic astral ocean. This was not the first time Yi Xian had heard of this place. Senior, I don't know much about the chaotic astral ocean. Is there anything I can help you with? Yi Xian asked curiously. Our eastern continent was originally very big, but the demon race of the Great Wilderness suddenly attacked and surrounded the eastern continent. In the Great Wilderness, we don't have the strength to open a passageway, so we can only start from the sea. Lan Yao explained, therefore, we three king palaces all have our own forces in the chaotic astral ocean. We want to open a sea route to cross the Great Wasteland and connect with the outside world. After hearing this, Yi Xian also understood. There were actually some Void God Realm kings in Battle King Hall, but they were all sent to the chaotic astral ocean. Grand Elder Shi Yonghao just happened to come back from the chaotic astral ocean. Yi Xian pondered. Now that his identity had been exposed, if he stayed in the eastern continent, he didn't know when he would fall into the hands of the Jiang family. It was better to go to the chaotic astral ocean to improve his strength. By the time he returned, the Jiang family's threat wouldn't be that big. Alright, I'll go. Yi Xian nodded. We'll go too. Song Suijing hurriedly said. Battle King Hall's young master Lan Yu glanced at Judge Song and Song Suijing and said, I'll go too. My thunder attribute physique might improve faster there. Alright, then the four of you go to the chaotic astral ocean. We'll deal with the eastern continent first. Lan Yao nodded. Although they had decided to go to the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian and the others still planned to return to Battle King Hall and rest for a few days. After all, Yi Xian and Song Suijing hadn't seen each other for more than a year, and there were many things to talk about. Alright, you guys be careful. I'll bring your news to Yi Chong. Situ Outyan said to Yi Xian. Many thanks, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. In fact, he could condense a sword god bloodline seed and let Situ Outyan bring it to Yi Chong. However, this thing was too precious, so Yi Xian decided to forget about it. He would think about it when he met Yi Chong in the future. Soon, the Battle King Hall's group separated from the Beast King Hall's group. Yi Xian and the others also returned to Battle King Hall. After not seeing each other for more than a year, Yi Xian and Song Suijing had endless things to talk about. The two took turns to talk about what had happened to them, and they talked until late at night. Only then did Yi Xian hug Song Suijing and fall asleep. In this more than a year, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song didn't have many things to do. After they met Lan Yu in Luosha region, they were directly brought back to Battle King Hall and were secretly trained. Originally, they were the trump cards to contend against Jiang Tianjin in the future, but now, they were exposed. Moreover, when it came to trump cards, they were still too far behind Yi Xian. If Yi Xian had the Bahuang sword, he might have the strength to contend against Jiang Tianjin. However, now that Jiang Tianjin had been accepted into Sword God Palace, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't fall behind. Otherwise, how could he take revenge? The next day, Yi Xian got up and prepared to go to chaotic astral ocean. After listening to him, Lan Yu also felt a huge pressure. Originally, she was the #1 genius of Battle King Hall, but now, Yi Xian appeared. Not only was his attribute high, but his realm was also higher than hers. Most importantly, he was so hardworking. Immediately, Lan Yu directly agreed. Then, the four of them directly left. Before entering chaotic astral ocean, I have to tell you something. On the way to chaotic astral ocean, Lan Yu suddenly opened her mouth. Yi Xian and the other two looked at each other and listened in silence. Chaotic astral ocean is a very dangerous place. Once you enter, you must be extremely careful when flying. Chaotic astral ocean not only needs to guard against the void god beasts in the sea, but also the chaotic astral thunder in the sky. Lan Yu said. Sister Lan, what is chaotic astral thunder? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Lan Yu replied, there is no day in chaotic astral ocean, only endless night. Even if there are no thunderclouds, there will be occasional chaotic astral thunder in the sky. There are strong and weak chaotic astral thunders. The weak ones can be resisted by void god realm experts. As for the strong ones, I heard that they can even kill void god realm experts. So strong? Yi Xian was shocked. Yes. Lan Yu nodded. At the same time, after entering chaotic astral ocean, remember not to fly more than 100 meters above the sea. Once it exceeds 100 meters, there will be a chance of chaotic astral thunder in the sky. Therefore, most people fly at a low altitude. 100 meters, isn't that too dangerous? Yi Xian frowned. The sea was unfathomable, and there were countless powerful void god beasts. There might even be void god beasts comparable to void god realm great emperors. 100 meters was nothing. Because of this, most people travel by boat, so there are many pirate groups in chaotic astral ocean. Chapter 656. Ambush. Lan Yu paused for a moment before continuing. The chaotic astral ocean is divided into 3 regions. These 3 regions are the territories of the 3 pirate emperors. Our 3 king palaces are all in Mad Revered's territory. Mad Revered, Empress, and Battle Emperor are extremely powerful. Are these 3 Nihility God Realm Emperors? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. I'm not very sure. Moreover, these 3 are pirates with countless experts under their command. However, there are rumors that they are already level 9 kings. Lan Yu said solemnly, moreover, these 3 people hate outsiders very much. In other words, people from the mainland like us. That's why we, the Warlord Palace, disguised as pirates. So, we are going to be pirates? Judge Song suddenly frowned. Yes, I previously went to the chaotic astral ocean to form a pirate group, but because I returned to the mainland, I merged with the Shuntian pirates. Lan Yu nodded. Judge Song said helplessly, we are really going to be pirates. Although it doesn't feel like much, robbing isn't my style. We are only in disguise. We won't rob caravans. Generally, we will fight with other pirate groups. Lan Yu shook her head, only by fighting can we obtain more wealth, manpower, and ships to strengthen ourselves. Hearing this, Judge Song slowly nodded. These pirates were originally cruel people. Killing them was a matter of course. In addition, Judge, although you have recovered from your serious injury, it hasn't been cured. If it isn't cured, I'm afraid your cultivation won't be able to progress. Lan Yu suddenly turned her attention to Judge Song. At this time, Yi Xian remembered that Judge Song still had some injuries and immediately asked, how can it be cured? The Jiang family didn't cure him. If we can find a wood attribute king, perhaps he will be able to recover. Or find a flame wood root. Lan Yu replied. Withered wood rejuvenation, or flame wood root. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he secretly remembered it. He had heard of the flame wood root before. It was a kind of thing that leaned towards both fire and wood, but he didn't know where to find it. The palace master's whereabouts are uncertain, but now that this has happened, we can't go to the Sword God Palace to find the palace master. However, if the palace master comes back, he should come to the chaotic astral ocean, Lan Yu continued. The Battle King Hall's hall master, Duan Mu Yun, had a wood attribute void spirit. Moreover, he had also comprehended withered wood rejuvenation. If he returned to the Battle King Hall, Lan Yao would tell him about this matter. However, during this period of time, Adjudicator Song would be stuck as a rank 1 king. After that, Lan Yu told Yi Xian and the other two a few more things. In short, their next mission in the chaotic astral sea was to expand their pirate group. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to leave the chaotic astral sea and open up a path. The chaotic astral ocean was right next to the eastern continent. However, Yi Xian and the other two also made a trip back to the Heavenly Water Continent to report that they were safe and sound, as well as confirm the Heavenly Water Continent's situation. After that, he arrived at the border between the eastern continent and the chaotic astral ocean. Past that lighthouse is the chaotic astral ocean. Let's fly in at a low altitude. On the sea outside the eastern continent, Blue Moon pointed at a lighthouse in front of them and said, "Okay." Yi Xian and the other two nodded silently. However, just as they were about to cross the lighthouse, a figure suddenly appeared on top of the lighthouse. "You guys really made me wait for a long time." A middle-aged man suddenly blocked the path of Yi Xian and the other two. Yi Xian and the other two didn't recognize this person, but Blue Moon did. After seeing the middle-aged man's face clearly, Blue Moon's expression sank to the bottom of the valley. She said, "Jiang Wentao." The middle-aged man in front of them was a member of the Jiang family's generation. He was an expert second only to the Jiang family's patriarch. The Jiang family's patriarch had 3 children. The eldest son was Jiang Wenyue, the second son was Jiang Wenjing, and the third daughter was Jiang Xinyan. This Jiang Wentao was Jiang Wenyue's cousin. That day at the Tool King Hall, he didn't appear because he was in the chaotic astral ocean. However, Yi Xian and the other two were still one step behind. "Little girl, I didn't expect you to recognize me." Jiang Wentao grinned. "What do you want to do?" Master Wu Shang said. Blue Moon hurriedly mentioned Wu Shang. However, before she could finish, Jiang Wentao interrupted her. "Don't use Master Wu Shang as an excuse. I only have one purpose for coming here today. That kid will come with me. The 3 of you can do whatever you want." "Impossible." Blue Moon immediately replied. "Little girl, although the 4 of you are top-notch geniuses, you are still too young. If you have 10 years, you might be able to surpass me. However, judging from your current situation, you don't have the ability to stop me." As Jiang Wentao spoke, he turned his attention to Yi Xian and said, "Don't worry, this kid won't die. After all, he is Yi Cheng's child. If he dies and Yi Cheng goes crazy, the Tool King Hall won't be able to handle it." Yi Cheng was already a peak king of the empty god realm. If he knew that Yi Xian was dead, he would definitely slaughter the Tool King Hall. Although the Tool King Hall was backed by the 9th Heaven Sword God Jiang Wenyue couldn't guard the Tool King Hall all the time. "I will go to the Tool King Hall again, but not now," Yi Xian said coldly. TSK, this is not up to you." Jiang Wentao's gaze fell on Yi Xian's Bahuang sword. He didn't covet the Bahuang sword or the Bahuang sword technique. He was coveting something else. Something that very few people knew about. "If that's the case, let me see what you're capable of." Yi Xian squinted his eyes and said softly, "I will be the main attacker. The 3 of you will hold him back." "All right." Song Suijing and the other two nodded. In the current team, Yi Xian had the highest cultivation level and was the most powerful. Although the 3 of them weren't at a high cultivation level, it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a level 4 king together. With the addition of Yi Xian, they might be able to fight a level 5 king. After all, the 4 of them had rare attributes. Both parties looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Then, Yi Xian took the initiative to attack. Bahuang spirit, go. The Bahuang sword shattered instantly and formed a brownish-yellow genuine qi giant that charged towards Jiang Wentao. Bahuang spirit. If the Bahuang sword god was controlling it, the Bahuang spirit would be stronger than an ordinary empty god realm emperor. It's a pity that you're only a level 3 king. Jiang Wentao sighed and finally made his move. He had the fire attribute empty god spirit and had comprehended the inextinguishable flames and rebirth from fire. Although his attack power was strong, the 4 of them were the treasures of the Warlord Hall. If one of them died, the 2 Warlord Halls would definitely start a war. Therefore, he had to be careful. Swoosh. Territories were activated one by one. Lightning territory, ice territory, flame territory, fire territory, earth territory, wind territory. Chapter 657. Unbeatable. In the next moment, the 8 Desolation Spirit was already in front of Jiang Wentao. Whoosh whoosh. The 8 Desolation Spirit punched out, aiming for Jiang Wentao's head. Humph, Jiang Wentao snorted coldly. In the next moment, an inextinguishable flame ignited beneath the 8 Desolation Spirit's feet. In an instant, the 8 Desolation Spirit was burnt to a crisp. Although the 8 Desolation Spirit was formed by 8 sharp blades, the majority of its body was formed by Yi Xian's Zhen Qi. Earth Zhen Qi was already countered by Fire Zhen Qi, let alone the inextinguishable flame. However, the 8 Desolation Spirit was just a cover. Yi Xian's real killing move was the 8 Desolation Wind Formation. Whoosh! 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 When the Octoterra Titan spirit was annihilated, the 8 blades began to spin at high speeds. The 8 blades, which contained the power of the 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world, attacked Jiang Wentao. However, Jiang Wentao was able to easily deflect them. 16 layers of earth pulse is indeed powerful. If I wasn't a grade 5 king, it would really be troublesome. Jiang Wentao muttered. At this moment, cracking sounds were suddenly heard around him. In the next moment, walls were formed around him. Ice profound, ice crystal cage. The ice attribute was naturally created by Song Suijing. Petty tricks, break for me. Jiang Wentao blocked the 8 sharp blades while igniting the inextinguishable flame around him. In the next moment, holes were burned through the entire ice crystal cage. This ice crystal cage was very useful against fire kings of the same level. However, Jiang Wentao was a grade 5 king after all, and had comprehended the inextinguishable flame. Hence, it was useless against him. However, this ice crystal cage could not be underestimated. Ice crystal explosion. When Jiang Wentao ignited the inextinguishable flame, Song Suijing's eyes suddenly flashed. Pang! The entire ice crystal cage shattered, and countless ice crystals shot towards Jiang Wentao. I've long heard of this move of yours. Jiang Wentao was still defending against the attacks of the 8 sharp blades. There was already a layer of flame around his body. When the ice crystals got close to him, they were burned into ashes. ZZ. However, what Jiang Wentao did not notice was that there was already a special energy gathering above his head. As Lan Yu's eyes flashed, the energy suddenly chopped down. Thunder element profound, heavenly punishment. Lan Yu had not used this move in the previous battle. What? Jiang Wentao felt that something was wrong. He looked up and saw a lightning snake slithering down. Immediately, his figure flashed. Boom! This electric snake slithered straight into the sea, immediately setting off a wave of electromagnetic waves on the surface of the sea. However, this was not the end. Boom! 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 One after another, the electric snakes slithered down. Jiang Wentao didn't dare to stay in the same place anymore. He hurriedly began to dodge. Although the heavenly punishment profound also required Zhen Qi, Lan Yu was a level 2 dominator. She wouldn't run out of Zhen Qi so easily. The reason why Jiang Wentao dodged was because he felt threatened. The thunder element had the attack power of the fire element and the speed of the wind element. It was a very powerful attribute. Song Suijing and the other two's purpose was to restrain Jiang Wentao and let Yi Xian assist them. Originally, Song Suijing also knew the binding of water profound, but Jiang Wentao's realm was too high. Moreover, he had the inextinguishable raging flames, so she couldn't restrain him. Now, she could only use heavenly punishment to restrain him. Whoosh! Adjudicator Song, who had not made a move, finally made a move. At this time, a flame dragon swept toward Jiang Wentao. Humph! Jiang Wentao resisted the 8 sharp blades while dodging the heavenly punishment lightning. Taking advantage of the gap, he threw a punch at the flame dragon. Boom! The flame dragon was easily defeated by this punch. The fire element was the upgraded version of the fire element. Its power was stronger than the fire element, but due to the suppression of the realm, the flame dragon couldn't do anything. However, there was another killing move in the flame dragon's body. Ha! At the same time when the flame dragon was annihilated, a 2-meter-tall flame clone rushed out. This was Adjudicator Song's flame clone. Ha, old man, have a taste of this move. Adjudicator Song looked up to the sky and laughed. Boom! The flame avatar instantly exploded. How could Jiang Wentao, who had the fire element, not know about this move? This was raging flames incinerate the heavens. Moreover, it was the raging flames incinerate the heavens. Damn it, I was tricked. Jiang Wentao hurriedly used his true qi to resist. Although this raging flames incinerate the heavens was powerful enough to kill a 3rd-grade king, Jiang Wentao was a 5th-grade king. Moreover, he had the fire element, so he had some resistance against it. Adjudicator Song's raging flames incinerate the heavens didn't injure him and was blocked. However, this was also a form of restraint. Swish! At the same time, a brown sword qi shot towards Jiang Wentao. Yi Xian had been waiting for an opportunity since the beginning. The explosion of the raging flames incinerate the heavens was a very good opportunity, so he didn't hesitate to make his move. Lifting heavy as light and great earth-throbbing technique combined with his bloodline allowed Yi Xian's attack to be extremely fast. It was enough to threaten a 5th-grade king. Not good. Jiang Wentao's expression changed once again. The attack power of this slash was almost on par with his own. However, he had been tricked by Adjudicator Song a moment ago. At the same time, there was also heavenly punishment, 8 desolate wind slaughter array, and various other domains, giving him no time to dodge. Therefore, he could only face it head-on. Boom! Jiang Wentao's weapon vibrated 16 times in an instant. His hands were numb from the vibrations, and his body was blasted back 1,000 meters. Success! Yi Xian's group of 4 widened their eyes, but in the next moment, Jiang Wentao's hearty laughter came from the front. Brats, you think you can injure me, Jiang Wentao? Jiang Wentao's figure appeared in the eyes of the 4. A 5th-grade king, as expected of a 5th-grade king. Even with such exquisite coordination, they still couldn't do anything to him. To be honest, if I was only a 4th-grade king, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. Now that I've seen through your abilities, it's time to get serious. Jiang Wentao narrowed his eyes. The reason why he was defending just now was because he wanted to see the potential and trump cards of these people. Now, he had really seen through them. He didn't know about heavenly punishment, raging flames incinerate the heavens, and other ultimates before. Now, he knew. The 4 people's expressions were gloomy. Yi Xian also withdrew his 8 desolate sword. If the other party really wanted to capture him, then he would have to use his ultimate move. At that time, there would be casualties. If Jiang Wentao died, then the Tool King Hall and Battle King Hall would definitely start a war. Therefore, Yi Xian was still hesitating. Chapter 658. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations. It was the Temple Master, Duan Muyun. Alright, brats, I don't have time to play with you. As Jiang Wentao spoke, his attention fell onto Yi Xian as he said, Brat, obediently follow me back to the Artifact King's Hall. Otherwise, don't blame me for not holding back when I make a move. You want to catch me? Let's see what you're capable of. Yi Xian replied calmly. He had already made up his mind. If Jiang Wentao really attacked him, he would have to use the Sword of Shattering Stars. Jiang Wentao was the leader of the pirate group in the chaotic astral ocean. He must have a lot of things in his interspatial ring. If he killed him, Yi Xian might break through to become a level 4 king. At that time, he would not be afraid of the Tool King Palace. However, if Jiang Wenyue knew about it, it would be troublesome. However, it was not the time to think about it. Alright, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll capture you and bring you back to the Tool King Palace by force. After Jiang Wentao finished speaking, his aura suddenly grew stronger and pressed down on Yi Xian and the other three. However, in the next instant, his imposing manner instantly collapsed. At the same time, a sudden pressure descended on his body, causing his heart to palpitate involuntarily. I can't move. Jiang Wentao's face was filled with shock as his entire body trembled. He hurriedly swept his gaze around and discovered that a white figure had appeared above Yi Xian's group of 4. Yi Xian and the other 3 were puzzled. Why did Jiang Wentao suddenly stop moving? At this moment, they noticed Jiang Wentao's strange gaze. They looked up and saw a person standing behind them. When Yi Xian saw the person's face, he trembled violently. Wasn't this the middle-aged man who killed the flying dragon and saved Yi Xian and Song Suijing in the Tang dynasty of the Tianshui continent? Temple Master. Suddenly, Lan Yu shouted. What? Yi Xian was stunned again. Temple Master. This middle-aged man was actually the Battle Emperor Hall's Hall Master, Duan Muyun. Only then did Yi Xian realize that when the middle-aged man killed the wyvern, didn't the wyvern turn into a pile of mud? Wasn't that the wood attribute true qi? Moreover, at that time, Song Suijing had guessed that this middle-aged man knew Yi Xian's father, but she never expected that he was actually the Hall Master of Warlord Hall. Damn, a Void God Realm Monarch Realm expert needs to use his sword to deal with a flying dragon? Yi Xian could not help but admire Duan Muyun's posturing in the Great Tang dynasty was simply too impressive. An expert like Duan Muyun did not even need to make a move. Just a look from him could kill a virtual god, let alone an injured flying dragon. Originally, Yi Xian thought that this middle-aged man was just a friend that Yi Chong had met during his training. After all, Yi Chong was very talented, and not everyone could keep up with him. However, Yi Xian did not associate this middle-aged man with the Battle Emperor Hall Master. After hearing Lan Yu's words, Jiang Wentao's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Hall Master Duan Muyun? He was shocked by Duan Muyun's aura and his mind was in a daze. His vision was not very bright, so he did not recognize him immediately. Jiang Wentao, how dare you? Duan Muyun slowly descended from the sky. Jiang Wentao looked at Duan Muyun in horror. He was terrified because Duan Muyun was a level 9 Void God Realm Monarch. He was not someone that he could deal with. I've heard about what happened before. Your Tool King Palace dares to threaten my Battle King Palace, who gave you the guts to do that? Jiang Wenyue. Duan Muyun looked at Jiang Wentao. Jiang Wenyue was one of the palace masters of Sword God Palace, but Duan Muyun was also one of the palace masters. Duan Muyun was not afraid of Jiang Wenyue since they had the same status. Do you think your weapon Emperor Hall is powerful just because Jiang Wenyue has become a great emperor? Coincidentally, I also made a breakthrough a while ago. Duan Muyun suddenly revealed a secret. What? When they heard the second half of the sentence, Jiang Wentao, Yi Xian, and the other 2 trembled. Duan Muyun, who was originally a peak Void God Realm Monarch, had made a breakthrough. Did that mean that Duan Muyun was now a Void God Realm Great Emperor? No wonder I can't move. He has already broken through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor. Jiang Wentao suddenly understood. Although a level 9 monarch was stronger than a level 5 monarch, it was impossible for him to be unable to move. Therefore, it must be because of the great emperor's will. Humph. Duanmu Yun snorted and suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian and the other three. Palace Master. Lan Yu quickly bowed. Yi Xian and the other two followed suit. Forget it. I'm not such an old-fashioned person. Duanmu Yun grinned and looked at Yi Xian and Song Suijing. He said, why? Are the two of you surprised? Yi Xian and Song Suijing looked at each other and said in unison, yes. Ha, I took advantage of my free time to take a look at Tianshui continent. I happened to see you in trouble and saved you. Do you still remember? Duanmu Yun said with a smile. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. He had always remembered this matter. However, he could not find Duanmu Yun to return the favor. Lan Yu was very surprised. She did not expect Yi Xian and Song Suijing to have met Duanmu Yun before. Moreover, it was in Yi Xian's hometown. You owed me a favor before. Well, now that you are part of Warlord Hall, I'll forget about it. However, that favor must be returned. Duanmu Yun looked at Yi Xian. I dare not forget Senior's kindness. Yi Xian said hastily. I think you already know that your father has entered the Sword God Pagoda thousands of times over the years. This time, he came down with serious injuries. I was the one who healed his injuries. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on. Duanmu Yun paused for a moment before continuing, you owe me a favor, so I'll bring it up now. What I want you to do is very simple. That is to charge up the Sword God Pagoda on behalf of your father. As expected. After hearing Duanmu Yun's words, Yi Xian's heart trembled. In fact, he had already guessed it. Okay. Yi Xian agreed without thinking. However, there were some things he did not understand. I think you have a lot of doubts in your heart. I have broken through to the empty god realm, Great Emperor realm. I should be qualified to accept your father as a disciple and let him enter the Sword God Palace to reunite with your mother. However, your father refused. Duanmu Yun sighed. Song Suijing could not help but ask, he refused. Why? Yi Chong has obtained the inheritance of Sword God Ba Huang. Moreover, he has great aptitude. He should be able to break through to the empty god realm, Great Emperor realm. However, he has been trying to break through the Sword God Pagoda all these years and has always failed. He has long had an inner demon. In addition, he has been injured countless times. Although I have healed him, I can't cure him completely. In the end, he has left behind an illness. Chapter 659. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin, what a difficult task. That's why he wants you to complete it. Yi Xian fell silent after hearing Duanmu Yun's words. Yi Chong had charged into the Sword God Pagoda and was severely injured countless times. Even with Duanmu Yun's help, he would eventually fall ill. Does he not have a chance to break through? Yi Xian asked. It would be too sad for such a talented genius to be stuck in the rank 9 king realm for the rest of his life. There is, but not much, unless he can get rid of his inner demon. That will depend on you. Duanmu Yun nodded. In order to get rid of his inner demon, he had to reunite Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan. Moreover, he couldn't use Duanmu Yun's method. As the child of Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan, Yi Xian could fulfill Yi Chong's wish. I understand. Yi Xian nodded. You must be Adjudicator Song, right? You were injured by the experts of the demon race, but the people of the Tool King Hall didn't treat you, leaving behind an illness that caused your cultivation to stagnate. Duanmu Yun waved her hand and a green energy entered Adjudicator Song's body. In the next moment, Adjudicator Song's physique changed. Healed. Adjudicator Song's eyes widened. A Void God Realm Great Emperor was indeed a Void God Realm Great Emperor. His hidden illness was healed in an instant. Your injury is still considered small. Yi Chong is the terrifying one. Even when I broke through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor, I couldn't completely heal him. However, after he heard about Yi Xian, he stopped attacking the Sword God Pagoda and chose to rest quietly. Duanmu Yun said slowly. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, "Father is injured again?" "Yes, Jiang Wenyue is ruthless. He beat him to the brink of death every time. Jiang Wenyue is already a Void God Realm Great Emperor. Before Jiang Wenyue broke through, Yi Xian might still have a chance. But now, it's impossible." Duan Muyun shook her head. "Since that's the case, let me do it." Yi Xian thought for a moment. Then, his heart moved. He was extremely grateful to Duan Muyun. She had saved him once, and had saved his father countless times. Therefore, he wanted to repay Duan Muyun. "Senior, this is a bloodline seed that I obtained by chance during my training." Yi Xian exchanged for a sword god bloodline seed and tossed it to Duan Muyun. "Oh." Duan Muyun caught it with interest. He was naturally no stranger to the bloodline seed. Many experts would condense one when they were nearing the end of their lifespan and pass down their ultimate techniques. However, when Duan Muyun caught the bloodline seed, her heart trembled violently. He could sense that this bloodline seed was no ordinary object. "Yi Xian, this is?" Duan Muyun asked with a frown. "Senior, this is a sword god's bloodline seed. If Senior refines it, it can increase the power of your sword skills and comprehension by 50%. By the time Yi Xian finished speaking, Duan Muyun's jaw dropped in shock. Increase the power of the sword skill by 50%? Was he that strong? At this moment, Duan Muyun's brows suddenly twitched. The next moment, he and Yi Xian were wrapped up by some vines that appeared out of thin air. "Yi Xian, is what you said true?" Duan Muyun asked in surprise. "There are actually 2 sword gods' bloodline seeds. I've already refined one, and the one in Senior's hand is the second one. Yi Xian can only repay Senior's kindness to us father and son with this bloodline seed," Yi Xian replied. To be honest, Duan Muyun was already attracted by this bloodline seed. This bloodline seed could greatly increase his strength. "Alright, then I'll accept it." Duan Muyun did not argue and swallowed it on the spot. Not long after, his eyes widened. For an expert of his level, he could feel the changes even if he did not verify it. "Great, this is great." Duan Muyun suddenly laughed out loud. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to keep this bloodline seed for Yi Chong. However, Yi Chong had a heart demon now and there were many hidden injuries in his body. There was no hope for him to break through. Even with this sword god's bloodline seed, it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Wenyue who had broken through to the Void God realm. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use it to repay the favor. "Young man, I didn't expect you to have this much. Don't worry, I have a gift for you too." Duan Muyun smiled as he took out a strange item. It was a ball of white flame, but it danced in Duan Muyun's hand. Yi Xian focused his eyes and realized that there was a small sword in the ball of white flame. "Senior, this is?" Yi Xian did not know what it was and asked hurriedly. "This is the most precious treasure left behind by sword god Bahuang. If your father can successfully refine it, defeating Jiang Wenyue should not be a problem. It's a pity that your father can't refine it." Duan Muyun threw the white flame to Yi Xian and said, "This is called sword essence. Your father asked me to bring it to you. If you can refine it, your strength will increase greatly. Not to mention surpassing me, you might even be able to catch up with the strongest person in Sword God Palace, Sword God Tai. Sword essence." Yi Xian caught the white flame and instinctively performed a special devour. Ding! The host does not have enough devour crystals. He could perform a special devour, but he did not have enough devour crystals. "Is this a gift from my father?" Yi Xian kept it in the devour space and said, "Thank you, senior." "Don't thank me. I'm just bringing it to you. Don't let anyone else know about this." "No one. If you have sword essence now, I won't be able to withstand one blow from you." As Duan Muyun spoke, the surrounding vine boundary was instantly annihilated. The two of them appeared in front of everyone again. Song Suijing and the others could not hear the conversation between Yi Xian and Duan Muyun, so the sword essence was a secret. Yi Xian was shocked. What kind of heaven-defying thing was this sword essence? If he, a third-grade challenger, had sword essence, he could actually kill Duanmu Yun, a void god great emperor? Wasn't this thing a little too powerful? Alright, you guys go in. I'll bring Jiang Wentao to Weapon King Hall to seek justice. Duanmu Yun waved her hand. Yes. Yi Xian and the others nodded and immediately rushed out. When they passed by Jiang Wentao, they snorted coldly. Jiang Wentao was stunned by Duanmu Yun and could not move. He could only watch as Yi Xian passed by him and entered the chaotic astral ocean. After bidding farewell to Duanmu Yun, Yi Xian and the others also entered the chaotic astral ocean. The chaotic astral ocean was a strange place. There was no sun and there was a starry sky 24 hours a day. Below was the ocean, so it was a little gloomy. I didn't expect the palace master to come so soon. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. After entering the chaotic astral ocean, Lan Yu could not help but say. Indeed, if Duanmu Yun had not appeared in time, Yi Xian would have been captured. Of course, there was another possibility that Jiang Wentao would be killed by Yi Xian. Chapter 660. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin entering the chaotic astral ocean. Sister Lan, where are we going now? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. We're going to Shuntian Island. This is a small island occupied by my Shuntian pirate group. Lan Yu said indifferently, this chaotic astral ocean is much stronger than our eastern continent. There are also many pirate groups that are stronger than our three great kings. Our Shuntian pirate group can only be considered as a level 4 pirate group. Level 4 pirate group? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Warlord Hall was actually only a level 4 pirate group. This didn't sound very high. In the chaotic astral ocean, a level 4 pirate group means that there is a level 4 king. A level 5 pirate group means that there is a level 5 king. As for those without a level 5 pirate group, they are simply not qualified. As for Kuang Zun, Empress, and Battle Emperor, they are all level 9 pirate groups. Lan Yu explained. Didn't the Great Elder just come back from the chaotic astral ocean? Song Suijing asked in astonishment. Warlord Hall's Great Elder Shi Yonghao was an expert on the same level as Vice Hall Master Lan Yao. They were both level 5 kings. In that case, the Shuntian pirate group should be a level 5 pirate group. Yes, but the Great Elder is only in charge and won't appear. This is our trump card that cannot be known by outsiders. Lan Yu continued to explain. Yi Xian and the other two immediately understood. The Shuntian pirate group was a level 4 pirate group. If a level 5 pirate group attacked, the Great Elder would appear. If the Great Elder was directly exposed, he would likely attract the attention of a level 6 pirate group. Thus, he must remain hidden. In addition, there is a rule in the chaotic astral ocean. A level 3 pirate group can only occupy one island, a level 4 pirate group can occupy 2 islands, and a level 8 pirate group can occupy 6 islands. Currently, the chaotic astral ocean is divided into 3 parts. Almost all the islands have an owner. Without permission, no one is allowed to attack other islands. Thus, the ocean is very chaotic while the islands are very peaceful. Lan Yu continued to explain to the 3. Yi Xian asked, we need approval to attack the island. Who is it? Our Shuntian pirates are level 4 pirates. Only level 1, 2, 4 and 4 pirates can attack our island. If we want to attack other islands, we have to apply to the level 9 pirates. They have a station in this area. Blue Moon replied. In the chaotic astral ocean, there were only 3 9th level pirate groups, namely Kuang Zun, Empress, and Zhan Huang. A level 8 pirate group can only control 6 islands, but a level 9 pirate group has no restrictions. This is hegemony. Young master, are we going to lead the Shuntian pirates directly or form a new one? Judge Song couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Lan Yu paused and replied, now the chaotic astral ocean is not very peaceful. The Shuntian pirates have risen with great difficulty. We need to hide for a period of time. Let's form a new one. What's his name? Song Suijing asked. Let's call it Ice Fire. The name doesn't matter. Lan Yu casually said. Ice Fire Pirates. Yi Xian and the other two didn't have any opinion. The name is just a code name. Although the name had been decided, there were only 4 of them. They had to report to Shuntian Island first, and then directly rob a pirate group. It would save them time and effort. Lan Yu has been to Shuntian Island before, so she knows the way. She and Yi Xian both know how to speed up, so it only takes them about 5 days to arrive. Hey, there's an island over there. After 2 days of rushing, Song Suijing suddenly saw a black shadow and pointed out. Lan Yu nodded slightly. Yes, it's called Sky Cloud Island. It's controlled by a level 3 pirate group. Right after Lan Yu's words left her mouth, several rays of light suddenly blossomed from the Sky Cloud Island. Someone is fighting. Moreover, the movement is not small. Rumble. The sound floated over and fell into the ears of the 4. What's going on? Are they attacking the island? Lan Yu was surprised. Let's go and see. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This is the first time he has seen an island attack. Of course, this is just out of curiosity. His purpose is to see if there is any profit to be made. After all, this time he came to the chaotic astral ocean to upgrade and break through. Immediately, the 4 of them rushed towards Sky Cloud Island. Rumble. The sound was getting louder and louder. When Yi Xian and the other 3 approached, they found 3 figures fighting with an entire pirate group. Huh? This doesn't look like an island attack. Lan Yu suddenly said. Yi Xian and the other 2 were stunned. If it's not an island attack, then there is a conflict on the island itself? At this time, a strong man suddenly shouted, "The 4 of you, please help, they are raiders." Obviously, he said to Yi Xian and the other 3. What are raiders? Yi Xian asked strangely. Lan Yu suddenly realized and explained, there are countless pirates in the chaotic astral ocean, but there are some who don't form a pirate group and act alone. These people are called raiders. They attack fleets and islands with the purpose of killing and plundering, but they are not allowed to occupy an island. If they are seen by the law enforcers, they will be killed, so they generally leave after plundering an island. Then, should we help? Judge Song asked. Lan Yu shook her head and said, no, the strong are respected, this is obvious. If the raiders succeed in destroying this pirate group, then this island will become an island without an owner, and there will be another pirate group to occupy it. That's right, we'll just watch them fight and reap the benefits. Judge Song chuckled as a large axe appeared in his hand. In front, most of the people were just bystanders, and there were only 10 people who were really fighting. 7 of them were from the 3rd-level pirate group, and the other 3 were from the raiders. A 3rd-level king, 3 2nd-level kings, 3 1st-level kings. Yi Xian was evaluating the strength of the 10 people. As for the 3 raiders, there were 2 3rd-level kings and 1 2nd-level king. Although they didn't have the advantage in numbers, they were still stronger than the other 7. As for the virtual God Realm pirates, they were watching from the outside. This level of battle, they couldn't intervene. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and a corpse fell from the sky. The situation instantly turned to the raiders' side. When one person dies, a second person dies. Soon, the leaders of the 3rd-level pirate group were defeated. Soon, all 7 kings were killed. Second brother, 3rd brother, there are 4 kings over there, you 2 go deal with them, I will deal with these people. A middle-aged man said to the other 2. Chapter 661. True strength, all right. The other 2 raiders nodded and quickly rushed towards Yi Xian's group of 4. As for the middle-aged man, he activated his domain and killed the pirates. A 3rd-grade king and a 2nd-grade king have come. Yi Xian, why don't we deal with them? Judge Song turned to Yi Xian and said. Alright. Yi Xian didn't have any objections. His strength was enough to kill these 3 raiders, so there was no need for him to make a move. It was better to give Judge Song and the other 2 a chance to gain experience. In the next moment, Judge Song's group quickly rushed out. The 3 of them found their opponents at the same time. Lan Yu dealt with the 2nd grade king while Song Suijing and Judge Song dealt with the 3rd grade king. Humph, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers, courting death. The 3rd grade king coldly snorted and directly attacked the 2 siblings. Song Suijing and Judge Song were both 1st grade kings, but if the 2 of them joined hands, dealing with a 3rd grade king wasn't a problem. Lan Yu also had a rare lightning attribute and had comprehended lightning acceleration and heavenly punishment. Dealing with a 3rd grade king was just too easy. Yi Xian stood to the side and watched the battle between the 5 of them. In the chaotic astral ocean, the water attribute was the most abundant, followed by the wind and lightning attributes. Not only that, the fire attribute kings were slightly weaker here. Song Suijing had the ice attribute, which was superior to the water attribute. Her strength increased here, and the speed of ice crystals condensed was much faster than in the mainland. Kacha! An ice crystal cage was formed, trapping the rank 3 king. What, ice attribute? The 3rd grade king was shocked. The water attribute was very popular in the chaotic astral ocean, but now, an ice attribute king had appeared, which was simply heaven-defying. Boom! The 3rd grade king sent a flame slash at the ice wall in front of him, but it failed to break the ice crystal cage. Ice crystal explosion. At this time, Song Suijing's eyes suddenly flashed, and in the next moment, the ice crystal cage instantly exploded. Countless ice crystals flew and pierced the 3rd grade king's body. The 3rd grade king roared in pain. Huff huff. The flame dragon controlled by Judge Song also attacked. He endured the pain and sent out a punch, destroying the flame dragon. However, Adjudicator Song's blazing dragon was just a cover. Suddenly, a slash swept out and struck the 3rd rank king. In the next moment, Judge Song's flame avatar exploded. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Boom! The level 3 king was instantly killed. Not only did Judge Song possess the flame attribute, but he had also comprehended the inextinguishable inferno, flame clone, raging flames incinerate the heavens, and rising from the ashes. If their realms were the same, Adjudicator Song's strength would definitely be much stronger than Jiang Tianjin's. Supreme Judge and Supreme Judge are so strong. They managed to kill an enemy 2 levels higher than them by working together. Yi Xian thought to himself as his gaze landed on the level 3 king whose arm was burnt. Nowadays, almost all the interspatial rings were made of white jade essence. This white jade essence was one of the materials used to forge virtual god weapons. Therefore, the interspatial ring was not easily damaged. After the death of the enemy, Caiju Song quickly rushed over and collected the interspatial ring. At the same time, Lan Yu also finished her battle. Her opponent was struck by sky punishment and instantly died. In the distance, the middle-aged man who was still killing the virtual god realm pirates heard the commotion. He glanced around and found that 2 of his brothers had been killed. Bastard! The middle-aged man cursed and immediately turned around to leave. That level 3 king's strength was comparable to his, but he died in the hands of Yi Xian's group. If he went over, wouldn't he also die? Want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he immediately used wind acceleration and caught up with the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. So fast. The middle-aged man was shocked. Ice attribute, fire attribute, thunder attribute, wind attribute, these were all rare attributes. Originally, they were 1 in a million, but now they were all gathered together. What was going on? But now was not the time to care about this. Heaven-shattering slash. Yi Xian casually slashed out a slash. With the second layer of profound meaning, Yi Xian's attack speed was extremely fast. By the time the middle-aged raider reacted, the attack was already in front of him, splitting him in half. Following that, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took away his universe ring, as well as the spoils of war that he'd obtained. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yi Xian liked this kind of situation the most. 3 raiders slaughtered a level 3 pirate group, but in the end, it was him who took advantage of it. Yi Xian, take it. At this time, Judge Song and the other 2 rushed over and threw a bag of interspatial rings over. Long before entering the chaotic astral ocean, the 3 of them had already discussed the distribution method. The lightning attribute would be given to Lan Yu, the ice attribute would be given to Song Suijing, and the fire attribute would be given to Judge Song. As for the rest, all of them would be given to Yi Xian. Their rare attributes had a special characteristic, which was that the speed of refining heaven attribute treasures would greatly increase. Song Suijing and Judge Song had the yin and yang dual physique, so they could refine the items in the interspatial ring in 1 or 2 days at most. Of course, the most greedy one was Yi Xian. With a thought, he could swallow all of the items. Even the classification of the items only needed a few seconds. Done. Yi Xian poured the things he didn't need into the 3 interspatial rings and gave them to Song Suijing and the other 2. The chaotic astral ocean is really rich. We didn't get more than 1/10 of the things here. Judge Song couldn't help but say. Let's refine them first. We don't need to rush to Shuntian Island. Lan Yu suggested. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. In any case, they came to the chaotic astral ocean this time to enhance their strength. Immediately, under the gaze of the surviving pirates, they flew to Sky Cloud Island. They casually stayed on a mountain on Sky Cloud Island. This time, they stayed for 3 days, waiting for Song Suijing and the other 2 to refine all of the spoils of war before preparing to leave. Rare attributes are really good. Both of us are about to break through. Judge Song couldn't help but sigh. The yuan qi of this chaotic astral ocean is very suitable for me. I'm afraid I will break through to the 2nd grade dominator before Big Brother. Song Suijing also said. Lan Yu somewhat helplessly said, both of you have special physiques. I'm afraid it won't be long before you overtake me. Yi Xian, when will you break through? Me? I'm not that fast. Chapter 662. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Mystic Moon Pirates. Alright, let's continue our journey. Lan Yu didn't ask any more questions. She knew from Lan Xian that Yi Xian had many secrets. The 4 of them continued their journey. This time, they didn't encounter any major problems. They were only harassed by a few ignorant sea beasts. These sea beasts were just ordinary void god beasts. They were directly frozen into ice sculptures by Song Suijing and their corpses were devoured by Yi Xian. 2 days later, the 4 of them arrived at Shuntian Island. Shuntian Island was occupied by the Shuntian pirates. There was a defensive formation on the island and there was only one entrance. She's the niece of the island master. There were many pirates guarding the entrance. They all recognized Lan Yu and let her in. Although Shuntian Island was only an island, it was much bigger than the Tianshui continent. It was even bigger than the Luosha region. There are various cities and towns on Shuntian Island, and the Shuntian pirates are in one of the cities at the entrance of Shuntian Island. Lan Yu brought Yi Xian and the other 2 over and found an elder of the Battle King Palace who was guarding Shuntian Island. The leader of the Shuntian pirates was a level 4 king called He Liang. He was an elder of the Battle King Palace. When he saw Lan Yu, he couldn't help but smile. Last Lan Yu, I heard you went to the wasteland this time. How was your harvest? The wasteland's demon race is restless. They want the corpse of the great demon emperor. Lan Yu briefly explained the situation. So you're Yi Xian. You're already a level 3 king at such a young age. It's not impossible for you to become a great demon emperor in the future. He Liang grinned and continued, this time, do you want to follow the Shuntian pirates directly, or do you want to rebuild a new pirate group? Let's rebuild a new group. Grandpa He, where's our route? Lan Yu asked. Sigh, the progress is too slow. There have been many raiders recently. We haven't been able to go out much. He Liang shook his head helplessly. There was a level 4 king who came last time. Fortunately, we defeated him. The eastern continent wanted to open up a new route, so they often changed islands. However, it is extremely difficult to open up a route. After all, they are only a 4th level pirate group. Grandpa give me a map. Lan Yu said. Alright, but the chaotic astral ocean is not very peaceful these days, so you should be careful. We suspect that the raiders might have come from somewhere else. After He Liang finished speaking, he took out a map. This map recorded all the islands in the chaotic astral ocean, and Shuntian Island was located in the northeast corner. The chaotic astral ocean was divided into 3 parts. Guangzhou was in the upper right corner, the Empress was in the lower right corner, and Zhanhuang was in the left corner. Their territories were about the same size, and the number of islands was about the same as well. They came from other places. Could they be from the Empress's territory? Lan Yu asked in shock. Something like that. The Empress naturally wouldn't do such a thing. This should be a powerful pirate group from the Empress's territory in disguise. Recently, many islands were attacked, and several pirate groups were destroyed. Not only did our Shuntian Island fall, but also one of the Beast King Palace's islands. He Liang nodded. A powerful pirate group disguised as raiders to enter other people's territory, this is really too unethical. However, this kind of thing was very common in the chaotic astral ocean. The pirates under Guangzhou's territory often did such things. We will be careful. Lan Yu nodded. Grandpa we will go first. Immediately, Yi Xian's group of 4 left Shuntian City. Sister Lan, what should we do now? After leaving, Song Suijing directly asked. Lan Yu held the map and said, there is a 2nd level pirate group near Shuntian Island. Let's go there directly. 2nd level pirate group. The leader is a 2nd level king. Even if he hides his strength, he is only a 3rd level. It won't be a problem. Song Suijing said confidently. Then let's go. At this time, the 4 quickly rushed towards Anhu Island. Although they haven't formed a pirate group yet, they just need to sneak into Anhu Island and force the leader to give up his position. In less than a day, the 4 arrived at Anhu Island. But recently, the chaotic astral ocean has not been very peaceful, and outsiders can rarely enter the island. My sister and I are only level 1 kings. The other party certainly won't care about us. Let's go in. Outside Anhu Island, Song Suijing said to Yi Xian. They haven't formed a pirate group yet. If they rashly attack the island, they will be considered as raiders. If they encounter the law enforcers of the sea, then they will be miserable. Therefore, they can only let Song Suijing and Song Suijing go in. After all, they are only level 1 kings. Well, you should be careful. Yi Xian nodded. Don't worry, my brother and I can even kill a level 3 king. Our strength has increased a lot. This is only a 2nd level pirate group. Song Suijing said confidently. Yi Xian nodded. In a 2nd level pirate group, the leader is only a level 2 king. Even if there is a hidden powerhouse, at most, he will be a level 3 king. Moreover, the 2 of them are guarding outside. If there is an accident, they will immediately kill to support. Then, Song Suijing and Song Suijing left and rushed to Anhu Island. As for the excuses, they were really innumerable. Song Suijing directly used the excuse of joining a pirate group to make the people of the group come out. When the people of the group came out, the 2 of them used their domain to prove that they are only level 1 kings. Soon, they were invited to Anhu Island to see the leader of the group. After a while, a battle broke out. Boom! Suddenly, a signal slash swept through the sky. Outside Anhu Island, Yi Xian and Lan Yu looked at each other. The matter has been resolved. The 2 of them quickly flew over. The array formation of this island had already opened up an entrance. Ha, how is it? Fast enough. The 3 leaders have been killed, and the remaining 2 level 1 kings have chosen to submit to us. Song Suijing said to Yi Xian with a smile. Well, this way, we don't need to apply for a pirate group. We can just change the name. Yi Xian nodded. Lan Yu asked, where is the pirate leader's token? Here. Song Suijing took out a token and threw it to Lan Yu. In the chaotic astral ocean, pirates need to be certified, and only a pirate group that has been certified can attack the island. Whoever gets this token will be the head of the group. Black Moon Pirate Group, the name is not bad. Lan Yu looked at the token and murmured. Then, don't change the name. Just go and apply to upgrade the pirate group and then apply to attack the island. Chapter 663. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Mystic Island. Alright, if you are the captain, then we can become a level 3 pirate group. At that time, we only need the 4 of us to attack the island. Blue Moon nodded. Any pirate who had reached the level of King of Nihility Realm would need to apply. Otherwise, they would not be able to participate in the island attack because there would be people supervising them. Guarding the island could be helped by experts, but attacking the island was not allowed. There is a level 3 pirate group around Anhu Island. Recently, there have been a lot of raiders, so the pirates and fleets rarely sail. After we upgrade, we will attack them directly. Blue Moon took out a map and pointed to an island. Alright. Yi Xian and the other 2 agreed. There was an application point near Anhu Island, so the 4 of them immediately went there. In less than 3 days, they arrived at the application point and upgraded the Mystic Moon Pirate Group to level 3. The captain was Yi Xian, and the vice-captain was Blue Moon. Song Suijing and Song Jiejue were also registered. The island attack would take place 7 days later. If the Mystic Moon Pirate Group succeeded in attacking the island, then they could move to a new island. After all, if a pirate group was not level 4, they would not be allowed to occupy 2 islands at once. Of course, it was also possible to apply for another pirate group to occupy Anhu Island. Although there were thousands of islands in the chaotic astral sea, there were many level 8 pirate groups that had more than 6 islands. They would send people to form new pirate groups and then form a pirate alliance. Therefore, those high-level pirate groups and high-level islands are occupied by some pirate alliances, and there are very few changes. Then, a level 4 king of the Mad Sovereign Pirate Group followed Yi Xian and the other 3 and left. However, when this level 4 king knew that Yi Xian and the other 3 were going to attack the island, he was shocked. As far as he knew, there were 2 level 3rd kings and more than 10 level 1 and level 2nd kings on the Ironstone Island. Even if he went there himself, it would not be so easy to attack. Yi Xian and the other 3 spent 3 days to arrive at the Ironstone Island. Then, the level 4 king of the Mad Sovereign Pirate Group rushed over and shouted, "I am a marine law enforcer. The Mystic Moon Pirate Group has applied to attack Ironstone Island. You have 1 day to prepare." The voice was very loud, and the pirates at the entrance of Ironstone Island naturally heard it. Not good, someone is actually attacking the island. Quick, inform the island master. This Black Moon pirates really don't want to live. They are just a 2nd-level pirate group. It's not enough to occupy an island, but now they want Ironstone Island. They are just 2 grade 2 dominators. They are courting death. The Iron Rock Island was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and the other 3 were waiting outside Iron Rock Island. Sister Lan, there are many mountains on the island. If we go up to 100 meters, will we be attacked by the Riot Star Thunder? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. No, the chaotic astral lightning will only attack people who are flying over 100 meters above the sea. Lan Yu shook her head. Previously, I saw on the nautical chart that there was an ownerless island in our area. It's called Xianzhong Island. Why is there no one on that island? Song Suijing asked again. Xianzhong Island. Hearing this name, Lan Yu's expression also changed. She said, That island has always been ownerless. There is a special formation on the island, and people have to walk to get on the island. Moreover, there is a huge pressure. If a low-level dominator goes in, they will be crushed into meat paste by the huge pressure on the island. What? Yi Xian and the other two were shocked. Crushed into meat paste? Lan Yu paused for a moment and said, at least a grade 4 dominator will be able to withstand the pressure. It is said that there is a heavenly treasure on the island called Xianzhong fruit. If someone eats it, they will be able to comprehend the gravity profound. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Xian and continued, the gravity profound is of the earth attribute. Perhaps you can go to Xianzhong Island to take a look. That Xianzhong fruit is only one of the reasons. It is said that there are people who didn't get the fruit and comprehended the gravity profound under the pressure of Xianzhong Island. Yi Xian's interest was immediately piqued. The gravity profound was something he had always wanted to comprehend, but he had never been able to do so. If a grade 4 dominator can withstand the pressure and explore Xianzhong Island, why haven't any experts come to occupy it? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. This Xianzhong Island is not as simple as it looks. A grade 7 dominator once entered, but never came out. Therefore, in the chaotic astral ocean, Xianzhong Island is listed as one of the top 10 forbidden islands. It is extremely dangerous. Lan Yu glanced at Song Suijing and hurriedly said, of course, that grade 7 dominator went deep into the island. As he got closer to the center of the island, the pressure would only increase. A grade 4 dominator would at most circle around the periphery. Hearing this, Song Suijing's complexion improved a little. Since that is the case, I will go and take a look when I have the time. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He had already comprehended a lot of the earth profound. Among the first level profound, only the gravity profound had not been comprehended. In this chaotic astral ocean, the gravity profound was also very good. Because people couldn't fly more than 100 meters, the gravity profound could force people into the sea. At that time, the enemy's speed would be greatly reduced, and they would be at the mercy of others. Soon, a day had passed. Time is up. The 4 of you can attack the island. The time limit is 1 day. If you don't win in 1 day, I will leave immediately, said the grade 4 dominator of the Mad Sovereign. Yi Xian and the other 3 nodded silently, then slowly flew towards Ironstone Island. There were 2 grade 3 dominators on Ironstone Island and more than 10 grade 1 and grade 2 dominators. For Yi Xian, he could deal with them alone. However, Yi Xian didn't want to reveal his strength. Therefore, he blocked 1 grade 3 dominator, while Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song took care of the other grade 3 dominator. As for the remaining grade 1 and grade 2 dominators, they were left to Lan Yu. Reckless fool, you dare to attack my Ironstone Island? You really don't want to live anymore. A brawny man walked out of Ironstone Island. Behind him stood more than 10 people. There were several ways to win an island attack. 1 was to kill the pirate captain and get the captain's order. 2 was to kill all of them. Of course, there was a 3rd way, which was for the defending side to admit defeat and leave the island. Kill. Yi Xian didn't want to waste time on a dead man. With an order, the 4 of them quickly rushed out. How dare you, big brother? I will deal with them and bring those 2 girls over, said a man coldly. Those who were able to attack an island were all dominators, and female dominators were rare. Although people at their level would have countless beautiful women throwing themselves at them, they had never tried a female dominator before. However, this man was too careless. Ice crystal cage. Raging flames burning the sky. Heavenly punishment. Lan Yu and the other 2 instantly attacked. With a boom, the man was blown to pieces. Following that, Lan Yu quickly rushed over, took off her universe ring, and tossed it to Yi Xian. The 3 of them had joined forces to kill a grade 3 dominator. Now, Yi Xian didn't even need to attack.